Max and Shirmax, More Than a Love Affair. This special edition has been published in support of the Max Konigsberg Breast Cancer Prevention Fund at the Sir Mortimer B. Davis Jewish General Hospital, Montreal. I dedicate this book to my wife Shirley, my inspiration and the love of my life, and our very dear friends, the late Myrna Foreman and June Melnick, both of whom were afflicted with breast cancer. Sadly, Myrna succumbed in 2002. June was taken from us in 2003. I also dedicate this book to Bernard Konigsberg, my late father, who gave me the foundation for an extraordinary life, and to Esther, Philip, and Rochelle, our children, who are our three blessings. Preface. I met Max Konigsberg nearly 25 years ago. His intense commitment to Shirmax, his company, and his enormous drive to succeed in both his business and personal life made deep impressions on me. During those 25 years, I have shared many of his ups and downs. I even lost some money when I purchased stock in Shirmax when it became a public company. But I have witnessed no softening of his commitment or that drive that is visible in everything he does. There's no halfway with Max. He sees black and white, not gray. Our real story began when Max and I were sitting beside the pool at our hotel in Taiwan during his first buying trip to Asia. I was president of Car Associates Incorporated at the time. Max was all business, talking about it from morning till night. I admit now that it exhausted me. He was a man possessed, searching for ways to better himself and therefore his company. He wanted the road map to the next level. I felt as though I was under interrogation by the CIA. Max realized that he was a one-man show. It was his way or the highway, and in him I saw much of myself. The main difference in 1982 was that I had already experienced some business failures, or at least I perceived them as flops. It was therefore easy for me to tell Max that he was not adequately prepared to take his business to the next higher level. At the time, he was still a seat-of-the-pants executive in a retail and apparel manufacturing world that was evolving quickly. I knew that more than anything else, he needed to learn how to plan and strategize for his business, to learn that standing still was suicidal. He needed exposure, and I urged him to enroll in the American Management Association President's Course. I had taken the course a few years earlier, and I believed that he, like me, would benefit from the exposure. Certainly, you become educated when you are surrounded by some of the best company presidents in the United States. In my case, I gave a little and got back a lot. I wanted the same for Max, and he got it and more. For the longest time, I thought of Max as the purest of philosophers, but it was not until I started to write this foreword that I actually looked up the dictionary definition of the word philosophy. Use of reason and argument in seeking truth and knowledge, especially of ultimate reality. System for conduct of life. That's Max Konigsberg, the philosopher. Max has an overwhelming desire to learn. His mission has always been about teaching, and passing on his knowledge is an important component of his goal. But in my view, that is secondary to his perseverance and his drive to become educated as opposed to an educator. Max is on an endless trip for learning. He learns from every experience, every person, and every moment in his life. Each course taken in class or in life has molded a part of his being. His book is far from the autobiography it pretends to be. Its essence is that of a textbook on life, family, and friends, as well as a textbook on business, from success to failure to success. It is a book about values and truth, love and commitment. It is also about relationships and how they develop and are nurtured over time. One person above all stands out as his raison d'être, his wife Shirley. In my view, there could never have been a Shirmax without her. This book tells of the silent part she played in everything in Max's life and everything he has accomplished. Martin Richter, June 2006. Author's note. Having recently sold my business, I am now at the end of one journey and at the beginning of another. As I reflect on my life, it is clear to me that I have had an amazing and extraordinary range of adventures, trials, and tribulations. Along the way, I learned some very valuable lessons and made a number of discoveries. In this book, I share my experiences and the lessons I have learned. My wife Shirley and I opened a ladies' wear shop in Montreal in 1957, and this was the beginning of what was to become the Shirmax organization. Happily, the Shirmax story is one of success. The organization grew from one store to more than 200 stores on a roller coaster of good and bad times, profits and losses, as well as huge challenges and rewards. We went through one particularly rough period in 1993 when Shirmax was forced to file for bankruptcy protection. I consider the story of how we accomplished our turnaround to be truly amazing, particularly because what we achieved was thought by many to be impossible. We not only survived the crisis of bankruptcy protection, we did so without any new money being invested and without any change or loss of share ownership. Shirmax then went on to a period of record profitability that culminated in the recognition we received when I was nominated as CEO of the Year in 1995 and named Entrepreneur of the Year in Quebec in 1998 in the wholesaling, retailing, and manufacturing category, and ultimately the sale of the company at a premium price 5 years later to Reitmans, Canada's largest specialty store fashion retailer. I believe the account of our 45-year adventure is a story worth telling, and that it will be of value to other retailers, business people, and entrepreneurs. In 1981, I had a transformational experience that awakened me to a world of new possibilities for both my business and my personal life. That experience started me on a journey of exploration and self-discovery. In the course of that journey, I became intrigued with the sources of personal power, achievement, and personal satisfaction. I have learned many life lessons beyond Shirmax. I made many discoveries and developed valuable formulas for workability in life and for managing my life successfully. As a son, a brother, a husband, a parent and grandparent, a friend, a student, and as a teacher and mentor. I have also acquired some wisdom that I believe may contribute not only to entrepreneurs, but also to those who may be seeking access to a life of quality, power, integrity, and fulfillment. The purpose of this book is to document my life's accomplishments and to share my discoveries and lessons learned with a wide range of readers. I hope what I have to say will be useful to those who are traveling along a path similar to the one I traveled and make a difference to them. I have met literally thousands of people over the course of the past 60 years, and although I have an excellent memory, I know it is not infallible. Like many of my peers today, I too have occasional lapses of selective hearing and memory, especially when I tell the same story over and over again. Nonetheless, what I have presented in this book is the truth as I know it. If there are errors or anomalies in my tales and reminiscences, I take full responsibility for them. I offer no apology, however. They are the facts as I know them. Max Konigsberg, August 2006. Part 1, My Story. Chapter 1, Beginnings. I was born in Holland, but my roots go back to where my parents came from, Poland. My parents came from different villages, so they hadn't known each other before they left Poland. Both families were very poor and had been subjected to racial persecution and pogroms after World War I. My mother's early years were truly wretched. She received very little education and even less affection, given that her own mother had died when she was a little girl. Her father sent her away to live with relatives when she was 12 because he could not afford to support her. Although the people who took her in were family, they did not treat her as a member of their family. In fact, she was little more than a maid in their house. She had to prepare and serve the family meals, but was not invited to eat with them. She had a little stool in the kitchen where she ate by herself. All of these factors affected her and shaped her life. My mother's name was Ethel Schiffman. Mina Adler was her first cousin and closest friend when she was growing up, and they remained best friends for as long as they lived. They left Poland and went to Holland together when they were both 19. I believe they chose Holland because it was more tolerant to Jews, and they thought there was more opportunity to make a living there than there was in Poland. They ended up in the city of Leiden, where they survived by working in a factory as sewing machine operators. Both women met their husbands-to-be in Leiden. Like my mother, my father, Bernard Konigsberg, came from Poland. When my father was born, his family name was Spurgel. After the First World War, Poland moved back and forth between being an independent state and part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Different laws applied under each regime. My grandparents were married in a religious ceremony which was recognized by the state to be a legal marriage at the time. However, when my father applied for a passport, which he needed in order to leave Poland, the regime in power at the time raised some questions as to the legality of his parents' marriage. So tracing his origins back to a great-grandmother, whose name was Konigsberg, he changed his name from Spurgel to Konigsberg. My father's mother, Miriam, died when he was 13. He had been very close to her and was devastated when she died. On the other hand, he had a strained relationship with his father, who was very authoritarian, a cold, strict person who showed his son little affection. However, he made sure his son received a sound Jewish and Hebrew education. My father loved Judaic studies and was very serious about them, so much so that he became a Kazan and officiated at religious services for most of his adult life. Not long after my grandmother died, my grandfather married his wife's sister. Apparently, my father found that very hard to accept, so when he was 14, he left his father's house and moved to another village where he got a job in a shoe store. Like my mother, he was 19 when he set out for Holland. My parents met at a Jewish social club and meeting house in Leiden, where newcomers to Holland used to get together. They married when my dad was 23. My mother was 3 years older. They lived in a small room with little more than the bare necessities. Their bed was a pile of straw on the floor. They both eked out an existence as peddlers until I was born on July 6, 1935, about a year after they were married. My mother got a sewing machine in their room soon after I was born. She did some sewing for a manufacturer and stayed home with me while my father continued to peddle. My mother often told me about breastfeeding me for a long time, much longer than was usual even in those days, because that was the only way she could feed me. She fed herself, and so she was able to breastfeed me. That was our life in Holland, barely getting by. About the same time as my parents met, Mina met Jakob Zieler, who came from Germany. They also married, and our two families were inseparable from then on. My Tante Mina and my Uncle Jakob were my godparents. In the late 20s, Hitler began making a lot of worrying noises, and by the early 30s, his threats were becoming ominous. My father and some of his friends were convinced that Hitler was dangerous, so they conceived a plan to leave Europe. It wasn't easy for a Jew to leave Europe in those days. There were few countries willing to accept Jews, and those that did, like countries in South America, were half a world away. By 1935, Canada and the United States were already closed to Jews. Leaving Europe at the time meant leaving family and friends behind with the real prospect of never seeing them again. That was not an easy thing to do. None of my father's friends had much money, but one of them, Moshe Altman, decided to be a pioneer. In 1931, he and his eldest son, Herschel Henry, left their family, boarded a ship, and set out for South America. The ship made a stop in Barbados, by which time they had enough of sea travel. They simply got off the ship and didn't get back on. Mr. Altman decided to make Barbados home and started peddling. In a short time, he saw the prospects for making a living, and eventually he was able to send for the rest of his family. As the pioneer, Mr. Altman had agreed to keep in touch with the other members of the group and to let them know whether they should follow him or not. So as soon as he was settled, he wrote to his friend Yankel Bernstein, my father's best friend, and told him it was all right for him to come. So Mr. Bernstein followed Mr. Altman to Barbados. After Mr. Bernstein was settled, he wrote letters to 3 people in Europe. One was to my father, saying, "I am peddling here and it's okay for you to come, so make your arrangements and come." He sent a similar letter to his brother-in-law in Poland and also told him to come. The third letter was to his friend Mr. Korn, which said, "Don't come, because if there are too many of us peddling here, none of us will make a living." Several months went by, then my father arrived, and a while later Mr. Korn appeared. Understandably, Mr. Bernstein was surprised to see Mr. Korn, and he asked him, "How come you came? I wrote you not to come." And Mr. Korn answered, "Well, I didn't get the letter you wrote me. I got the letter you wrote to your brother-in-law. It was in the envelope addressed to me. The letter said to come, and I assumed you meant the same for me, so I came." In the meantime, Mr. Bernstein's brother-in-law received the letter intended for Mr. Korn, telling him not to come, and like Mr. Korn, he assumed the message was the same for him, so he stayed where he was. In those days, it took a long time for a letter to travel from Barbados to Poland, and even though Mr. Bernstein wrote to his brother-in-law immediately, it was too late for him to get himself and his family out of Poland. Soon after the war started, he and his entire family perished at Hitler's hands, all because of a mix-up in letters. I was 1 year old in 1936 when my father left my mother and me in Holland and set out for Barbados. He was a young man of 25. When I was a youngster, I remember him telling me that he had only a few pennies to his name when it was time for him to board the ship. He was a smoker, and he was hoping to use what little money he had to buy a few cigarettes on the voyage. But as he was going up the gangplank, he looked back at my mother on the dock with me in her arms, and he took out his small packet of coins, literally all the money he had in the world, and threw it to her. I can only guess that he was overcome by the grim realization that he might never see us again, and so he set out alone and penniless for Barbados. Chapter 2: Growing Up in Barbados. In 1936, Barbados was not the place it is today. The island was relatively primitive, undeveloped and insulated from the outside world. 93% of the population was black, and although the basic language was English, they had their own Bajan dialect, which was difficult even for an English-speaking person to understand. My father didn't speak English, let alone understand the Bajan dialect. He had no money, he had just arrived in Bridgetown, and I doubt that he had ever seen a black person before. Moreover, he had to make a living. In fact, he had to make an entirely new life for himself. When I think of my father at the age 25, I often mistakenly compare him to myself at the same age. But by comparison, he had lived 100 years to my 25, and his experience with life was even 100 times greater. Like those who came before him, my father became a peddler. He was desperate to get my mother and me out of Holland as soon as possible, and it was very important that he book passage for us before I was 2 years old, for the simple reason that if we traveled before my second birthday, he would not have to pay a fare for me. Fortunately for us, the few Jewish men in Barbados at the time helped him to finance our passage. And so my mother and I arrived in Bridgetown, Barbados in the spring of 1937, just before my second birthday. Thinking back to my father being a peddler and what he had to do in order to survive, I still find it hard to reconcile what he did with the person I knew. My dad was not particularly strong. He always had 2 left hands, and he was not at all mechanically inclined. As far back as I can remember, he couldn't easily balance himself on a bicycle. Yet he had a big heavy bike with a heavy metal carrier attached to the front, in which he carried a suitcase filled with assorted items for sale. Barbados is very hilly, and I can't for the life of me figure out how he managed to pedal that bicycle all over the island. But for a number of years he somehow managed to do that. It was a very hard way to make a living. After a few years, my father stopped peddling and opened a small dry goods store on Swan Street in Bridgetown. For the rest of this time he spent on the island, he was able to make a modest living from that store. About a year after my mother and I arrived in Bridgetown, my brother Alex, 3 years my junior, was born. My sister Betty was born the following year, and my younger sister Ellen was born 8 years later. While we were growing up, my mother's influence was almost inconsequential in our lives. I think the fact that her mother had died when she was very young and that she was sent away from home at an early age had a profound effect on her. She never knew a parent's love, she was never nurtured, and she received no education. She had no role models, so she never had the opportunity to develop any of the feelings and skills a woman needs to become a nurturing and supportive mother. Where she was most comfortable and most effective was in the family business. My father relied heavily on her. He was the brains behind the business, but my mother managed the store. It was my father who exerted virtually all the influence in the family, and we received most of our nurturing and support from him. But like my mother, he was not very demonstrative. He was also very guarded with his affection. To add to this, neither of my parents was about showing sympathy, and they were not receptive to our saying, "I'm tired" or "I don't feel well." Our parents didn't permit those feelings for themselves, so they didn't allow them for their children. They considered showing affection, being tired, or not feeling well to be signs of weakness. I'm not suggesting that we thought they didn't love us. We knew they loved us and that they would take care of us, but having said that, there was very little show of sympathy. Perhaps one of my early experiences will put this into perspective. When I was 12, I had a very painful toothache. After I had suffered with it for a few days, my mother took me into town with her when she went to open the store, and she sent me across the street to the dentist. He decided to pull the tooth, and after filling me with what seemed like 50 shots of Novocaine, he did just that. I didn't know it at the time, but I have a tendency to bleed when I have dental work done that affects the gums, so the hole in my jaw would not stop bleeding. I went back to the store, dizzy from the Novocaine and bleeding all the way. My mother didn't exactly ignore me, but she didn't pay much attention to me either. She was busy. I was in mild shock from the experience and my head was spinning so that I could hardly keep it up. My mother told me to go and lie down in the show window with a bolt of cloth under my head and to stay there until I felt better. Meanwhile, she continued to look after business in the store. I lay in the show window with people walking by and looking at me in my misery. Eventually, she told me to catch a bus and go home. I had to walk about a half a mile to the bus station. I was feeling very ill. When I got on the bus, I sat next to a large black lady. I put my head on her shoulder and fell asleep. I eventually got home and went to bed. Even though it was a very painful experience and it took a long time for my jaw to heal, no one ever acknowledged my condition. Interestingly, at the time, I didn't see that as being anything out of the ordinary. We were expected to be strong and not to complain and feel sorry for ourselves. That was just the way it was. We had a wonderful life in Barbados. Because I had nothing to compare it with, I probably did not appreciate it enough. Other than when I was in school, I lived as a beach boy, wearing only bathing suits and shorts, no shoes, and enjoying the wonderful climate and the sea. We were part of a small, tight, and caring Jewish community, and I had a solid Jewish upbringing. I had good friends, both Jewish and non-Jewish, and my life revolved mostly around sports, cricket, soccer, and water polo, as well as Sea Scouts and the Barbados Cadets. All in all, I was a true Bajan boy. Some segregation between blacks and whites was a fact of life in Barbados at the time. Still, I had both black and white friends, and I do not remember ever experiencing any anti-Semitism. In retrospect, I feel very privileged to have grown up in Barbados. Growing up there was an experience most young people today can only dream about. Culturally, we had a very rich Jewish life in Barbados, even though we were not very religious and were not kosher. It was impossible to be kosher because kosher foods were not available. However, we were very traditional. There were 25 Jewish families in our community, and we all lived in the same neighborhood close to each other. Most of the seniors had come from Europe and had similar traditional Jewish backgrounds. So everyone, young and old, kept the traditions and celebrated and enjoyed all of the Jewish holidays. Socially, the seniors kept to themselves. There was no assimilation with the non-Jewish community. But of course, all the children went to schools where they had non-Jewish friends. We were certainly not well off financially, so as children, we didn't have many luxuries or extras, but we never wanted for our basic needs. Most of our food was grown on the island and it was not expensive. We did not need heating, we needed very little clothing, and we had an excellent school system. School days. We were taught under the British system and we wrote the Oxford and Cambridge O-level exams in order to graduate from high school. As a youngster, I suffered from a serious lack of self-esteem. There were two reasons for this. First, I was not a good student. In fact, I was a very poor student. I even had the distinction of failing the same grade twice when I was 12 and 13 years old. I always sensed that something was wrong, but I did not know what it was. I figured I was just not very smart. Years later, I discovered that I had a learning disability that caused me to have great difficulty reading. When I looked at a page of small print or very tight writing, everything blurred and became a gray blob. So in order to internalize what I was reading, I had to concentrate very hard to see the words and read the same paragraph 2 or 3 times. It was hard, slow work. In those days, people were not sensitive to learning disabilities, and nobody seemed to suspect that I might have had a problem. A youngster with difficulties was just passed over, and that is what happened to me. Most of my teachers paid little attention to me and just wrote me off. I think they just decided I wasn't very bright, and I became known as a dunce. I had a close friend by the name of Harold Trahan. We went through most of high school together in the same classes. We used to sit next to each other in class, and it was difficult to tell which one of us was the poorer student. During class, the teacher would ask a question, then go around the room asking students by name if they knew the answer. When he got to us, he always said, "Oh, Konigsberg and Trahan, forget it, no chance." He never allowed that we might know the answer. Harold left school a year before I did, so he never finished high school. He went to work and we lost touch when I left the island the next year. I've taken the liberty of mentioning Harold and his school days here because as things turned out, Harold went on to become very successful, but I will get to that later. The second reason for my low self-esteem was my relationship with my father. In many respects, he was a very gifted man. He had a photographic memory and an amazing mind. He was mostly self-taught, but he was a scholar nonetheless. He was very learned in Jewish history and the Torah. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was a Kazan and was highly respected by his peers. In fact, he was one of the leaders of the Jewish community. But he also had his shortcomings. My dad did not understand the concept of empowerment, and he never looked for ways to make his children feel proud of themselves. He could always find reasons to put us down, especially me, his firstborn. Not that he did not have reason. It is interesting that the very things he complained about in his own father became his modus operandi with me. He often talked about how he never got a word of approval from his own father. He was also inept as a mentor and a teacher. When the time came for me to prepare for my bar mitzvah, my father was my teacher. His teaching method consisted of coming to the table with a strap, and every time I made a mistake, I got a whack. Unfortunately, my fluency in Hebrew was no greater than it was in English, so for me, instruction for my bar mitzvah was one whack after another. Somehow I managed to muddle through what I had to do and say for the ceremony, and I got it over with. For a European, especially a Jewish father, a good education was paramount. So given my lack of scholastic ability, it was clear to me that I was a disappointment to him. He believed I would never amount to anything, and he would often look at me, shake his head, and ask in Yiddish, "Whatever is going to become of you?" Given these dynamics, I grew up without confidence in myself. I felt inadequate, and I thought of myself as backward. Unfortunately, I could not shine in those areas that were closest to my father's heart, and I felt I had no other way to prove myself. There was, however, another side to my father. He could be very sensitive and kind. When I failed the same grade the second time, and I had to bring home my report card, I didn't know how I could possibly face him. I was scared out of my mind. Then he showed me his other side. Many of my friends had bicycles, and I wanted one too. I had been asking my dad for a bike for months, but he kept telling me he didn't have the money to buy me one. Anyhow, when I came home and showed him my report card, he looked at it, but he said nothing. I knew he was very upset, but still he didn't say anything. Nothing. That night, before I went to sleep, he came to me and said, "I want you to come downtown with me tomorrow morning." I went to sleep thinking that he had decided to take me out of school and that he was taking me downtown to look for a job. I was petrified, and it took me a long time to fall asleep. Next morning, when we went downtown, instead of looking for a job for me, he took me to a bicycle shop and bought me a bicycle. Not even once did he ever acknowledge my failure. He knew I was hurting enough. Although my father rarely displayed his affection, he had his way of letting me know he loved me. Having said that, I loved my father with all of my being, and there was nothing I wanted more than to please him and to make him proud of me. Today, I know that whatever I have achieved in this life was driven by my enormous desire to please my father and to gain his approval. And even though he passed away when I was 44, I continue to be driven by that same desire to win his approval. So I credit my dad and his unorthodox ways for all that I have accomplished, for giving me my drivenness, and for inspiring me to excel. I had a lucky break when I was 15. I was attending Harrison's College, an all-boys school, when the school authorities decided to put together a water polo team to compete in the Barbados Water Polo League. I had played some water polo when I was with the Sea Scouts, but I was not big or strong physically, and I was only a mediocre player. I was also very much afraid of getting hurt, but because I had played before, I was drafted onto the school team. 2 years before I finished school and left Barbados, the Barbados Water Police put a team together and joined the Island Water Polo League. One of their players was a policeman whose name was Lorenzo Best. He was a big, powerful man, about 6 feet 6 inches tall, with a great body and broad shoulders. He was also a very strong swimmer, and from the day he joined the league, water polo in Barbados changed. Before Best, water polo was a game where scores were measured in single digits, 3-2, 2-1, and sometimes 4-3. It was not a game in which high scores were registered. Best didn't have much finesse, but he was so strong and so fast he could bulldoze his way through anyone. If he got his hands on the ball, the goalkeeper had little chance of stopping it. From his very first game, Best consistently scored a lot of goals. He was unstoppable game after game. Eventually, our Harrison's College team came up against the water police team. Everyone on our team was around 16 years old, and we were all lightweights. Best played forward, and so did I, so we were on opposite ends. Within no time, he had scored 4 goals. It was humiliating, and my teammate, who was defending against him, said, "I don't want anything more to do with him." So we decided to take turns playing defense, and every time Best scored a goal, we'd change places. He soon scored 4 more goals, and it was my turn to mark him. He was playing forward, and I was now playing defense. Best terrified me. Although I was marking him, I was staying as far away from him as possible because I didn't want to get hurt. No one in the league other than Best could hold the ball in one hand. No one had hands big enough to manage that. Before Best, our game plan was to flip the ball, bouncing it and then flipping it in the direction we wanted it to go. We were fast, but Best, who could pick up the ball like a baseball, would grab it, wind up, bring his arm all the way back, and fire it at the net. Suddenly, while I was thinking I was far enough away from him to be out of his way, he brought his arm all the way back, and his hand with the ball in it was right in my face. So I just put up my hand and tapped the ball out of his. This happened once, twice, 3 times. What can I say? Best scored 8 goals in the first half, but in the second half, when I was playing defense against him, he didn't score a single goal against me. It was the first time anyone had ever held him scoreless. The next day, the headline on the sports page of the local newspaper read, "Konigsberg holds Best scoreless." It was the first time my name ever appeared in a newspaper. As the season progressed, Best continued to score lots of goals in every game he played, except when he played against Harrison College. For whatever reason, I psyched him out, and for the next 2 years, he never scored a goal against me. My water polo career ended during my last month in Barbados. It so happened that Harrison's College and the Water Police were the finalists in the league that year, and the last game of the season was the final for the cup. At the time, water polo was played out in the ocean beside a pier which was packed with people who had come to watch the game. My father happened to be sitting next to the referee. Shortly before the game, Best came along the bridge yelling, "Where's Mr. Konigsberg?" The crowd made way for him, and when he was face to face with my father, he said, "If you let your son into the water today, I'm going to kill him." Now, Best was not a harmful or malicious person, so I'm sure he said that just for effect. But of course, the referee witnessed the entire spectacle. When the whistle blew, the team swam towards the center. Best always swam with his head down and his arms churning like a mixmaster. I was swimming towards him from the opposite end, but I got too close and his hand came down over me and caught me in the eye. I put on a terrific show. I sank to the bottom, then I came up, and then I went down again. The referee ordered Best out of the game. We went on to win the game and the cup. That was my last game for Harrison's College. It was not, however, my last encounter with Lorenzo Best. Because of Lorenzo Best, I had my first real taste of success, and that was the beginning of a long journey towards raising my self-esteem. In my last year at Harrison College, I had another important learning experience. Our sports day was a big event. In fact, it was the highlight of the school year. Many of the students from other schools on the island, both boys and girls, came to watch. Parents attended too. Since it was my final year at Harrison's College, I wanted to do something special. I wanted to leave some kind of mark that I had been there. Since I certainly wasn't going to leave my mark scholastically, I decided to try to qualify for the 400-meter race, which was an important event on sports day. So I bought a pair of running shoes and I started running. That was my training. I used to get up in the morning and run and run and run. I did that all year. When the time came to qualify for the running event, I won my heat in the 400 meters and qualified to run in the event on sports day. When the day came, there was a lot of excitement and big anticipation in the air. A lot of attention was focused on two big races, which were the last two events of the day. The 400-meter race was scheduled just before the 800-meter. My father made a special effort to attend because I was running. My girlfriend at the time was there too, and I wanted both of them to see me win my race. I mentioned earlier that I had been afraid of Best because he was big, but I neglected to say I was also intimidated because he was black. The truth is, I was intimidated because I knew, in fact, I think that most of us white guys knew that black guys were much stronger and faster than white guys. I knew that as if it were really so. At the gun, I got off to a good start. After 200 meters, I was in the third place. With 100 meters to go, I was in second place. The runner in front of me was black, and without any thought, I just cruised in behind him with no effort at all, and I finished in second place. My teacher ran up to me when the race was over. I will never forget the expression on his face, and he shouted at me, "Konigsberg, what did you do? You didn't even try." I was absolutely stunned by what he said and the realization that because the guy in front of me was black, and given my absolute belief that black guys were stronger and faster, I had let him win. I hadn't even tried. That experience had a huge effect on me and has haunted me for the rest of my life. It was truly a life-altering experience, and I learned a very important lesson from it. I promised myself that I would never, ever again not give my best. That commitment became one of my prime motivators and is still with me today. I am sure that that race and the decision I made afterwards was another source of much of my drive and tenacity I have had over the years. Uncle John. After the war in Europe ended in 1945, my father made a special effort to track down one of his relatives, an uncle named Moishe Spurgel, who he believed was living somewhere in the United States or Canada. It took my dad several years to locate him, but he eventually found him living in Montreal under the name of John Spurgel. In 1951, my dad invited him to visit us in Barbados. I was 16 years old when my great Uncle John came to visit. One evening, we were sitting at the dinner table, and my uncle asked my dad, "What are your plans for Max when he finishes high school?" My dad answered, "We're sending him to Israel." There was a war on in Israel at the time, so my Uncle John was surprised by my dad's answer. "Why are you sending him to Israel with a war going on there?" "The only thing Max can do is drive a truck," my father answered. "If he drives a truck in North America, he'll be a third-class citizen. But if he drives a truck in Israel, he'll be a first-class citizen because everyone in Israel is equal. That's why we're sending him to Israel." I knew that my father intended to send me to Israel when I finished school, but until that moment I had no idea why. For me, the message that the only thing he can do is drive a truck was another powerful blow to my already poor self-esteem. Once again, my father's remark underlined what he thought of me. My uncle suggested that my dad consider sending me to Montreal instead. He said that he had recently attended a graduation ceremony at McGill University in Montreal, and that one of the deans had made a speech in which he mentioned that there was a shortage of accountants in Canada. My father's response to that was, "So what? School is not for Max. He can't be an accountant." Anyway, as the evening went on, the two men continued talking and I went to bed. In the morning, I learnt that my father had reconsidered his decision to send me to Israel and had decided instead to send me to Montreal to try to become an accountant. I don't believe he thought I would ever actually succeed in becoming an accountant, but I was finishing school and I had to move on, and for him, that was moving on. My guardian angel. Over the past years, I have come to believe that I have a guardian angel who watches over and takes care of me. This belief has a profound effect on how I view and live my life. For me, it is only by crediting my guardian angel that I can explain why, throughout my entire life, I have been directed or led or even forced to take a specific fork in the road, even though I could not see at the time that it was in my best interest to do so. Those forks have always turned out to be the right ones for me to take and have always led me in the direction I needed to go. Now, I'm not talking about divine guidance or spirituality. I simply believe that my guardian angel has always manipulated events and circumstances that have caused my life to change direction when a change was called for. Sometimes the circumstances seem unfavorable, even potentially disastrous, but whatever path I was forced to take, it always turned out to be exactly the path I needed to take. My belief is my guardian angel is very empowering and supportive, and has given me a great deal of confidence and strength. So when I'm forced to follow a particular path, I do not resist. The occasion of my uncle's visit and the resulting change in direction that my life took as a result was only one of the many events I am aware of where my guardian angel redirected me. In that instance, I did not choose that course. It was her intervention that guided me to Montreal instead of to Israel. Given the way my life has turned out, I am truly grateful. It was only later in life that I realized that my guardian angel has been looking out for me since I was a child, in fact, before I was even 2 years old. I mentioned earlier that I was born in Holland and that my mother and I joined my father in Barbados in 1937, just before my second birthday and the beginning of World War II. The war had little impact on me growing up on the island. It was only after I came to Canada that I learnt about Anne Frank in Holland and what had happened to her and her family. But even in the early 50s, when I first heard the Anne Frank story, it did not have much of an impact on me. Of course, it is a sad and frightening story, but I did not connect the coincidence of my coming from Holland and our being about the same age. Even years later, When I went to Holland and visited the house where she had lived, I was moved only as much as any other tourist might have been. The story of her life and death did not register with me, that as a Jewish child living in Holland at the time, I was potentially destined for the same fate. A few years ago, I watched a movie on television about a boy of about 12 who was living like a rat in Stalingrad during the siege of 1941. He lived in the sewers and underground, barely surviving. Somehow he makes contact with a German general and persuaded him that he believed in Germany and the idea of a super race, and that he wanted to be a part of it. Certainly, he didn't want to be part of an old, dying country like Russia. The general believed him, and as proof of his loyalty, got him to spy on the Russians. As it turned out, the boy was a double agent and was really spying for the Russians and feeding the Germans misinformation. It was heart-wrenching to watch that boy moving from one side of the city to the other through devastation and wreckage, with death all around him. The Germans eventually learnt that he was a Russian spy and killed him. That movie brought everything into focus and made me realize that I too could have ended up just as Anne Frank did, or as did the boy in the movie. But I was spared all that. I was there, but luckily my parents had had the foresight and courage to get us out just in time. It was 1937 when my mother and I left. In another 18 months, we would not have escaped. My dad saved us from almost certain death by getting us out of Holland at that crucial time. I regret that I never talked to my parents about any of this or thanked them for saving my life. I credit my guardian angel for manipulating the events and circumstances that caused my parents to make the decisions to leave Holland when they did. So I now know that my guardian angel has been with me since I was 2 years old, in fact, for all my life. As I continue my story, I will refer many times to my guardian angel and the ways she has redirected me. A new direction. Having made the decision to send me to Montreal to study accounting, my father recognized that the foundation of my early schooling was not strong and that I needed help if I was going to pass my final exams. I needed an O-level school certificate to be accepted at McGill University, and so he hired a tutor for me. My tutor was amazing. He worked with me on all my subjects, and he always found a way to explain things that I had never before been able to understand. His patience, encouragement, and skill as a teacher were the crucial elements that contributed to my successfully passing my O-levels. Considering the important contribution my tutor made to me, I am embarrassed to say that today I do not remember his name. However, I do know that he was at Harrison's College for only a short time, but that was the time I needed him. My teachers had long ago given up on me, and I certainly did not receive any support or encouragement from them. Chemistry was a case in point. On the morning of my final chemistry exam, I was sitting on the steps outside the building where I was to write the exam and looking through my textbook before the classroom opened. My chemistry teacher came along, and when he saw me with my head buried in the books, he laughed and called out to me, "Konigsberg, forget it. Don't even try. You can't do it." But I did do it. In fact, I came close to the top of the class in chemistry, and I did well enough overall to get into McGill. That is another example of my guardian angel at work. No one, including me, would have thought that with my academic history, I would ever pass my O-level exams. And then, just when I needed it most, she delivered this particular tutor, a man able to get through to me in a way that no one had been able to do before. Although my guardian angel arranged to bring my Uncle John into our lives at such a crucial time for me, that deed would have been for nothing had I not been able to pass those exams. Social life, romance. There was one aspect of growing up in the Jewish community in Barbados that warrants telling. Socially, the entire Jewish community was very protective of its young people. By that, I mean there was no social intermingling of Jewish children with non-Jews, especially those of the opposite sex. Most of the community elders had lived in Europe before the war and had experienced extreme anti-Semitism. They had lived with both the experiences and the effects of the pogroms and the reality of the Holocaust during World War II, and were therefore wary of all non-Jews. So the very thought of intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews wasn't merely intolerable, it was heresy. Obviously, we Jewish youngsters associated with non-Jews in school and in sports, but that was as far as it was allowed to go. A Jewish boy or girl having a non-Jewish girlfriend or boyfriend was absolutely forbidden. A couple of years before I left the island, this consorting with non-Jews got me into big trouble. My father always knew that I socialized with girls, and although it concerned him from time to time, he generally turned a blind eye. However, when I was 16 years old, I became involved with a young Christian girl whose name was Fleur. She became my girlfriend, and our relationship continued for 2 years to the day when I left Barbados. With the connivance and support of my brother Alex and sister Betty, I managed to keep my relationship with Fleur a secret from my father for quite a while. However, when he finally found out that I was seeing the same girl all the time, all hell broke loose. I promised him I would stop seeing her and things calmed down, but I couldn't bring myself to break off the relationship. I kept promising him that I would, but I just couldn't do it, so I lied repeatedly. I used to tell him that I had broken up with Fleur, and when somebody would spot me with her, and within minutes it seemed, my father would receive a report and trouble would start all over again. In a nutshell, that was the nature of my relationship with my father for the last 2 years I was in Barbados, one blow-up after another. One of the reasons I broke my promise to my dad was that soon after I had made that promise, Fleur's father, who had been ill for some time, died and she was orphaned. She had lost her mother several years earlier. Under those circumstances, I just could not desert her. Fleur had lived with her father in one part of the island, but after he died, she went to live with her older brother in another part of the island, and word soon got out that I had started up with another girl. My father tolerated my rumored new interest. He was relieved that my 1-year escapade was over, so things settled down for a while. However, a few months before I was to leave the island, he found out that my supposedly new girlfriend was actually the same girl, and all hell broke loose again. From then on, my relationship with my father was a disaster. He refused to talk to me, and the atmosphere for all of us at home became very strained. This continued even after I left the island. I remember the day I left Barbados like a scene from a Fellini movie. Scene 1, background. To begin with, my father is not talking to me. In fact, he hasn't been talking to me for many months. And now I'm leaving the island. Fleur and I had always known that when I finished high school, I would be leaving the island and that our relationship would end. Action. The day begins very early, before dawn. I get up and go over to say goodbye to Fleur. Meanwhile, my father wakes up, discovers that I am not in the house, and he goes berserk. I come home, keep in mind he hasn't spoken to me in months, and he starts to rant and rave, accusing me of being his final destruction and about 101 other things along the same line. On that note, we go to the airport. Scene 2. Action. In those days, when anybody left or arrived on the island, it was a big event. Everyone went to the airport. In my case, most of the Jewish community comes to see me off. My mother and father, Alex, Betty, and Ellen are all there. And Fleur is there too, standing over on the far side of the terminal building. She's within sight, but we're not communicating. Then somebody notices her and says to my father, "Look who's here." So my father looks over at Fleur and promptly passes out on the floor in the middle of the terminal building. Scene 3, Pandemonium. My father is lying on the floor, passed out, dead to the world. Everyone who isn't trying to revive him is in shock or is looking at me as if I had just shot him. My brother is speechless. My sisters are hysterical. Somebody is yelling, "Get a doctor." Suddenly, the boarding announcement for my flight blares out of the PA system, followed by silence, in the middle of which my mother looks straight at me and says in a clear, even voice that everyone can hear, "You will not be happy until you kill him." I turn slowly, walk out to the plane, and board it. I don't look back. Fade out. That was the scene I left behind and the burden I carried with me when I left Barbados to start my new life in Canada. I thought the Fellini movie was over, but it wasn't. Not quite yet. One of the first things I did when I arrived in Montreal was to sit down and write a letter to my parents. I apologized for the scene at the airport and for the 2 years of havoc I had caused. In fact, I apologized for everything I could think of that might have distressed them and finished by saying, "But now it's all over, so I hope we can all move on." I got a nice letter back from my father saying, "Thank you for your letter. I'm glad to hear it's all over." I also wrote to Fleur. The gist of my letter to her was we both knew it was coming to this. You saw the scene at the airport. I've already caused a lot of hurt, and I don't want to cause any more. God bless you. Goodbye. Fleur attended the same school as my two sisters. Ellen was only 6 years old at the time and was pretty much an appendage to Betty, always holding on to her skirt as if she were attached. Soon after I sent my letter to Fleur, she met Betty at school and told her that she had received a letter from me. Ellen overheard this conversation, and that evening she asked my parents, "Did you get a letter from Maxie?" "No," they replied. "Oh," she said, "because Fleur got one." My father was devastated all over again. He wrote to me immediately telling me I had always been untrustworthy and that my word meant nothing, that he never ever wanted to see or hear from me again, and that I shouldn't try to contact anyone else in the family, and that I should change my name so I wouldn't disgrace them any longer. So there I was, 18 years old, inexperienced, having just arrived in a new world, and having to deal with, "You are a disgrace. Don't ever contact us again, and change your name." Even my brother Alex, for the first time in his life, decided to get involved, and he wrote me a zinger too. His message was, "When are you going to stop being the destruction of this family, and how much more pain do you want to cause? I am worried that Daddy may try to kill himself." I kept writing to my father, but he wouldn't open my letters. He stopped eating, he lost weight, and wouldn't shave. He wouldn't even go to the store. He just checked out. Weeks went by. I kept writing, and he kept refusing to open my letters. After about 3 months of this, one of my dad's friends, Joe Kreindler, visited Montreal, and he came to see me. He was very polite, but he was also very firm with me. "Max," he asked, "what are you doing? You are destroying your family. At this rate, your father is going to die." So I told him my story. I told him that I had done the proper thing. I had to write that letter to Fleur. It was a goodbye letter. I also told him that I had had no contact with her since, and that there wouldn't be any further contact because the relationship was over, finished. Mr. Kreindler went back to Barbados and somehow managed to get my father's ear. A short while later, my father came to Montreal to see me to patch things up. It was a very special visit. We were both hurting and needed to put the entire episode behind us. His visit was especially memorable because for me, it was a clear acknowledgement that I was important to him, and I saw it as a sign of affection and love. I certainly needed some of both at the time. And so the Fellini movie ended. Chapter 3: Welcome to Canada. Sending me to Montreal had its challenges for my father as well as for me. He had to borrow the money to cover my airfare, plus he gave me $300 so I would have some money to start my new life. As for me, I had just turned 18 and had never before left the island of Barbados. I had been exposed to very little of the outside world. I was inexperienced, lacking in self-confidence, and had very little self-esteem. And that's how I started my life in Canada. There was no direct flight to Montreal from Barbados in 1953, so I took a 12-hour flight to New York via Puerto Rico, and from New York I took a train to Montreal. My Uncle John picked me up at Central Station and took me out for lunch. Then he drove me to Hillel House to get some help finding a place to live. Hillel House is a support center for Jewish students on the McGill University campus. There, I was given a list of names and addresses of Jewish people who had rooms for rent. I rented a room at the first place on the list, which happened to be the home of a very Orthodox Jewish family. Before he left me, Uncle John introduced me to the Yellow Pages, showed me how to use them, and then he said, "Here's my phone number, call me if you need me." And that was the extent of the support I got from my Uncle John when I arrived in Montreal. Settling in. When I arrived, I had not yet received my O-level matriculation results from Barbados, and without them I could not be accepted in the day school program at McGill for the fall term. However, I could enroll in the night school program and work for a CA firm. In the second year, provided the results from my first year of night school were satisfactory and my O-level results met the requirements, I could choose to transfer to the day school program, so I enrolled in the night school CA program. Even in retrospect, it is difficult for me to reflect on that time. I had lived a totally sheltered life in Barbados in a completely different culture, and now suddenly I was virtually alone in a big city. I had very little self-confidence and I needed a job. I got hold of the Yellow Pages and looked up chartered accountants. The first listing was a firm called Benjamin, Small and Company. The morning of my second day in Montreal, I got up early, and with the help of a street map, I walked the 3 miles to their offices. I walked because I was still uncertain as to how I was going to survive financially in Montreal, and I did not want to spend the 10 cents it would have cost to take a streetcar. I went into the Benjamin Small office and asked the receptionist if I could speak to someone about a job. She took me in to see Mr. Benjamin. I told him I was new in Montreal, that I had just enrolled in the night school CA program at McGill, and that I needed a job. He said, "I'm sorry, but we filled all our positions for new students back in June and July, so we have no openings. And you may have a problem because most of the other accounting firms have filled their positions too." I said, "Oh, okay, thank you very much." As I was about to leave his office, he observed, "You have a heavy accent. Where are you from?" "I'm from Barbados." "When did you arrive in Montreal?" "Yesterday." "And you're already here looking for a job?" "Yes, you're hired." I worked for Benjamin Small for 4 years. It was practically the only job I ever had. The next day, my third in Montreal and my first at Benjamin Small and Company, I met Irving Hazenoff and Marty Payne, 2 young men who worked for the firm. They were to become 2 of my closest lifelong friends. The YPA. I am convinced that my meeting Irving Hazenoff was another one of my guardian angel's interventions. Irving belonged to a social club, the Young People's Association of the Spanish and Portuguese Synagogue. He took me to the club and he introduced me to a group of young Jewish people with whom I had more in common than the very religious people I had met in the neighborhood in which I was living. Besides their social activities, the members of the YPA were actively involved in fundraising. I was very impressed by their knowledge and understanding of how to conduct their business affairs effectively. They had a president, a secretary, and a treasurer. They held formal meetings, and they kept minutes of their meetings. All of this was beyond my experience at the time, and I truly admired those young people. I thought they were all very sophisticated and worldly. In fact, I was in awe of them. I joined the YPA and became actively involved in the club's activities. We met weekly to socialize and to plan social functions and fundraising events. Often, a group of us went out together dancing and bowling and that sort of thing. So after only a few weeks in Montreal, I had a nice group of friends. I really got involved in and participated working on all the club's events. One of them was a big fundraiser dance, the Spring Fling. We raised money by selling advertising in the program booklets to various companies. I took it upon myself to get as many ads as I could. I went to banks, business offices, and all sorts of other places. I sold a lot of advertising space, raised a lot of money for the event, and received a lot of personal acknowledgement for what I had accomplished. Meanwhile, my living arrangements in the house of the Orthodox family wasn't working out for me. I was very uncomfortable there. So after about 3 months, I moved closer to the neighborhood where my friends lived. As time went by, I became more connected with the members of the YPA and more involved in the life of the club. The executive committee continued to run their remarkable business meetings, and I learned a lot about how to manage the club's affairs. Another year went by, and it was time for the members to elect a new slate of officers. The incumbent president, a very impressive guy who was doing a great job, announced that he was going to run for another term. When the chairman asked the floor if there was any other nominees, someone put up their hand and said, "I nominate Max for president," and someone else said, "I second that." I was shocked. Frankly, I thought they were out of their minds. There were nominations for other positions too, and a girl named Shirley Maurer was nominated for secretary. I really didn't know what to do about all this nomination and election stuff, but fortunately, those who nominated me guided me through the campaign and election process. To my amazement, I was elected president. Shirley Maurer was elected secretary. Although I found it difficult to understand how anybody could think of making me, Max Konigsberg, president of the club, I was delighted, and that experience had a huge impact on my self-esteem. It was like getting a massive injection of self-confidence, and it made me realize that there might be more to me than I thought there was. Being elected president was the first of 2 experiences that started the process of building my confidence and self-esteem. The second occurred shortly after I started my second year at McGill. The CICA episode. I was tending a class in economics one evening when a gentleman entered and asked the professor if he could speak to the students. I remember the classroom well because it was built in the style of an old amphitheater, with a central stage and curved tiers of benches and desk fronts rising from below. The professor gave his lecture from a lectern on that stage. The visitor announced that he was from the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants and went on to explain that the CICA board always invited a second-year accounting student to attend and participate in the board meetings. He asked for a nomination from our class. In an instant, someone said, "I nominate Max Konigsberg," and another student said, "I second that nomination." The next thing I knew, I was participating in the CICA board meetings, and the board members all seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. It was a very exhilarating and empowering experience. Those two experiences were my first tastes of personal empowerment, and unquestionably, they gave me a new and very different perspective on who I was. They put me on the path of getting rid of my terrible self-image and low self-esteem. It was truly heady stuff. Once again, my guardian angel was guiding me and manipulating events in my favor. After my first year at McGill, I was supposed to stop working and transfer from the night school CA program to the day program. However, at the end of my first year, my dad came to Montreal and we talked about finances. He told me that my brother Alex would soon be ready for McGill, but that he would not be able to support both of us. So a decision had to be made as to which one of us would go to university full time. I got the impression that he was asking me to make that decision. I knew what he wanted. He thought Alex would put a university education to much better use than I would. For me, it was no contest. The obvious decision was that Alex would go to school full time and that I would continue in night school. So Alex came to Montreal and enrolled at McGill to study law, and I stayed on in the CA program at night school and continued working at Benjamin Small for the next 3 years. I was disappointed at the time, but I understood that my father could not afford to support both of us. As everything turned out, it was a good decision because both my brother and I went on to become very successful in our chosen fields, my brother as a lawyer and I as an entrepreneur in business.
Shirley Maurer. My involvement with the YPA had a much more profound effect on my life than just boosting my self-confidence and self-esteem. As president, I had to work closely with Shirley Maurer, who, as I mentioned earlier, was elected secretary at the same time. I had a girlfriend at the time who was 16 and in her last year of high school. Shirley was the same age as me, and initially I never thought of her as anything more than a friend. As far as I was concerned, she was out of my league. My 16-year-old girlfriend was more my speed. Occasionally, Shirley and I worked together at the synagogue, just the two of us. We would do some work together, then I would leave her alone to do typing, and I would go to visit my girlfriend. I thought highly of Shirley, but that was the extent of our relationship. One evening, after a club meeting, a friend and I were walking Shirley and one of her girlfriends home. We were behind the two girls, and I said to my friend, "The guy who gets that girl," pointing to Shirley, "is going to be a very lucky guy." One Sunday afternoon, not long after that, a group of us from the club went bowling. Everyone was having a good time, and for me, something happened that day that is imprinted indelibly on my memory. Shirley was wearing a somewhat revealing off-white scoop-neck sweater, and the sight of her bowling stirred in me a kind of interest, and I began to see her in a new light. I thought, what a beautiful woman, and what a figure. Look at how she carries herself, how poised she is, so self-assured. A week or so later, Shirley showed up at the regular club meeting, limping and with a bandage on her ankle. She had twisted it earlier in the week, and it was still quite sore. I should mention that my girlfriend at the time was not a member of the club. Most of the club members were older and were either working or attending university. Anyway, after the meeting, there was, as usual, dancing to the jukebox. We had been dancing after our Wednesday evening meetings for more than 2 years, but I had never asked Shirley to dance. However, that evening, for the first time, I asked her to dance, promising to be very careful so as not to hurt her ankle. We danced together for the entire evening. When it was time for refreshments, we needed a bottle opener, and Shirley volunteered to go to the caretaker's office to find one. I went along with her. On the way, we had to walk up some stairs, and on the second step, I just stopped, looked at her, pulled her towards me, and kissed her. At that moment, I was totally smitten and absolutely infatuated. Of course, before we parted that evening, I asked her for a date for the following Saturday night. From then on, my every waking thought was about Shirley. The next day, I received a letter from my father telling me he was coming to Montreal on a business trip and that he would be arriving the following weekend. He knew I had a girlfriend, and he suggested that I bring her along for dinner on Saturday night with him and my Uncle John. He knew my girlfriend's name, and he knew it was not Shirley. Suddenly, I had a problem. My father expected to meet the girlfriend he knew about. I called Shirley and told her my father was coming into town, that I had to go to dinner with him, so I had to reschedule our Saturday night date. I then invited my about-to-be ex-girlfriend to join me, my dad, my Uncle John for dinner on Saturday night. The following week, Uncle John invited me to go to Ottawa with him on the Sunday of May 24th weekend to visit his son, my cousin Gordon Spurgell, his wife Laura, and their family. Uncle John suggested that I invite my girlfriend to join us. I told him that she was very busy studying for her final exams and that I would bring another friend instead. I then called Shirley and she agreed to come along. We went out together on Saturday night and to Ottawa on Sunday. From the moment I picked up Shirley on that Sunday morning and the way we looked at each other, it was obvious that something was going on between us. The drive to Ottawa was a sort of blur because I was so happy just to be sitting beside her. We spent some time with my cousin and his family, and then Shirley and I went to see the Parliament buildings. I remember the tulips on Parliament Hill being in full bloom. Shirley's ankle was still bothering her, and with walking and all, she decided to sit down on the grass in front of the Parliament buildings. I looked at her sitting there surrounded by tulips, and all of a sudden it struck me like a thunderbolt. I knew I was truly in love, not just infatuated. As I was looking at her, I suddenly heard myself saying, "Would you marry me?" I was almost as shocked as she was. To my amazement, she said yes. Given where we were, we couldn't be very demonstrative about how we felt. However, after I got over the shock, I sat down on the grass beside her, and we started to fantasize about what our future life together could be. I was dizzy with excitement. It was hard to believe this was really happening to me. We came back to Montreal from Ottawa starry-eyed. I also came back with a problem. I had a girlfriend and I had to break off my relationship with her. My way of dealing with the problem was to avoid it. When she called to ask me when I was coming over, I told her I was busy, that I had things to do, etc. That kind of answer was uncharacteristic of me, and I'm sure she knew it was just an excuse to avoid seeing her face to face. Finally, she put her foot down. She called and said, "I want you to come over, get on a streetcar, regardless of what you're doing, and come now." So I went, and she said to me, "Okay, tell me what's going on." "You know, I've been thinking," I said. "We're really both very young. We're getting too serious, and I don't really trust myself being involved in such a committed relationship. I think we should cool it a bit and start seeing other people." She said nothing for a long time, then asked, "Is it Shirley?" "Shirley? What Shirley?" I replied. "What makes you think that Shirley has anything to do with this?" Obviously, I was not handling this whole thing very well. "Do you think I'm some kind of dummy?" she said. "Every time we have been together with Shirley, you always seem to gravitate to her." "Interesting," I said. "I never knew that, but it was the truth." Then I admitted, "Yes, it's Shirley," and that ended the relationship. For the next few weeks, Shirley and I had a great time together. We were in love and totally committed to each other, or so I thought. Then I started to have doubts. I was 19 years old, earning $18 a week, with no idea of what my future might be. Shirley was clearly not a girl to be toyed with, and we were on track to get married. I became very nervous. All sorts of uncertainties went through my head, and I began to feel overwhelmed. One evening I went to see Shirley and said, "I think we're moving too fast. We should slow it down. Let's continue seeing each other, but we should also start dating other people for a while." She gave me a long look, then said, "Okay." Before we parted, I said, "We'll talk. We'll remain close. We'll talk soon." On my way home, I began to realize what I had just done, and for the next few days my life was in absolute turmoil. I was torn by feelings of indecision, uncertainty, love, and a terrible sense of loneliness. Then things went from bad to worse. I called Shirley on the Friday evening, and her mother told me she had just left and would be out of town for the weekend. I said, "What do you mean out of town? Where did she go?" And her mother told me Shirley had gone up to the Laurentians with her girlfriend. Now, on top of everything else, I felt angry, jealous, and betrayed. I resented terribly the thought that she could dismiss us so easily. Suddenly, I was the injured party. On Monday morning, my guardian angel showed up through a friend, Michael Goldenberg, with whom I was working on an audit. Michael asked, "Max, how come I saw Shirley up at the Vermont Hotel in the Laurentians last Saturday night dancing cheek to cheek with another guy?" "What?" I exclaimed. I immediately got on the phone to Shirley and said, "We're meeting for lunch." At lunch I asked, "What did you do?" She said, "I went away for the weekend. I was so hurt that you could say what you did, and I just had to get out of town. I was not going to spend the weekend at home being upset." So I called my friend and we went up to the Laurentians. I had had enough of that, and I had had my wake-up call. I said to her, "Okay, forget what I'd said the other night. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. All I want is for us to be together and to go ahead with our plans." And that was that. I never, ever again had second thoughts about us. Thank you, my guardian angel.
When I proposed to Shirley on that May 24th weekend, I was, as I said, 19 years old, earning $18 a week, and I still had 3 years ahead of me at McGill. We decided we would get engaged in August and wait for 3 years until I finished school to get married. I wrote to my parents with the good news. I told them I had met a wonderful girl and that we were planning to become engaged in August. I enclosed a photograph of Shirley at the beach wearing a bathing suit. My poor parents! Keep in mind that just a few weeks earlier my father had been in Montreal and had had dinner with me and my then girlfriend. Now I was announcing that I was planning to marry someone he had never even heard of, and I expected my father to think I was stable? My dad wrote back with, "Are you out of your mind? Where is your head? How can you even think of getting married? I see from the photograph that your new girlfriend is beautiful. She has legs like a gazelle. But what's wrong with her? Why would she want you? What's your rush? Wait. You have lots of time to get engaged." I wrote back to him and told him I understood his concerns, but that Shirley and I were in love and that we had already made a commitment to each other. I told him she was the very best thing that could possibly happen to me. We were going to get engaged and things would work out. I could say now, as I might have then, "There goes my dad putting me down again." But as I think about it, this entire episode does sound off the wall. I was not yet 20 years old. I was in a new country, still in school, and earning barely enough to support myself. A month earlier, there was someone else in my life, and my parents didn't know this new woman even existed. Now I was telling them I'd met the love of my life and was going to spend the rest of my life with her. Who could blame them for thinking I was out of my mind? Weeks went by, letters went back and forth, my dad trying to get me to listen to his reason and me not listening. Then Shirley took the initiative and wrote to my parents. Her letter obviously made an impression because whatever she said brought my father round from being absolutely opposed to supporting the marriage fully. He may also have been influenced by the thought that the marriage might have a stabilizing effect on me. But the timing of our engagement was still a problem. Wait until December, he suggested, and your mother and I will come to Canada for your engagement. Agreed, I wrote back. So my parents came to Montreal in December, and Shirley and I became officially engaged. We were supposed to wait for another 2.5 years to get married, but by the following spring that time period seemed like an eternity. Shirley was working as a bookkeeper, earning $50 a week. I was making $35 a week. I had been given a very generous increase of $17 a week when I got engaged. We figured we could do just fine on our combined income, so we revised our original plan and set our wedding date for the following summer. And with family blessings on both sides, Shirley and I were married on August 7th, 1956. We were both 21. My dad came to the wedding. My mother did not. They decided that instead of incurring the expense of having my mother come to Montreal, they would cover the cost of our going to Barbados for our honeymoon and have a wedding reception for us there with all of my extended Barbadian family. It was a great occasion. Everyone fell in love with Shirley, and she fell in love with the island. When I told the story of my water polo career before I left Barbados, I ended by saying that was not, however, my last encounter with Lorenzo Best. I also said that the last game I played before going to Montreal was the one where Best was taken out of the water and my team, Harrison's College, won the cup. 3 years later, when Shirley and I went to Barbados for our honeymoon, a reporter from the Barbados Advocate, the island's newspaper, took a picture of us at the airport when we arrived. The next day, that picture was run in the newspaper with the caption, "Konigsberg returns to Barbados with his bride." As it happens, a water polo team, the Bonitos, was scheduled to play against the water police team. The Bonitos captain saw the picture in the newspaper and remembered my success at marking Best, invited me to join the team for the game. I was flattered to be asked and vain enough to want my bride to see me play, so I accepted. I showed up for the game, donned my swimsuit, and put on the little cap water polo players wear. I had kept a low profile before the game, and when the whistle blew, I went into the water to play defense. Best had no idea that I was there. When the game started, I swam to my position, slightly behind him, and began marking him. We were both facing in the same direction, so he did not see my face, and even if he had, with my cap on, we all looked pretty much the same. After a few plays, Best started to sense something familiar. He turned around and looked straight at me. His jaw must have dropped a full 2 inches. When he recovered, he asked, "Where the hell did you come from? There's no way I'm playing against you." He took off his cap, threw it into the water, went up onto the bridge, and disappeared. I was out of condition because I had not played in more than 3 years. After another 15 minutes or so, at which point I was totally exhausted, I had to leave the water. That was my final encounter with Lorenzo Best. As far as I know, Best is still in Barbados. I have fond memories of our encounters, and I wish him all good things. Married life. From the beginning, Shirley and I had what can only be described as a turbulent relationship. Of course, we were passionately in love with each other, but there were other dynamics that challenged us. For example, I grew up in a home environment where my father was the dominant figure. My mother adored him and was in awe of him. For her, whatever he said was as if God had said it. On the other hand, Shirley was brought up in a household where her parents' relationship was exactly the opposite. Her father allowed his wife to be the dominant one. So I came into our relationship subconsciously expecting that my wife would behave pretty much as my mother and that I would be the dominant figure. Shirley came into the relationship subconsciously expecting me to behave like her father and that she would play the dominant role. From the very beginning, the stage was set for a lot of friction. We also had strong differences with respect to politics, health matters, and raising children, all of which created fertile ground for disagreement. Politically, coming from a small Jewish community in Barbados, we all felt somewhat isolated, and we therefore had a strong affinity for Israel. In fact, we were all very strong Zionists. On the other hand, Shirley was from Canada first and Israel second. It was not that she was anti-Zionist, she simply had a different perspective, and that too provided lots of opportunity for disagreement and argument. On the health side, in my family there was no sympathy for not feeling well or being tired. Giving in to pain and fatigue was considered a sign of weakness. However, Shirley's background was very different. Shirley's mother was the only survivor of 8 children, all of whom had died of various illnesses when they were young. So Shirley was taught to be very careful about her health, to protect herself and to guard against illness. In her family, everyone was very concerned about health matters, and she expected the same from me. Because of my background, however, I was unsympathetic and I did not give her the support she needed. Eventually, this led to a serious breakdown in confidence. Shirley felt she could not rely on me to be there when she needed me, and that I was not committed to her well-being. In self-defense, she decided that inasmuch as I would not be there for her, she would have to take care of herself. This became a major issue between us and lasted for a very long time. When we had children, we had different approaches to raising and nurturing them. Understandably, Shirley was very protective of the children, especially about health issues. On the other hand, I encouraged them to be hardy and strong. Also, I thought she was very strict and controlling. Considering my background with my father, who was so overpowering and strict with us, I was very permissive and non-confrontational. I said no to my children only when I considered it to be absolutely necessary. It seemed to me that Shirley said no all the time. Shirley thought I was lax, and because of that she felt it was up to her to discipline the children. These differences in our approaches to raising our children introduced more conflict and added further strain on our relationship. Despite our different approaches to our children, I must say that the 3 of them turned out very well, and we are very, very proud of them. All of the tension and discord between us hardly contributed to domestic bliss. Fortunately, in 1979, after we had been married for 23 years, we attended a weekend program called Marriage Encounter. The program was designed to help couples take a look at themselves and their relationships and give them an opportunity to explore and tell the truth about how they relate to each other. It was the first time we ever examined our relationship seriously. Taking an in-depth look at what was going on between us was not easy. We always knew we were very much in love and passionate about each other, but it was only then that we discovered we were not friends. We learned that we were not supportive and competitive, and that we were quick to blame or find fault with each other. This revelation led us to embark on a journey to learn more about ourselves and what drives us. Having raised the issue of our turbulent personal relationship, I must point out that it did not spill over into our business relationship. Paradoxically, we worked amazingly well together. We respected and were totally supportive of each other. In fact, we loved working together. Marriage Encounter was the first of many courses, seminars, and programs we took over the years that helped us transform our relationship. I often wonder how our marriage would have survived without all of the work we did. Out of that journey over time, we became supportive and nurturing. We got rid of the baggage we were carrying, and our love and passion were able to blossom and grow. And that's where we are today.
Chapter 4: New Directions. So there I was, married, working at Benjamin Small, and in my 4th year of the CA program at McGill. At the end of that year, I failed an auditing exam. At first, it seemed like a serious setback. After all, I had spent 4 years focused on and committed to becoming an accountant. However, it did make me take a hard look at my future. After much thought, I again came face to face with the fact that school had never been easy for me, and that university studies were especially difficult. It would be many years before I learned that I had always struggled with a learning disability. Besides, I had never really been happy in accounting. I was not stimulated by my work, and I wasn't satisfied. I read my failing the exam as a very clear message. A career in accounting is not for me, and so I decided to get out of accounting. I discussed my decision with Shirley, and she gave me her full support. I credit my guardian angel for having me fail that exam and redirecting me to another career that would prove much more suitable for me. Had I been able to do better and pass that exam, I probably would have kept struggling and plugging away, and eventually I would have become a chartered accountant. I know I didn't have the temperament or personality to be a good accountant, and if I had stayed in accounting, I would never have felt fulfilled. I made the decision to leave accounting with no idea of what I would do next. I wrote to my father and told him that I was leaving accounting. He was understandably disappointed and wrote back immediately saying, "Don't quit. Rewrite the exam and stay with it." I told him this is not about quitting. Accounting is just not for me. I have gained a lot of experience in the last 4 years, and I will find something else, something that is more appropriate for me. And so I gave my notice to Benjamin Small and Company and left McGill. At Benjamin Small, I had been part of the auditing team for a lingerie manufacturing company, and when I left the firm, I was offered and accepted a job as controller of that company. After a couple of months in my new job, it became clear that I was totally out of my league, and eventually I had to leave. I don't remember if I quit or if I was fired, but in any case, thankfully, I was not successful in that job. Again, had I been more able and succeeded in that position, I would have wasted another 4 years or maybe even been stuck in that job forever, and I would never have had the opportunity to reach my full potential. Once again, my guardian angel was looking out for me, directing me away from a dead end and towards exploring new possibilities. Surely, I would like to open a store. I was unemployed for 3 months after I left that company. I had a few job interviews, but nothing materialized from them. I didn't know what to do with myself. After 3 months of frustration, wandering around doing nothing, I went with Shirley into a ladies' wear store called May's in the Norgate Shopping Center. While I waited for Shirley to try something on, I talked with the owner of the store, Ernie Sakaransky, and somehow our conversation triggered an idea. When we left the store, I said, "You know what, Shirley? I think that's what I would like to do. I would like to open a store." Over the next few days, we explored that possibility at length, and the more we talked about it, the more the idea appealed to us. It is ironic that my father was a storekeeper in Barbados and my Uncle John was a storekeeper in Montreal, but my becoming a storekeeper had never occurred to me until my visit to Mays that day.
There was a new strip of retail stores under construction on Van Horn Avenue near Victoria Avenue, 3 blocks from where we lived. I decided to explore the possibility of renting one of those stores. I went over to the site and spoke to the owner, Mr. Dabrowski. Our conversation went something like this. Mr. Dabrowski, I would like to rent one of your stores. What kind of store are you planning to open? I don't know. I can't rent you a store until I know what kind of store you intend to open. Oh, okay, so I'll open a toy store. I'm afraid we already have a toy store. Okay then, I'll open a children's wear store. Sorry, we already have a children's wear store. So what don't you have? We don't have ladies' wear. So I'll open a ladies' wear store. All right. How many square feet do you need? I don't know. How many square feet would be appropriate for a ladies' wear store? Well, I have a space of 1,500 square feet available. Okay, I'd like to lease it. Fine, but first I need to know who you are and what assets you have. I have 2,500 in savings, and I would like to go into business. I'm sorry, I can't give you a lease because you don't have enough assets to guarantee the lease, but I'll rent you a store for $250 a month, and as long as you pay the rent, you can have it. Okay, I'll take it. Very sophisticated negotiations and decision making. Given our toy store, children's wear, ladies' wear conversation, I'm sure Mr. Dabrowski didn't expect me to be in business for very long. I went back and told Shirley what had happened, and that evening we met and shook hands on the deal with Mr. Dabrowski. We named the store Shirley's Teens to Maternity. A few years later, we changed the name to Shirley K. Fashions. A couple of days after we agreed to rent the store, I received a job offer from a leading manufacturer of ladies' coats and sportswear, which seemed like a good opportunity for me. I told Shirley about it when she came home from work and asked what she thought I should do. Without hesitation, she answered, "You decided to go into business. I think you should stick with your decision." So the matter was settled. And that was that. I was 22 years old, starry-eyed, full of hope, and I was going into business, inexperienced, with very little money, and totally ignorant of the pitfalls ahead of me. A condition of the agreement with Mr. Dabrowski was that the store would be ready in a month and that I would start paying rent then. So reality set in. What do I do now? Then I remembered my conversation with Ernie Sakaransky. I went to see him and told him I had rented premises for a ladies' wear store in another neighborhood, that I had to move in and open in a month's time, and that I didn't know what to do next. I asked him for help. "You have to fixture and furnish your store," he said, "and you should put an ad in the paper and hire somebody to help and work with you, somebody who has some experience in ladies' wear." He gave me the name of Mr. Siklas, a store fixture contractor. I met with Mr. Siklas the following day and told him that I needed fixtures for a ladies' wear store I was opening in a month's time. Our conversation went something like this. "All right, Mr. Konigsberg, what kind of clothing are you going to carry in your store?" "I don't know." "But I can't fixture the store until I know what kind of merchandise you'll be selling. Do you need shelving, storage units, racks for hanging garments, etc.? I have to know what kind of merchandise you'll be carrying." "I don't know." He then took a different tact. "Do you think you'll be carrying dresses?" "Yes, I guess so." Will you be carrying sweaters? I guess so. Do you think you'll be carrying slacks? I guess so. Every time he asked me a question, my answer was, I guess so. Anyways, after a few minutes of this, he made some assumptions about what I might need, and he went away and priced out the job at $2,500. He had been in business for several years, so I'm sure it was obvious to him that I didn't know what I was doing. He could have stopped me in my tracks right there, but he didn't. Instead, he took a chance on me. He did the job, and he offered me terms I could handle, 2 years of monthly payments. At that point, I was really committed. I had a store, rent to pay, and obligations to a contractor. Meanwhile, nobody had answered my ads for help. Back to Ernie. I told him what I had done about fixturing the store and that nobody had answered my ad. What do I do now? I asked. He said, well, this is a market week and all the ladies' wear manufacturers are showing their new lines at the Mount Royal Hotel. Why don't you go and buy? What do you mean, go and buy? I don't know what to buy. And Ernie said, so go down to the Mount Royal, visit the showrooms, ask the salespeople to help you, and buy the merchandise you think you would like to sell in your store. When Shirley came home from work that evening, I said to her, you have to come buying with me. I can't buy ladies' clothing by myself. She said, okay, but I have a job, so I can only go with you at night. So we went buying in the evening. Learning the business. We knew nothing about business in general and even less about ladies' wear retailing. Anyway, Shirley and I went to the Mount Royal Hotel in the evening to buy. The first supplier we saw was Title Dress from Toronto. They made expensive cocktail dresses. We asked their sales rep if we could see their line. He didn't know who we were, but he was very polite and asked us to sit down. He then started parading beautiful models in front of us, wearing the new line of Title dresses. I had looked at women before, but until that moment, I never really looked at what they wore. I will always remember the first model. She came out in a beautiful strapless bustier dress with a royal blue velvet top and a big peau de soie skirt with crinolines. She was gorgeous, and so was the dress. I looked at everything the models wore with my eyes popping out of my head. Shirley was sitting beside me, and she too was very taken with the garments. We were then given an order pad and asked to pick out the styles we wanted to order. We picked the styles we wanted, and we saw that each style came in 5 sizes and 3 colors, so we wrote 15 of each style. The salesman looked at our order and asked how many stores we had. Just one, which is opening in a few weeks, I replied. Do you have any experience in ladies' wear retailing? He asked. No, I answered. Then he said, well, this is not the way to buy expensive dresses. What you should do is take a size 5 in one color, skip a size, and take a size 9 in another color, and a 13 in the third color. That way, with 3 dresses, you can show all 3 colors and have a range of sizes for your customers to try on. Then you take special orders. That's how you buy these dresses. So we ordered 3 of each, perhaps 7 styles. We thanked him for the lesson, left him with the order. For the record, 3 years later, all 3 of that first style, the blue velvet bustier, ended up on a $5 sales rack. We did not sell even one of them. We then went across the hall to a company called Michael London. Mr. Miller, the owner of Michael London, made blouses that sold for $2.98. He showed us his new line. Now, after our title dress lesson, we thought we knew how to order. So when he gave us an order pad, we picked out the styles we liked, and we wrote pink in size 5, blue in size 9, and green in size 13. and other styles in alternate sizes. As we were writing out our order, Mr. Miller asked, "Do you have any experience in this business?" "Well, we just left an order with title dress next door, and he told us this is how we should write our orders," was our reply. Then, in a very patronizing way, Mr. Miller said, "That's the way you buy title dresses, but it's not the way you buy $2.98 blouses. For these blouses, you need to buy a dozen of a style." So that's what we did. We wrote a dozen per style. While we were doing this, Shirley looked up at him and saw him smirking. "You're not going to ship us this order, are you?" she asked. "You see that we don't know what we are doing. Instead of sitting there smirking at us and then tearing up our order after we leave, you could help us and maybe we could become a good customer." He was clearly taken aback. After a brief silence, he said, "Forget writing an order. I'll send you the blouses you should have." Which he did. We developed a rapport with Mr. Miller, and over the years we did a lot of business together. That evening was the beginning of our business education, two young kids with so much to learn. When the time came to open the store, I had not received even one response to my ads for sales help. In the meantime, I was working all day receiving merchandise and getting the store ready. At night, Shirley and I worked together, ticketing and steaming the merchandise and generally getting everything ready for opening. We had no staff, no help. This went on for a few days, then I said to Shirley, "I guess you're going to have to quit your job and come and work in the store." She agreed and gave her employer notice the next day, but she couldn't just walk away. She was the office manager, and she had to train someone to take over her job. We actually opened the store on October 21st, 1957. We were very proud and excited. Shirley worked in the store during the day and for her previous employer at night while she trained a replacement for her old job. We were such novices. We didn't know the first thing about running a retail business. We knew nothing about budgeting or how much to buy. We had no plan, we just bought. What little bit of knowledge I thought I had gained from my accounting experience proved to be more misleading than helpful. For example, I did a quick reckoning when I knew my rent was going to be $250 a month, which is $3,000 a year. I estimated total annual expenses at $12,000. From my experience as an auditor, I knew that other fashion retailers worked on a gross profit margin of around 33% of sales at the time. So I figured I needed $36,000 a year in sales to cover the $12,000 of expenses, and that 1/3 of all sales over $36,000 would be profit. I reckoned that if we had sales of $60,000 a year, we would expect to make an annual net profit of around $8,000, which would be a good start and a reasonable living for us. However, this was all pie in the sky because most of my assumptions were wrong, and I did not allow for any of the unknowns of the ladies' wear business. I did not take into consideration that it was a seasonal business and that there are 4 seasons in a year. I did not understand that, whether I sold one piece of merchandise or not, in order to have a proper selection, I would have to put approximately $30,000 worth of merchandise into the store 4 times a year, which meant $120,000 worth of merchandise at retail every year. So even if we did have sales of $60,000 a year, we would be out of business in no time. We needed sales of at least $100,000 a year just to pay for the merchandise. That is just one of the many examples of how inexperienced we were. There was so much we didn't know. In the first 12 months we were in business, our sales were only $36,000, and we started digging ourselves into a deep hole of debt. Statistics show that only 7% of new startup businesses survive beyond the first 2 years. Put another way, 93% of all startups fail within the first 2 years. Considering who we were and our lack of experience, I am still amazed that we turned out to be one of that 7%. Looking back, there were a couple of factors that really helped us. First, most of our customers fell in love with Shirley and they kept coming back to see her. And we were able to hire some staff that our customers related to, so sales kept increasing after our first year. Second, after our initial buying experiences with Title Dress and Michael London, our approach to our suppliers when we were buying was, we're 22 years old, we have this store, we've put everything we have into the business and we're going to work very hard. We know nothing about this business and we need your help, please. We asked for help and we got help. This became our modus operandi. We allowed people to contribute to us, and I am proud to say that with that approach, in all the 46 years we were in business, no one ever tried to take advantage of us. In fact, people were amazingly generous to us. The following are a few examples that I still remember very clearly. The manufacturer's salesmen, for instance, were very supportive. They always came to visit, to check things out, to see how we were doing, and to bring us information about what was happening at other stores. They would tell us what was selling and what was not. It seemed that every one of them somehow adopted us. Mr. Stein, the owner of a company called Jacob Dress, was a great supporter. We had bought some dresses from him, and one Friday evening, not long after we opened the store, he came over to see us. He looked around for a while and then he said to me, "Max, my dresses are wrong for you. They're not young enough for the clientele you're obviously trying to attract. I'm going to drive my car up to the back door. I'll take back the dresses and send you a credit." Mr. Stein did not have to do that. I had bought his dresses, and at that stage they were my responsibility, but he did not want us to get hurt. There was also Mr. Phillips from Vanity Frocks. We were one of his customers, but I stopped buying from him because I owed him around $900 that was 6 months overdue, and I didn't have the money to pay him. It so happened that at the time Vanity Frocks had a very hot selling dress. So I went to Mr. Phillips with a check for $300 and told him I realized my account was overdue, but I needed 5 of his dresses. He gave me the 5 dresses, but then he said to me, "Max, you've owed me $900 for over 6 months. Obviously, you must be tight for money, and there must be other suppliers who are giving you a hard time. So take back your check and take the dresses. Pay me when you have the money." I took the dresses and my check and went back to the store. These are only a few examples of many of people who went above and beyond to help us. Our suppliers gave us credit, shipped to us, and we paid them whenever we could. However, the reality was that we were buying goods, but we were not selling enough to pay for them and cover our costs. As a result, we were getting ourselves deeper and deeper into debt. Chapter 5: Family Dynamics. I left my parents' home in Barbados in 1953 to move to Montreal. 2 years later, my brother Alex followed, and my sister Betty a year after that. After we moved away, my parents felt they could not live without their children, so in 1959 my father liquidated all his assets in Barbados, and he, my mother, and my youngest sister Ellen followed us to Montreal.
It was not possible to take money out of Barbados, so my dad had to practically give everything away. He sold his store, which was a valuable asset, for only a small fraction of its worth, and he got next to nothing for his home and furniture. As a result, he came to Montreal with considerably less than what he had been worth. Making the decision to leave Barbados to move to Canada was very difficult and costly for my parents. Right up until 1953, when I left the island, it had been a struggle for them to make a living. However, in the mid-50s, tourism to the island started to become active, the economy improved, and for about 3 years my parents' business did reasonably well. Now, in order for the family to be together, they had to start over again with little money in a new country. That was the price they had to pay, but there was an even higher price to be paid. My father suffered a nervous breakdown soon after coming to Canada. He was 48 years old. Having to give up everything and make such a drastic move proved too much for him. I mentioned earlier that my dad was penniless when he started out in Barbados. When he arrived in Canada, he saw himself as being a poor man again. He felt that he was alone in a huge country without the support of his community. He had lived in a caring environment in Barbados and had been an influential person on the island. He had been one of the leaders of the Jewish community in Barbados, and now he felt he was a stranger and alone. There was also something else that I know plagued him. He was haunted by what had happened to his family in Europe during the war. Except for one sister, all had perished in the Holocaust. He could never forgive himself for the fact that he had survived and they had not. I remember how devastated he was when he learned how his family had died. That was the terrible past he lived with, and I am certain this also contributed to his breakdown. But he wasn't alone in his loss. My mother lost her entire family in the Holocaust too. Between them, they carried an enormous burden of loss. Considering his background and all of these dynamics, it was not surprising that my father became depressed and eventually had a complete breakdown. As part of his therapy, he was given 35 shock treatments, which was a very radical procedure. Those treatments reduced him to a shadow of his former self. During the time he was undergoing treatment, he knew me and my mother, but he did not recognize my brother or the other members of the family. Eventually he recovered, but he was never again the man he was before he became ill. Because of my dad's illness, there was a major change in my relationship with him until he eventually recovered. Our roles reversed. It was as if I had become the father and he had become the son. I was the caregiver. I had to take over, both for him and from him, because he was unable to cope. All the years my parents lived in Barbados, my mother had been a businesswoman running their store. When they moved to Montreal, Shirley and I had our one store, and we decided that my parents should come into business with us. My father invested some money and became a partner, and both my parents started working with us in the store. 3 months after my parents arrived in Montreal, but before my father was hospitalized, my sister Betty married Jack Feinberg, an American from New York City. After the wedding in Montreal, the couple packed up their car and left for New York, stopping over at the Neville Country Club in the Catskills for their honeymoon. I watched my father's face as Betty got into the car to leave. It was already clear to me at the time that he was not well, but now he was in agony. He had just recently given up his entire life in Barbados in order to come to Montreal to be with his children, and now, within weeks of his arrival, his eldest daughter was moving away. 2 days later, I drove to the Neville Country Club with my brother Alex as support to talk with our sister and new brother-in-law. The gist of our conversation was, "Look, you can't do this. If you leave, it will kill Dad. You have to come back to Montreal." So I made them an offer. "Go to New York for a year," I said, "save some money and come back to Montreal. Put the money into the business and Jack will become a partner. We will open another store that Jack can manage. Betty can always find work in Montreal." They agreed. Then Alex and I drove back and told my dad that I had offered Jack a partnership in the business and that Betty and Jack would be moving back to Montreal within the year. Although it did not change the fact that he was ill, it did ease some of the pain he felt as a result of Betty's leaving. The maternity business. One night while our first store was being built, I woke up around 3 a.m. worrying about a simple question. What possible reason could anyone have to shop in my store? Although I wasn't aware of the concept of differentiation at the time, I was actually having a discussion with myself about how I was going to differentiate my business from others. It occurred to me that women were getting pregnant all the time, but I didn't see any maternity stores around. I woke Shirley and said, I think we should put a maternity department in the store. At least that would give some ladies one good reason to come to us. Shirley agreed, and we put a small department of maternity clothes in the store. At that time, there was only one major manufacturer of maternity clothing in Canada, Jack Margolis Maternity. Shirley and I went to see Mr. Margolis and persuaded him to supply us with maternity merchandise and to give us a credit. However, we were not successful with his products. Customers came in to look at the maternity clothes. They would try them on, but they did not buy. One day I asked some customers why they were not buying. The conversation went,
Don't you like the merchandise? Oh yes, it's beautiful. So why aren't you buying? We'll come back. No, tell me, really, why aren't you buying? At that point, one of them finally said, Well, this is all Jack Margolis merchandise. We can go to the factory and buy direct at half the price.
Clearly, I could not compete with Jack Margolis, so I went to see him, told him what I had learnt, and that I couldn't do business with his merchandise. He was very sympathetic and said, Max, I understand, but I cannot change the way I do business. It is successful for me. Send back the merchandise and I'll give you a credit for it. However, if you really want to be in the maternity business, you should carry something different from what I have. Let me give you the names of some American manufacturers. Go visit them and buy some styles that are different from mine. That will give customers a reason to buy from you. We took Mr. Margolis's advice and bought our maternity clothes from several American manufacturers, and they sold. This is just one more example of how people in the business took care of us. Mr. Margolis did not have to do what he did for us. He was very generous in his willingness to help us, especially because it represented a cost to him. He was creating a competitor for himself by giving his own customers an alternative to his merchandise. Meanwhile, it did not take long for Shirley and me to see that having my mother work in the store with us was not a good idea. We were constantly stepping on each other's toes. My mother was accustomed to being in control and working in a different culture and environment. To solve the problem, we decided to open a small maternity store on Queen Mary Road for my mother to run. She ran the store for more than 20 years. When Betty and Jack were ready to return to Montreal, I opened a third store in the Wilderton Shopping Centre, also on Van Horn Avenue. Jack looked after the Wilderton store. Shirley took care of our first store, and my mother was in charge of the maternity store. Once he recovered, my father looked after banking and record keeping. He also acted as a float between stores, overseeing operations and managing the cash flow. I was responsible for buying and overall management. The Wilderton store was in the same trading area as our first Van Horn store. As it turned out, opening that store was not a very smart move. In fact, it was a big mistake. By investing in a second store in the same trading area, we were competing with ourselves for the same customers. Not only did Wilderton store not do the business we needed, it also cannibalized our first store, and sales in the store declined. Thus began the first of several downward spirals we would experience over the next 40 years. and it was another example of our naivety, lack of experience, lack of understanding of such things as customer base, market share, cannibalization, demographics, and our inability to read and understand the marketplace. Actually, we had one fundamental problem. We were not doing enough business. We were building up debt, and I did not even realize it. I had no idea how much stock we had or how much we needed to sell. Inventory was continuing to pile up, but I was completely oblivious to it.
Enter Mr. Kolodny. Mr. Kolodny owned a ladies' wear store in another part of Montreal, but he happened to live close to our Walderton store. He developed a fatherly interest in us and used to drop in to see us from time to time. One day he came in looking around and asked, "What are you doing? What are you going to do with all this merchandise? Have you any idea how much inventory you have here? This is seasonal merchandise, and it is more than you can sell in 3 years." Mr. Kolodny made me aware of stock levels and perishable merchandise inventory. He made me see that I had far too much inventory and that my payables were piling up. It was then I knew I was in trouble. A few days after Mr. Kolodny's visit, Larry Shapiro, a salesman for one of our suppliers, dropped into the store. From the time we started in business, Larry had become a true friend. I shared with him my new revelation that I had more inventory than I could possibly sell. I said, "I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all this merchandise." Larry thought for a bit, then said, "There's a store in the Lucerne shopping center that just went bankrupt. The owner, Margot, signed the lease personally and is responsible for the monthly rent payments.
I believe she would be interested in making a deal if you were to put some of your merchandise into that store to clear at reduced prices, pay rent, and pay her a small salary to run the store. It would be a good deal for both of you. You would turn some of this merchandise into cash, and her debt to the landlord would be covered." So he brokered a deal, and suddenly we had a fourth store. Opening that store seemed like a good idea at the time, but really it didn't work. We just added cost for very little return, and an even bigger problem was beginning to develop. When Shirley and I got married, we knew we couldn't afford, nor did we want to have children right away. But after 2.5 years of marriage, we decided we were ready. Our first daughter, Esther, was born in 1959. 3 years later, we were blessed with our son, Philip, and 8 years after that, with our youngest daughter, Rochelle. When Esther was born, Shirley could only work part-time. She was the connection that most of our customers had with the Van Horn store, and when they came in, they always asked for her. When they were told she's not here, they left. The fact is that when Shirley began working part-time, sales nosedived. To add to this, the Wilderton store hadn't taken off, and the Lucerne store, we practically gave away the merchandise, and my mother's maternity store was barely covering expenses. We were on the brink of bankruptcy, but luckily for me, I didn't know it. If I had known, I guess I would have thrown in the towel. Instead, in my ignorance, I just kept plugging along, surviving one day at a time. Shirley's father, Harry Maurer, was a craftsman furrier who had worked for the same company for many years. The fur business was undergoing major changes in the 50s, and he did not have enough work, so he decided to try to open a small business of his own. One Saturday, he went out with a real estate agent looking to buy a coffee stand in an office building. Shirley's dad was very proud of the business Shirley and I had built, so not surprisingly, he asked the agent to come to our Van Horn store and meet his children. The agent came into the store, looked around, and asked, "Would you like to sell this store?" I said, "Oh no, this store is not for sale." He then said, "Are you sure? Because I have a buyer who particularly wants to be in this area." I certainly hadn't entertained the thought of selling the store. In fact, I didn't even think it was sellable. Now I gave it some serious consideration. Our business was in trouble. I reckoned that if I closed the Van Horn store, we would pick up sales at the Wilderton location and have at least one good store rather than two duds. Also, the money from the sale would surely help pay off some of our debts. By Monday morning, we had agreed on the price and I sold the store. Part of the deal was that I would give up the store in 3 weeks' time. Selling the Van Horn store and the timing of the sale was an enormous stroke of good luck and turned things around for us. Back then in the early 60s, Montreal did not have the number of stores it had today. There were very few stores for the population, and running a sale or a promotion brought people flocking from all over the city. For the next 3 weeks, we ran a going out of business sale at the Van Horn location. Our 2 fashion stores had recently received full selections of new summer merchandise. The sale was right at the beginning of the summer season. The weather had turned hot and we were selling new, fresh summer merchandise at discount prices. People came from far and wide. We sold off the goods, new and old, and emptied the fashion stores. With that money and the money we received from the sale of the store, we were able to pay off our suppliers and credit was no longer a problem. After we closed the Van Horn store, as I had hoped, customers from the store gravitated to the Wilderton location, which then became very profitable. Also, as a result of selling off all our excess merchandise, it was possible to dispose of the Lucerne store. Once again, we ended up with 2 stores, both of which were profitable. Thank you, guardian angel, for manipulating circumstances in our favor. At the end of this whirlwind of events, business started to pick up and we were able to breathe more easily, but only for a little while. A close call. In the mid-60s, a spectacular new office and retail development, Place Ville-Marie, was being built in the downtown core of Montreal. It was the first major high-rise complex of its kind and had a completely new component, an underground shopping plaza, the first in Canada. When rental agents first started to lease stores in the complex, they did not have an easy time getting tenants. So they were offering very good deals to prospective retailers. I was approached with a great offer, which I discussed with my father and Jack. However, we all agreed that the developers were making a big mistake in building a shopping center underground. Who in heaven's name would want to go underground to shop? So in our great wisdom, we turned them down. However, when Place Ville-Marie opened, and for decades afterward, it was acknowledged as the #1 retail real estate property in Canada, maybe even North America. Everyone who opened in Place Ville-Marie did very well, and their success there helped many of them expand their businesses into national chains, but we missed the boat. A couple of years later, there was another major development in downtown Montreal, Place Victoria, also with an underground shopping plaza. That complex was in the banking district in the lower downtown area, not in the central core, and was being touted as another Place Ville-Marie. I was very keen to get a store in the new complex. I didn't want to miss the opportunity a second time, but we didn't have the money to open another store, so I decided to try to get some outside help. At the time, Algo Fashions, owned by 2 brothers, Joe and Ben Schaefer, was the largest ladies' fashion manufacturer in Canada. I had heard that they had backed some small retailers to help them start up or expand their businesses, so I went to see Ben Schaefer and told him my story about missing the opportunity in Place Ville-Marie and that I didn't want to miss the opportunity again in Place Victoria, but we didn't have enough money to open a new store. I asked him for a loan to help me open that store. Ben told me he would speak to his brother Joe and get back to me. I met with Joe and Ben a few days later, and they told me they had decided not to give me the loan because they did not believe in the Place Victoria complex. They didn't want to support me in making what they thought was a bad business move. They went on to tell me that if I was determined to open a store anyways, they would extend us credit for whatever merchandise we wanted to buy from them. In essence, they were telling me that they were willing to help by extending credit, but they were unwilling to go beyond that. I had no other source, and without the money I simply could not go ahead. So to my great disappointment at the time, we were unable to take a store in Place Victoria. As it turned out, Place Victoria wasn't even remotely in the same league as Place Ville Marie. If the Schaefers had lent me the money to open that store, they would have contributed to the demise of our business, absolutely. Thank you, Joe and Ben Schaefer. Thank you, Guardian Angel. Meanwhile, there was no shortage of difficulties back at the ranch. Even though much of the pressure was off, we were not what anyone would call effective retailers. I hadn't yet learned what is and is not important in running a business. I still knew nothing about budgeting and merchandise management. My father and I were arguing about everything. He understood levels of inventory I did not. He understood needing cash to pay bills. I was just flying high. We were 3 families, my parents, Betty and Jack, and Shirley and me, all having to survive from the income of 2 stores. We had 1 car among the 3 families, and although our 2 stores were doing better, there was barely enough to sustain us all. I guess this forced us to come up with some interesting and original ideas for managing our business and personal lives so that they complemented each other. The Atlantic City Adventure. In the summer of 1968, we were just surviving. There wasn't much money and there wasn't much opportunity to take time off work. However, by that time, our children, Esther and Philip, were 9 and 6 years old, and we wanted a family vacation. We decided that we would like to go to Atlantic City, but we had no money to spend on a vacation, so I came up with a plan. At that time, we used to buy our maternity merchandise from the United States, and we were paying transportation and brokerage costs to bring the merchandise into Canada. I figured that if we could bring the merchandise in without paying the cartage and the brokerage fee, the money we saved would pay for our vacation. I called our suppliers in New York City and asked them not to ship to us for the next few weeks. We would come to pick up the merchandise ourselves. So Shirley and I packed up the car and our 2 children and drove down to Atlantic City, where we spent 10 wonderful days. When we had finished our vacation, my brother-in-law Jack took a bus from Montreal to New York City, and we drove in from Atlantic City to meet him. The plan was that Shirley and the children would go home by bus, and Jack and I would load the car with all the boxes our suppliers were holding for us and drive back to Montreal. We put our car into a parking lot near the bus terminal, and Shirley and the children stood guard all day while Jack and I went back and forth to our suppliers, picking up boxes, 1 here, 2 there, 3 from somewhere else, and so on. We carried the boxes on our shoulders to the parking lot and stacked them beside the car. We did this all day, back and forth, and eventually we had a huge pile of boxes sitting next to the car. Then it was time to pack up the car, but no matter how we struggled, there was no way all of those boxes would fit into the vehicle. We had no roof rack, so we got some rope and loaded as many boxes as we could directly onto the roof and tied them down to the door handles. This meant we couldn't open the car doors, so we had to crawl into the car through the windows. Even after that, there were still a few boxes that we couldn't fit in, so we unpacked everything and took the back seat out of the car. That gave us the room we needed to get the last few boxes into the car, which was now completely filled, including boxes tied on the roof. When Shirley and the children were ready to go to the bus station, we had a small problem with some extra baggage, the car seat. So we took it to the bus station and put it with the other baggage to be loaded onto the bus. Eventually, the driver came along and started throwing all the baggage into the luggage compartment. When he saw the car seat, he said, "What the hell is this?" And Shirley said, "That's all that's left of our car." He looked at her in amazement and shook his head, but he didn't say a word. He just took the car seat and threw it into the baggage compartment, and away they all went back to Montreal. Jack and I drove all night because we couldn't leave the car parked unattended, and we arrived at the border around 5 a.m., too early to clear customs. So we lay on the grass next to the car and slept until the customs office opened at 8. What we saved on shipping and brokerage more than paid for our vacation and bus fares.
Chapter 6. Growing Pains. In the mid-1960s, developers began building shopping malls across Canada. In Montreal, Cadillac Fairview was building Fairview Mall in Pointe Claire. I went to see them about getting a ladies' fashion store in their new mall. "Give us your financials and we'll see," they said. I gave them our financials and they said, "Sorry, we can't rent you a store." "Why not?" I asked. "Because the way we get our mortgage is by renting to tenants who are financially AAA. You do not meet that standard, therefore we cannot take your covenant as a guarantee on a lease." So I didn't get a store in Pointe Claire. A year later, Cadillac Fairview began construction of another new mall in Montreal, Les Galeries d'Anjou. I went back to them to rent a store, and again I was told, "Sorry, we can't rent you a store." Once again, my guardian angel came to my aid and precipitated a change in direction. The agent asked, "Don't you have a maternity store on Queen Mary Road?" "Yes," I said. So he offered to rent me a small space for a maternity store, saying that they would make an exception to their AAA rule because they didn't have a maternity store in the mall and it would complement their mix. Out of my vast knowledge and great wisdom, I said, "No, maternity is a small business. It cannot survive in the suburbs. The customer base is too small. A maternity store has to be in a central location so people can come from all over the city." "Well, I'm sorry," he replied. Seeing that I wouldn't get a fashion store in the new mall, I suggested an alternative. I said, "I'll open a maternity store if you agree that if in 1 year I don't do X dollars in sales, you'll allow me to convert it into a regular sportswear store." He thought about it for a moment and agreed. I figured I'd got the better of him because I was certain that the maternity store wouldn't work and that I was going to get my foot in the door with Cadillac Fairview for a regular fashion store. I assumed that once I was operating effectively in one of their centers, that would open the door for me for future stores. So I opened a maternity store in Galeries d'Anjou in the fall of 1968. That store shot down my theory about the maternity business. What can I say? To my amazement, we did very well in that store, far better than the Queen Mary store, and that encouraged me to open another maternity store on St. Hubert Street in Montreal. Now we were back with 4 stores, 3 of them in maternity wear, and off again in a new direction. That was another example of my guardian angel manipulating events and pointing me in a new direction, the maternity business. Had I been given a regular fashion store as I wanted, we would never have expanded our maternity business, which to a large extent was ultimately responsible for our success. Operating in that niche market allowed us to be exclusive and special. It would have been much more difficult for us in the mass ladies' wear market. Forced expansion. I went to New York regularly on buying trips and over the years became good friends with a buyer, Steve Bennett, who worked for a large maternity chain, Maternally Yours, that had about 80 stores across the United States. One day, Stephen called me and said, "The president of our company would like to talk to you. Next time you're in New York, please come to see us." On my next visit to New York, I went to see the president and he said, "I hear you're doing nicely in Montreal in the maternity business. We've decided to expand our business into Canada and we'd like to buy your maternity business and have you work for us." I said, "Good of you to think of me, thank you. I'll consider it." I went back to Montreal and talked to my father and Jack, and we agreed that we were not interested in selling. A day or two later, I called the president of the New York company and said, "Thank you for considering me, but I'm happy in my own little business and I'd like to keep it that way." My friend Stephen called me later and said, "Max, you're making a terrible mistake. We are coming into Canada and we'll be opening up a lot of stores all across the country. You can't possibly compete. We'll put you out of business and you'll lose everything. You will be much better off taking this deal and being part of a large organization. This is a good opportunity for you, especially because you would be running the Canadian operations for us." I said, "Okay, go back and tell your boss that I'm reconsidering his offer, but that I need a few weeks to sort things out." It was 1969 and my father and I decided we would take a trip across Canada to get a feel for what was happening in retail in other parts of the country. So off we went. Developers were in the process of putting up shopping centers in all the major cities in Canada at the time. Good rental space was available, and during that trip we rented 9 stores in major malls in 7 different cities: Toronto, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Quebec City, and Halifax. We signed the leases with exclusive clauses for maternity in each of the malls. When we returned to Montreal, I called the gentleman in New York and thanked him for his interest in the company, then told him I had decided to stick with my original decision and not sell. We figured that with exclusive leases in all the available malls, where could he go? As things turned out, Maternally Yours never came to Canada. Once again, my guardian angel showed up to direct me. Had the U.S. company not approached me, I would not have thought of going across the country with such a bold expansion plan. Our decision to expand at the time proved to be pivotal to Shirmax's ultimate destiny, even though the road ahead would be very bumpy. After signing the leases on our 9 maternity stores, we decided to close out the regular fashion stores altogether and to concentrate on the maternity business. Again, we were off in a new direction, starting a national maternity chain. And now the roller coaster ride really started. We had leased space for 9 new stores, and we did not have the money to build and stock them, nor did we have the infrastructure we needed to manage them. We went to our bank manager and sold him on the idea of our becoming a national chain, and he promised to support us. A rough patch. A couple of months later, catastrophe. I was in Edmonton doing the groundwork for a new store opening there when my father called and said, "Max, you'd better come back to Montreal. I'm afraid the bank is foreclosing on us." It turned out that our bank manager had not told his head office about our expansion plans, and when they got our financial statements, saw the plan for our expansion program and the amount of money we were putting into capital expenditures, the vice president called my father with the foreclosure news. I returned to Montreal immediately, and we went to the bank's head office, where we met with the VP, who was quick to tell us we were out of our minds and that he wouldn't support us. He lectured us on the facts of life vis-a-vis birth control and informed us that the pill, which had just come onto the market, would reduce the numbers of pregnancies significantly. He predicted that maternity was a dying business and that we were doomed. He finished his lecture by saying, "Besides, you don't have the financial wherewithal for such an expansion." Then he told us we had 30 days to come up with the money we then owed the bank, or he would close us down. We were in big trouble. We had no money, no support from our bank, and I was committed to opening 9 new stores. We had no alternative but to stop paying our suppliers and to use all the money that came in to pay off the bank. Somehow we survived from day to day. Once again, we were on the brink of bankruptcy. Thankfully, none of our suppliers wanted to see us go down, and they continued to support us. When we opened those 9 new stores, it was the beginning of Shirley K Maternity becoming a national chain. As things turned out, the bank manager was right about the birth rate going down, but he was dead wrong in predicting that maternity wear was a dying business. In fact, it turned out that when people were able to manage the size of their families, they could afford to buy maternity clothes, whereas when they were having lots of children, they couldn't. So as the birth rate went down, maternity sales actually went up. Who could have predicted that? I'm afraid that our first years of ups and downs, good times and bad, set the pattern for my entire business career. We had no infrastructure and no support staff, so I had to open all 9 of the new stores by myself. I was flying back and forth across the country looking after all the openings. We had 3 stores, Quebec City, Toronto, and Edmonton, all being built and all scheduled to open around the same time. I was stretched beyond belief. A diamond in the rough. I put an ad in the Edmonton paper for a store manager and sales staff indicating that I would be interviewing at the Holiday Inn on a specific date. I left Quebec City, where I was overseeing the construction of that store, and flew to Edmonton to hire staff there. Only one lady showed up for an interview. Her name was Sally Simmons. She told me she had been a housewife and a mother for the past 25 years, that she now wanted to do something else, and that she was interested in a part-time sales position. I thanked her and promised to call her later that afternoon. Time ran out and nobody else showed up. I had only one name, and I had to catch a plane back to Quebec City for another set of interviews there. The Edmonton store was opening in 2 weeks' time. I had met only one person, and she was interested only in part-time work. She had left me her address and phone number. I called before I left for the airport, but there was no answer, so I decided to stop off at her apartment on my way to the airport. I rang the doorbell, and her son answered the door. "Is Sally at home?" "No." "Do you know when she will be back?" "She just left for Vancouver." "I saw her for an interview earlier today, and I promised to call her back. How could she have gone to Vancouver?" "Well, a friend who has his own plane called and told her he was flying to Vancouver and asked her if she would like to come along, and she went." "I'm going to be in Quebec City tomorrow. This is my phone number there. Please try to get hold of her and ask her to call me. Please tell her it's urgent." Sally called me in Quebec City the next day, and I asked, "What happened? I told you I would call you in the afternoon." "I was sure you weren't going to hire me, and I got this opportunity to go to Vancouver to visit my daughter, so I took it." "Well, you're hired, and you're going to manage the store." "Are you kidding? I told you all I want is a part-time job. I can't manage a store. I know nothing about store management. Besides, I'm not interested." "Okay, I'll give you a part-time job, but please do me a favor. When you get back to Edmonton, please put an ad in the paper with your phone number so you can hire some staff. I'll send you the wording." "I'm not hiring anybody." Eventually, I persuaded Sally to help me out and try to hire some staff. I finished my business in Quebec City, went to Toronto for the store opening there, then back to Quebec City where I opened that store, then I returned to Edmonton. Meanwhile, Sally had put an ad in the Edmonton paper as I had asked. but no one had responded, so the two of us worked together to open the store. We worked for 2 long days, and on the third day we worked around the clock, cleaning up all the construction debris the builders had left, ironing all the merchandise, and setting everything up for the opening on Friday morning. And we made the opening. In the meantime, given that I had no other options, I was hoping that Sally would agree to manage the store, at least until I found a manager. I was booked to go home to Montreal on the red eye on Saturday evening. After we closed the store at 6 o'clock on Saturday, I started to show Sally how to handle the bank deposit for the day's receipts. I was explaining everything to her, but she was not paying attention, and then she started to cry. She was completely exhausted, and she said, "Look, I don't want this job. It's not for me. I can't do it. I don't have a clue how to do cash. I don't understand what you're talking about. I quit." I sat down on a chair, and it was my turn to cry. I really cried. I asked, "How can you quit? I've been away from home for 3 weeks opening these 3 stores. I've got my ticket for the last flight tonight, and I have to go home." She said, "That's your problem." And I said, "Yes, it's my problem, but please, you have to help me out. Forget the cash. Put the money in a shoebox. Just open the store on Monday and Tuesday, serve the customers, and add whatever you make into the shoebox. I have to go home now, but I'll be back on Wednesday and I'll take over the store from you then." I left her there with the store and I went home to Montreal. On Tuesday, I called and told her I'd just booked my flight and was coming out the following day to take over from her. She asked, "Why are you coming?" "To take over from you." "No, you don't have to do that. Everything is okay." "What do you mean?" "The money is deposited and I'm in charge. I will hire staff and I will handle everything. Don't worry about it." I did not see Sally again for 9 months. In fact, she did not see anybody from the head office for 9 months. She was really on her own. This is a prime example of how inept we were as an organization and the conditions under which we started to build a national chain. Sally turned out to be an absolute gem and worked with us until she retired 22 years later. She moved on from managing that Edmonton store to becoming one of our first area supervisors, responsible for all of Western Canada. When we later developed our plus-size division, she moved to Vancouver to take on the new challenge of developing that business on the West Coast. Going high-tech. Looking back, I laugh at this story, but I have to admit I didn't think it was funny at the time. When we were up to about 18 stores, it became pretty clear that we needed to strengthen our management capabilities and resources. We hired a controller whose name was Paul Chaubert. As it turned out, Paul did not have the qualifications to be a controller. He had worked for Honeywell, so his expertise was more computer-related. Within no time, Paul persuaded us to buy a computer from Honeywell, of course. Then he hired a programmer, and they set up our operations on the computer. Paul was a very nice guy who knew a little bit about a lot of things, but truly, he was competent at nothing. He was meddlesome and he stuck his nose into everything, causing confusion everywhere. But worst of all, he was undisciplined. There was no documentation for the computer system he built, so the installation was a mystery to everyone except Paul. And if anything went wrong, he was the only one who could fix it. It was a recipe for disaster. After about 2 years of continuous pressure to fire him from all the staff, especially from my father and our outside accountants, I decided to let Paul go. So I had our office manager strike a severance check for Paul, and I called him into the office. I told him things weren't working out and that I was letting him go. Then I handed him the check. His response was, "Max, I can't leave you now. Your business is all on computer and I'm the only one who knows how to operate the system and how to find anything. This business will collapse if I leave." Without even looking at the check, he tore it into 4 pieces, handed them to me, and walked out of the office, leaving me with my mouth wide open. Paul remained with us for another 5 years, during which time we never spoke of that incident. Over time, we managed to work around Paul and get both the systems and the documentation we needed so that when he finally left us, the transition was relatively painless. Chapter 7, Datu. In the early days when we were still small, we had a warm family atmosphere in the company, and all of us, staff and management, had some special relationships. Occasionally, they were very special. When we started to expand the maternity business across Canada, I hired a buyer, Helene Oppenheimer. Helene was single and lived with her parents. They owned 2 pedigree miniature schnauzers, and before she came to work with us, she had taken a year off to breed a litter of dogs. They eventually sold all the pups except one, which Helene kept for herself. His name was Datu. Helene had been with us for about 3 months when she went into the hospital for a surgical procedure. I went to visit her when she went home after the operation. When I arrived at her parents' home, she was crying. Her eyes were all red, and she was on the verge of hysterics. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "Well, you know, I have this dog, Datu, which I love dearly." When I went into the hospital for my surgery, my mother came and spent the day with me. That was the first time Datu had ever been left at home alone, and he literally destroyed the house. He tore up the furniture and ripped curtains off the windows. My mother was very upset and now says I can't keep the dog at home anymore, that I have to get rid of him. We had tea and cookies, and I listened while Helene and her mother explored the possible options available to them. Then Helene had an idea and asked me, "Why don't you take Datu? At least if you have him, I could see him every now and again, and I wouldn't feel as badly as if I had to give him up to a stranger." I replied, "Helene, you have got to be kidding. You really don't know Shirley. She is fastidious about her house. My kids have been begging for a dog for a long time, but there's no way Shirley will let a dog in the house, especially one who has already destroyed one house. You're barking up the wrong tree." And that was that. I ended my visit and went home. That night at the supper table, I told Shirley and the kids about going to visit Helene and the story about the dog. I ended by saying, "Helene had the audacity to suggest that we take the dog." At this point, I have to say, my wife is an enigma. I have never been able to figure her out from one day to the next, and as soon as I think I've got her pegged, she surprises me. So Shirley looked at me and said, "So maybe we should take the dog." "Are you out of your mind?" I asked. "This is the dog that ate all their furniture." "Yeah," she replied, "but the dog was left alone. Rochelle is still a baby, and I'm home with her all the time, so there's no reason why the dog would be left alone. Maybe we should take the dog." The kids were delighted. They went wild, screaming and yelling. "We're going to have a dog! We're getting a dog!" So I called Helene and said, "Listen, I'm more surprised than you can imagine, but Shirley says that she'll take the dog." Helene said, "Great, I'm so relieved and so happy. You're a lifesaver. Give me $300 and you can have the dog." "What?" I said. "Listen, if I wanted a dog, I would go to the SPCA and get a real dog for no money. I'm not paying you any $300 for this dog, but Max, that's what it cost me for vet bills with shots and all the rest. I just want to get some of my money back. God bless you, I said, and good luck to you, but I am not paying any money for that dog, so forget about it. And again, that was that, or so I thought. A couple of weeks went by, and it was time for Helene to come back to work. The first day back, she brought Datu with her. Cute little dog. Needless to say, no work got done that day. Everybody made a fuss and played with the dog the whole day. So my father went to her and said, Helene, Datu is a lovely dog, and for today it's okay, but you cannot bring him to work again. She said, but Mr. K, I don't know what else to do with him. And my dad replied, Helene, I cannot help you there. Datu cannot come to work with you. You cannot keep a dog at work. However, the next day she came to work with the dog again. And my father went to her and said, listen, Helene, I sympathize with you, but I'm sorry you cannot bring Datu back. The third day she came to work with the dog again. Finally, my dad got through to her, and I supported him. At that time, we had a young man working with us in the warehouse whose name was Andre. Helene made a quick decision and made a deal with him. She decided that she would move out of her parents' home and get her own apartment so she would be able to keep her dog. But this was January and she couldn't get an apartment until May because that's when all the leases expired in Montreal. Her agreement with Andre was that he would keep the dog for her from January until May, and that she would take her dog back when she moved into her new apartment. I think Helene and Andre made their arrangement on a Wednesday or a Thursday. In any case, on the Friday of the following week, she said to Andre, "Are you coming to work tomorrow, Saturday?" He said yes, and she said, "I'll come in too. I want to see Datu. Bring him in tomorrow. Mr. K won't be in the office on Saturday, so he won't know." On Saturday, however, Andre came to work without the dog. Helene asked him, "Where's my dog?" Andre said, I forgot to bring him." "What do you mean you forgot him? So bring him in on Monday." "But Mr. K is—" "Never mind, Mr. K. I want to see my dog. Bring him in on Monday." On Monday, Andre came in without the dog again, and Helene asked, "Where's my dog?" Andre said, "Helene, I'm afraid I have bad news. The very first weekend after you gave me the dog, I went up north to visit some friends at their country house. I took the dog with me, but when I got there, he ran away and I lost him." Well, Helene went absolutely ballistic. The screaming and the wailing that went on in that office was unlike any of us had ever heard. It was worse than if somebody had died. I had never owned a pet, so I couldn't understand her extreme behavior over the dog. It was only after I became a pet owner myself that I could empathize with the way she carried on. My father was very upset too, because he felt responsible for the chain of events that had resulted in having Helene give Andre the dog. Anyhow, while all of this commotion was going on, I had to leave for the airport on a week-long business trip across the country to visit our stores. So I watched this scene with Helene and her hysterics for about an hour, then I left the office and went to the airport. I had a very busy week, running from store to store, working all day, catching late-night flights, arriving even later in another city, and getting up early in the morning to start the cycle all over again. I was very preoccupied, so I actually forgot about Helene and her dog. I spoke to Shirley every day, but she didn't say anything, not a word, nothing even remotely related to the dog. When I got home at the end of the week, what did I see when I walked in the door? Datu's in my home. "What is this dog doing here?" I asked, and Shirley answered, "Well, Helene found the dog, but she couldn't leave him with Andre anymore because she doesn't trust him, so I agreed to keep Datu for her until May." To which I responded, "Are you out of your mind? You're going to keep a dog here from January to May. Our kids are going to get attached to him, and then you're going to give him back?" But it was too late. Shirley had made a commitment, and Datu was staying. I should explain at this point that soon after I left to go to the airport, Helene called a friend, and the two of them went up north to cottage country, where Andre told her he had lost the dog. They went to the police station and learnt that someone had reported finding a dog. The police directed her to the house, where she found Datu, but she was faced with another problem. Shirley had kept in touch with Helene, and when she heard about it, she told Helene that she would keep Datu for her. That's how we got the dog. As I expected, Shirley and the children became very attached and fell in love with Datu. In fact, Datu became Shirley's dog and was her constant companion. As for me, I knew that I would be giving the dog back in May, so I didn't allow myself to get attached. I kept my distance. Shirley's dad, who wasn't well at the time, used to come to visit us, and along with Shirley and the kids, he became very attached to Datu too. He especially enjoyed taking him for walks. However, in April, he became very ill, and just about the last thing he said to Shirley before he died was, "Don't give the dog back. You can't do that." When May came around, Helene got an apartment and said to me, "I've moved into my apartment, and now it's time for me to get Datu back. Please bring him to work with you tomorrow." That was on a Thursday, and she wanted to take him home Friday night. On Friday morning, I came to work without the dog, and I said to Helene, "I did not bring Datu. I'm sorry, but I cannot give him back. My kids are attached to him, and he's attached to our family. I cannot do that to my kids. I'm sorry, but I cannot give you back the dog." "You can't do that to me. I went to all the effort and expense to get my own apartment so I could have Datu with me. Your kids will get over it. You all have each other. I am alone. You've got to give me back my dog." She made such a case, I could not argue with her, so I agreed to take the dog to her that evening. Shirley and I picked up the children and Datu, and we went to Helene's apartment. She made a big to-do about Datu, and then it came time for us to leave, and the kids started to carry on. "Datu, we can't leave Datu," they wailed. It was heartbreaking, but we left Datu with Helene, and we all went to a movie. We saw the 10 Commandments. I will always remember that because of the circumstances of our going to see it. For the entire weekend, everyone was in mourning for Datu. It was all very sad. On Monday morning, I went to work, and Helene was there with Datu. "What happened?" I asked. "You know you can't bring the dog to work." "I've decided to give Datu back to you. It's not fair to Datu because he has never been alone. He has always been in a house with people, but with me he's going to live all day in the house by himself, and it's just not fair to him. I got a price for another Schnauzer puppy on the weekend. It will cost me $500. Like a shot, I said, "Okay, you've got the $500. I was so excited at that moment. I realized that despite our beginning, I too had come to love Datu. That evening, I took Datu home to everybody's delight. He lived with us for 11 years until he died. He was a fabulous dog, the giver and the recipient of much love and affection. I've told this story not only because Datu was an important member of our family for 11 years, but also because it illustrates the kind of relationships we had within our company. Like Helene, when people joined us, they became like family almost right away. Chapter 8. Further Expansion. As time passed, we continued to expand our maternity business across the country until we had about 55 stores. By the mid-70s, we were living with a major problem. None of the three principals of the company, my father, Jack, nor I, had the competence we needed to run and manage a retail fashion chain spread out across Canada. So we decided to bring in some new management and began to build an infrastructure. Of course, more people and more infrastructure involved more cost, and 55 small maternity stores could not support the additional cost. We needed to grow our business. If we did not grow, we would not have the synergies and the economies of scale we needed to be financially viable. Given the demographics of Canada, it was becoming difficult to continue expanding our maternity business simply because further expansion would eventually lead to our cannibalizing our existing stores. That was a serious problem for us because the maternity business was the only business we were in. So we began to explore other avenues for growth, and information came our way that once again set us off in a new direction. The plus-size business. At the time, maternity garments were made large and oversized to hide pregnancy. That meant that many maternity garments could accommodate plus-size customers. Our maternity stores were the only stores where plus-size ladies could find younger, fashionable clothes to fit them. So many of them came to our maternity stores to shop, and we realized that there was a need in the marketplace for younger, stylish, plus-size fashions. At the same time, plus-size women in the United States were also demanding younger, more fashionable styles. The U.S. maternity manufacturers were the first to respond to this demand. They started to produce some of their maternity styles in plus sizes, and they were very successful. Several of them encouraged me to start a retail division for plus size clothing in Canada. So the combination of knowing from our own experience that there was a growing demand for plus sizes, having access to reliable sources from the US, and knowing that we would soon max out our maternity business led us to start a new retail division for younger, fashionable plus sizes, Additionnel. In May 1979, I hired Louise Tanguay as the buyer for the new Additionnel division, and we set out to reinvent the plus-size business for Canada. I say reinvent because there was already a well-established plus-size business, Pennington's, but it catered primarily to mature women. Louise and I worked well together, and in the fall of 1979, we opened our first Additionnel store in Montreal in the St. Bruno Shopping Centre. Although it got off to a slow start, over time, as we learned more about our customers, our assortments became more focused and we started to do well. By the late 80s, we had expanded the division across the country to about 85 stores and were the dominant retailer for the younger fashion-conscious plus-size customer in Canada. In the spring of 1993, we started another plus-size division featuring casual sports clothing for even younger customers, AE Sport & Company. And in 1997, after we had about 30 AE Sport stores, we started a third plus-size division called Lingerie by Additionnel. The three separate divisions were combined into one large store with 3 doors under 3 separate banners. By the time we sold the business in 2002, we actually had more than 200 plus-size stores under those 3 banners in 85 locations. As that business grew, I backed off from the day-to-day buying and merchandising and became more involved in management, organizational development, and strategy. As I backed off, Louise Tanguay took on more and more responsibility. As Vice President of Merchandise for the plus-size division, Louise was unquestionably responsible for the success of that business. More family dynamics. In the meantime, we had to deal with some challenging family matters. I mentioned that our early years were an enormous struggle. We went through several years on the verge of bankruptcy and were under constant financial pressure. Given my father's background, those years were very hard on him. He was terribly afraid that he and his family would not make a living and that all of us would be out on the street. He wanted us to be very conservative and to avoid taking risks. On the other hand, I was determined to build the business. I was like Lord Nelson. I put my hand over my good eye and said, I do not see the enemy. I just kept plodding along, building and expanding. So my dad and I found ourselves pulling in opposite directions, and this created a lot of friction between the two of us. When my younger sister Ellen married Peter Shapiro, Peter had not yet established himself in a career, and as we were already in a family business, we invited him to come in as a partner. However, because Peter had almost no business experience, we immediately became not just three incompetents driving the business, we were four, and that added more tension. As I added more staff to our management team, my father and Jack felt more and more isolated, and this too added tension. Unfortunately, the strain of our business relationships spilled over into our private lives and affected everyone in the family. Sadly, we lived with those dynamics for almost 8 years until my father died. So much for a family business. A chicken farm? At one point in the early years when we were having financial difficulties and my father was afraid that we wouldn't make it, he went to visit a cousin in Connecticut who had a successful chicken farm. While he was there, he inquired into the possibility of our entire family moving to Connecticut and opening up another chicken farm. His cousin thought that was a good idea, and my dad came home very excited by the prospect and suggested that we close down the business where all of us were working very hard and accomplishing very little, and all move to Connecticut and start a chicken farm. He told us, I don't see us being successful in the retail fashion business. It is a very difficult business, and I'm sure we could do much better in the chicken business. When Shirley heard this, she stood up, put her hands on her hips, and said, I am not moving from Montreal, and I am not going to Connecticut to live in chicken shit. Besides, I have faith that we will make it in the fashion business, and we don't need to run away. And that was that. If she wasn't going, I wasn't going, so none of us went. The story of Sally Simmons in Edmonton was not an isolated case. It showed how inept we were as an organization at that time. As we continued our expansion nationally, we needed more help, so I decided to search for an executive vice president to help us manage the company. I contacted Alan Etkovich, an industrial psychologist who specialized in executive placement, and asked him to do a search for an executive vice president. He agreed, but he told me that in order to find someone who would complement me, he would have to get to know me better. He asked me to come in for 2 days of intensive aptitude testing, which I did. A couple of days later, I met with him to review the results. He opened our discussion with, Max, according to the test results and my interviews with you, it is my opinion that you do not have the temperament or ability to manage a medium to large size company. If you persist and expand your business beyond where it is, you will fail. You are not a businessman. You are best suited to be a social worker. Considering what was to happen over the next 30 years, one cannot argue that he was completely wrong. In fact, he was actually quite accurate. The person he was describing was really who I was at the time. I accepted Etkovich's evaluation as being the truth. However, I refused to accept that I could not change that truth, and I started to explore what it would take to become an effective leader of an organization. As things turned out, I did not follow through with Mr. Etkovich's mandate to hire an executive vice president because I had an opportunity to hire someone I knew. In 1978, MIA Fashions, a fashion retailer in Montreal, went bankrupt, and I was able to persuade Lori Lewin, the executive vice president of that company, to join our organization. Lori had been trained as a professional manager in the UK before coming to Canada, and he brought with him a whole set of management skills, abilities, and experience that we hadn't had up until then. He was a valuable asset to our business and a great compliment to me personally. A couple of years later, in 1980, I further strengthened our management team when I invited James Laundrie to join us. James was a CA and had been a partner with our accounting firm. He joined us as a VP Finance and over time became Executive Vice President, the number 2 person in the company and my closest confidant. James remained with the company in that capacity until Shirmax was sold in 2002. I will have more to say about both Lori and James later. In 1978, when my son Philip was 15, he spent a year at a school on a kibbutz in Israel. Not long after Lori joined us, Shirley and I went to Israel to visit Philip. Coincidentally, my parents were in Israel on holiday at the same time. While there, Shirley and I spent 4 very special days with my mother and father in Jerusalem. The business pressures and conflicts between my father and me were left in Montreal, and we enjoyed a marvelous time together. My father knew everything about the history and geography of Israel, and he took charge. He was our tour guide, and he gave us an incredible lesson on that country. It was a wonderful experience. When Shirley and I returned home, we left Philip in school and my parents to finish their holiday in Israel. From our time together there, I saw how different my father was away from the business and how happy he could be. That experience made me aware of the sacrifices we were making by having my father in the business with me. I decided the time had come for him to retire. Peace with my father. My parents returned from Israel the day before I was scheduled to leave on a buying trip to Europe. That evening, I said to my dad, "I'm leaving for Europe on a buying trip tomorrow, but before I go, I want to tell you that I think it's time for you to leave the business. The strain of the business and our family relationships is taking its toll on you, and it's costing us all dearly. When I come back from Europe, I would like us to go to Florida, and I will help you buy an apartment for you and Mom. You can spend winters there and the summers here. Dad, we've got to do this. It is time for you to leave the business." I tormented myself before I approached my dad with this proposition. I was sure he would be devastated and would absolutely refuse. I was prepared for a battle, but to my surprise he agreed, and so I left for Europe the next day. On the plane trip over, I began to feel very uneasy. The way my dad gave in was totally out of character for him, and I wondered if he was becoming depressed again. Unfortunately, it was much worse than that. 2 weeks later, when I returned to Montreal, Shirley met me at the airport with the news that my dad was in the hospital with lung cancer and a brain tumor. He was dying. I was devastated, as were we all. My dad had been a chain smoker since he was 14, and I guess it caught up with him. I went to the hospital and did not leave his bedside day and night. I shaved him and washed him, and I took care of him until he died 7 weeks later. Ironically, he did not die as a result of his cancer. The doctors had actually projected an additional year for him. He died 48 hours after his first chemotherapy treatment, which knocked out his immune system. Although our grief was almost beyond our ability to endure, those 7 weeks were truly amazing. My father was dying, but he quickly came to terms with it, and he actually seemed to embrace it. He had spent his entire life in a huge struggle. He worried about everything and worried for everyone, and most of all, he lived with huge guilt of having survived the Holocaust. For the first time in his 66 years, he gave up struggling and was at peace. His only concern was for our mother and her well-being after he was gone. He had always kept his affairs in order, so there was very little to do in that respect. He spent his last days empowering all of us. He called us together and spoke to us as a group, and then to each of us separately. He gave us each a lecture, his advice on how we should live our lives, and he gave us his blessing. Before he died, he told me in front of everyone that as his eldest son, he expected me to take care of the family. I was honored that he expressed that kind of confidence in me. Those 7 weeks were a blessing for all of us. Although there was a lot of sadness, there was also a huge amount of love and inspiration. The fact that our father was dying became a catalyst for us to put aside whatever family difficulties we were having. From that time on, we have all been a wonderful, supportive family to each other. I mentioned earlier that my dad was a Kazan. I loved to go to services when he was officiating. He had a beautiful voice and put an incredible amount of heart into chanting the services. I was so proud of him. In the last weeks before he died, although he was weakening continuously, he recorded many of the songs and chants from various services. He wanted that to be a part of his legacy to his family. We all have copies of those tapes and we cherish them dearly. Soon after my father passed away, Jack decided that it was time for him to leave the business. He had raised the subject with me on several occasions in the past, but I had always been able to talk him out of it. Jack was my best friend and we worked very well together. But I knew he was not happy, so I agreed. I arranged to buy him out, and at the same time I also bought Peter out. Thus, each of us went our separate ways in business. Eliminating the tensions in our business relationships allowed us to appreciate each other and to become the family we are now. Chapter 9: Personal Development. When I hired Lori Lewin as our executive vice president in 1978, we had about 55 maternity stores and had not yet started the Additional division. Within days of his joining us, I left on my 2-week trip to Israel and left Lori in charge. A week after I returned from Israel, I again left for a 2-week buying trip to Europe. When I returned from that trip, I spent 7 weeks with my father in the hospital and a week sitting Shiva after his death. So I had been away from the office for 13 weeks. I knew that Lori had made some staff changes during my absence, but it was only when I came back that I became aware of the extent of those changes. Lori had replaced most of our senior people with people who had been part of his team at MIA Fashions. Lori was a very strong and assertive executive, and given that he had many of his people strategically placed in most key positions, he was effectively in control. In no time, Lori and I began to butt heads. Not only did he take charge of what I had hired him to do, help me run the company, he took over completely. I felt shut out and like a stranger in my own company. As each month passed, I felt more and more displaced and inept. I kept backing off, and the weaker I showed myself to be, the stronger Lori became. It was clear to everyone who was in charge. Finally, I decided that I had lost control and that there was no way I could get it back. The best thing I could do was try to sell the company and salvage whatever I could. So I went to the managing partner of our accounting firm and asked him to help me find a buyer. After making that decision, I took a week's holiday with Shirley at a Club Med in Haiti. One afternoon, I was sitting on the beach chatting with Ellie Stahl, a woman we had met at the club, and she asked me what I did for a living. I told her about losing control of the company and my decision to sell. I said I did not know what I would do next. After listening to my story, Ellie said, "It seems to me that you are making a very serious decision, and I wonder if you have really thought it through. I recently attended a 2-weekend course called the S Training, which I found very enlightening. I think that course would help you clarify what you are doing and why you are doing it. I really urge you to consider it. There is an evening introductory session you can attend and then decide if you would like to take the course." I told Shirley about my conversation with Ellie, and in light of our positive experience with Marriage Encounter, we both decided to attend the introductory evening session. We also invited our 18-year-old son Philip to join us. The three of us registered for the course. A couple of weeks later, along with approximately 300 other participants, we attended the 2-weekend program. At that time, the training was offered by the EST organization, which was headquartered in California. Several years later, EST became Landmark Education, and the course was replaced by the Landmark Forum. Landmark Education today offers personal development programs in 26 countries and is considered to be the largest off-campus educational institution in the world. Of all the times my guardian angel has directed me, none was more significant than her arranging for that chance encounter with Ellie Stahl, because the S training turned out to be the single most important and powerful experience of my life. For me, the experience was transformational, and I can say unequivocally it was a turning point in my life. I now look at my life as before and after the training. The S Training, the Forum. The S Training was designed to help participants achieve a new level of self-awareness and live a life that works. It teaches you to expand your awareness moment by moment and empowers you to become an observer in your own life. It is as if you become two people, one, the actor or the doer, the other, the observer. When you can actually observe yourself in play in your life, you can identify those behaviors that are not contributing to you and change them. The ability to be an observer in your life gives you the power to create and live a life that works. The training started me on a journey of exploration and self-discovery. I became intrigued with the sources of personal power, both in the context of one's own life and in the context of large organizations. That program inspired me to take many more advanced landmark courses over the next 10 years, and it was through them that I came to understand more about who I was, what was driving me, and how I behaved, reacted, and responded to life's events. From all that work, I became empowered to such an extent that over time, it was as if I had become a new person. The training gave me new insights into how we live as human beings and how we can live with much more control and power. Now let me explain using responsibility as an example. Before taking the training, my idea of the meaning of responsibility was to embrace, take care of, and handle my obligations. I had to do the right thing. I had to look after my family, earn a living, obey the law, etc. In short, I was like most people, a responsible citizen. However, the training gave me new meanings, new distinctions for responsibility. I expanded my understanding and embraced responsibility in a much more powerful way. I began to see myself as the cause of everything that affects my life. I understood that I am not responsible for events and circumstances that I do not create and over which I have no control. However, I came to understand that I am the creator of and responsible for the interpretations and meanings I apply to those events and circumstances. The weather is a good example. If I look out the window on a rainy day, I can say, "Woe is me, another miserable, rainy, dismal day." That's one interpretation I can apply, or I can take responsibility for my well-being and apply another interpretation. I can say, "Thank God for the rain. It's going to make everything green and lush. I love this time of year." The first interpretation does not make me feel good and does not contribute to my well-being. On the other hand, the second interpretation does. Put another way, although I have no control over the weather, I can take responsibility and control how I allow the weather to affect me. So, my quality of life is affected more by the interpretations and meanings I apply to events and circumstances than by the events and circumstances themselves. And if the interpretations and meanings I apply to events and circumstances do not contribute to my well-being, inasmuch as they are my creations and I had the power to create them in the first place, then I also have the power to change them. I can create them another way so they do contribute to my well-being. In summary, my new distinctions for and my broadened understanding of responsibility gave me both power and some control over my quality of life. My eyes were open to the fact that I had not taken responsibility and that I had not managed that in the past. I had lived my life as a victim of events and circumstances. Closure. A case in point was my troubled relationship with my father. I had taken no responsibility for the breakdown in our relationship. Indeed, I blamed him and held him responsible for everything that had gone wrong between us. I felt that he had been unfair to me and had judged me wrongly over several important family issues. I was deeply hurt and very angry. I loved my dad dearly. I had enormous respect for him, and I always had sought his approval, but it seemed to me that I could never get it. When my father died, I remember standing over his grave as they lowered his coffin into the ground, and in my grief I mumbled under my breath, "How could you have done this to us? With all your wisdom, how could you have been so blind?" I carried that blame and anger with me for another 3 years until I took the training. Around 2 a.m. on the third day of the training, I had a breakthrough. I was sitting in the course room very tired and not consciously listening. My defenses were down. A man who had been sitting a couple of rows behind me stood up, took the microphone, and began sharing. "I have been sitting here thinking about my relationship with my father," he said, "and I see that I have not been a good son. I have never allowed myself to understand or see my father's point of view. I have taken no responsibility for our relationship and have been blaming him for all that is wrong between us." Those words caught my attention, burned into my foggy mind, and I thought, "Oh my God, that's exactly how I have been with my own dad." I realized I too had not considered his point of view, his needs, his fears, or whatever was driving him. I had been totally blind to my responsibility in the breakdown, and I had not taken responsibility for the relationship. I saw that as much as anything else, it was my interpretation of what my dad said and did that had contributed to the breakdown. At that moment, I took responsibility for our relationship, and it was transformed forever. A few days later, I went to the cemetery, stood over my dad's grave, and said, "Rest in peace, my dear father." The anger and hurt were gone. Even though I could not talk it out with him in person, I took responsibility for my part in the matter, and what is left now is only love and understanding. I now have a great relationship with my father, and I contribute that result entirely to my new distinction for responsibility. Taking back the company. Before I took the training, I was having an ongoing argument with Laurie Lewin over a project that he wanted to put into place, but which I felt was inappropriate. However, he just kept moving ahead with his plan. On the Monday after I had completed the training, Laurie and I attended our regular Monday afternoon management meeting with about 20 managers from different departments to review the previous week's sales, discuss strategies, and make decisions on appropriate actions. The meeting was in Laurie's office, which happened to be a large corner office overlooking the parking lot. He was chairing the meeting, and I was one of the attendees. The first order of business was to put his plan, with which I did not agree, on the table for final polishing. When he introduced the topic for discussion, I said, "Laurie, we're not going forward with this plan." Our exchange then went something like this: "What are you talking about? We've put weeks of work into this and we're ready to move forward." "I know, and I'm sorry about that, but I've never agreed with this plan. It is a wrong strategy. I don't believe in it, and I cannot allow it to go ahead." "I don't have to put up with this. We agreed on this, and we're going ahead." "No, we are not." "You're right. You don't have to put up with this. That's your decision, but we are not going ahead with this plan." Everyone in the room was dumbstruck. They had never seen me go up against Laurie before. He said, "Okay." Then he got up, put his briefcase on his desk, stuffed it with a bunch of papers, put on his jacket, picked up his briefcase, and walked out. He had to pass his office windows to get to his car, which was parked right outside his office. There was absolute silence in the room while everyone watched him take out his key and put it in the car door. He stood there for a few seconds, then he pulled out the key, turned around, and came back into his office. He put his briefcase down on his desk and said, "Well, I guess we're not going ahead with that project." At that moment, I had my company back. Before taking the training, I had been intimidated by Laurie, and as the CEO, I was not living up to my responsibilities to lead the company. Out of the training, I became empowered, and I was no longer intimidated, and I assumed my proper role as leader. In retrospect, it is clear that I had not yet developed many management skills. I should not have confronted Laurie as I did in front of the entire team that included people who reported to him. I should have handled the matter with him one-on-one before the meeting. It was very lucky for me that he turned around and came back, because Laurie was a great asset at Shirmax. After that, we worked fabulously well together for the next several years. Then one day, Laurie received an offer from a company in the UK, which he felt he could not pass up, and he left Shirmax. We kept in touch while he was in England. Eventually, he returned to Canada and has had a very successful career as the president and CEO of Licenza Corp. I have enormous respect for Laurie and what he has accomplished. The episode with Laurie and my revelation about my relationship with my father are only two examples of how my life changed and how I became empowered as a result of taking the training. My whole way of thinking changed. The way I looked at the world and how I allow events and circumstances to affect me changed. The way I interpret events and circumstances changed. The judgments that I brought to events and circumstances changed. The fundamental change was that I no longer lived my life as a disempowered victim. I began to operate from strength and with personal power. Chapter 10. Further Education. After the training, I took many other courses and seminars offered by the EST organization, and I continued to broaden my vision for what was possible in both my business and my personal life. All of them contributed to my education and to my seeing the possibility of building an extraordinary organization and living an extraordinary life. The Body Seminar and the Marathon. The Body Seminar was an associated course I took right after the training. It was the catalyst for another significant change in my life, from being relatively sedentary to becoming very physically active. I enrolled in the Body Seminar in April 1981 when I was 46 years old. The course itself focused on self-improvement and was designed to help participants experience all aspects of their body. We were encouraged to take a commitment to fix what we didn't like about our bodies if it was fixable, and if it was not fixable, to make friends with and like what we have. For me, that particular seminar led to an experience that harkened back to the traumatic race I ran in Barbados when I was 17 years old. To explain, when I started that seminar, I had a bit of a belly, and I was not prepared to make friends with it. I was too vain, so I decided to try to lose weight and the belly. I had been doing the dieting and weight dance for many years, 5 pounds up, 5 pounds down, and I knew that if it was going to be different this time, I had to make a long-term commitment to lose weight and keep it off. Now, it just so happened that I had watched the running of the marathon at the Olympics on television a year earlier. That race really impressed me. Because I had had a little experience as a runner when I was 17, I was in awe of the people who could run a marathon, a 42-kilometer race. Until then, I had never thought of running a marathon, but at the Body Seminar, running a marathon seemed like a good way to shed some weight and lose the belly. So I stood up and declared to the room, I will run the Montreal Marathon in September. And I started training. 5 months of training for a 42-kilometer race is a very short training period, especially if you have not been exercising regularly and you are out of shape. Nonetheless, I watched my food intake, trained vigorously, and ran and ran and ran. I lost 40 pounds, suffered various injuries, had many cortisone shots, visits to chiropractors, etc. The training also intruded on my family life. When my family was having supper, I was out running. When Shirley wanted to socialize in the evening, I was out running. My whole life at that time became focused on training and running. Eventually, Shirley put her foot down. I needed her support, and I got it, but only on the condition that I would do only one marathon. During the training period, I also received a lot of support from Ruben Reisler, who I met at the Body Seminar. He became a lifelong friend as well as my running buddy. On the day of the marathon, I took the subway to St. Helens Island, where the running was to begin. On the way, I was surrounded by dozens of young men and women. They made me very aware of my age, and I asked myself, Max, are you nuts? What are you doing here? I took my position on the bridge with about 8,000 other runners and waited for the race to begin. I was intimidated by the whole situation. There were 2 young black men standing next to me who were obviously in great physical shape. They were hopping up and down, warming up like 2 magnificent racehorses, anxious to start running. Now that was intimidation. Again, I asked myself, Max, what are you doing here? The starter's gun went off and the race began. The 2 black runners took off and quickly disappeared. My training partner, Ruben, had agreed to meet me at a predetermined spot and run the last 16 kilometers with me as support. When he joined me, I was already struggling, but I had had the support of family and friends along the way to cheer me on, and every time I saw a familiar face, it gave me renewed energy, and I kept going. At about 34 kilometers, I hit the wall. Now, anyone who has never had the experience is unlikely to understand what that means. You just run out of steam. You become completely depleted and you have nothing left. Every step is agony and is executed with a groan. You are sure you cannot take another 10 steps. With the finish line still 7 kilometers away, I said to Reuben, "It's all over. I have nothing left and I can't go any further." He tried to encourage me and I managed a few more steps. Then I saw the 2 black guys lying by the side of the road, finished. That sight brought back the vision of my race in Barbados when I had been intimidated because the runner ahead of me was black and I didn't even try. But seeing those 2 black guys lying on the side of the road gave me a surge of energy that enabled me to finish the race. I ran that marathon in 4 hours and 10 minutes. At the finish line, I couldn't wait to find Shirley to say, "I'm sorry, but I've got to do another one." I didn't do this marathon, it did me. My training time had been too short, I had lost too much weight, and I had not been adequately conditioned. I was not strong enough. A year later, I ran the New York Marathon with 2 good friends, Marvin Helfenbaum of Montreal and Joel Schwartz of New York City. It was their first marathon. Our plan was to run together. Marvin knew I had hit the wall in my first marathon, and he was determined that none of us would hit the wall in New York. He was very disciplined and developed a running strategy for us. He had set times for every 5 kilometers to ensure that we ran more slowly at the beginning so that we had enough energy to finish the race. I was better trained and in much better condition for New York than I had been for Montreal. I had also put back some weight and I was much stronger. At about 25 kilometers, I said to Marvin and Joel, "I'm sorry, but I can't hold back anymore," and I took off and left them behind. I ran much faster for the balance of the race and finished in 3 hours and 44 minutes, feeling very strong and not at all depleted. But even though I had had a great marathon, I was not satisfied. I felt sure I could have run a much better time had I not held back in the first half. So I ran another marathon in Montreal a year later. Then my wife's patience ran out. Although I stopped running marathons, I remained a serious runner for another 8 years until I switched to power walking and biking. I have never given up my commitment to staying physically fit. My thanks to the Body Seminar. Training for and running a marathon requires a major commitment and an enormous amount of effort. In fact, it often requires more effort than you feel you can give. I have enormous respect for anyone who can make that kind of commitment and actually complete a marathon. The lesson I learned from my marathon experience is that one of the criteria for success is doing whatever it takes. If anyone were to ask me today, what do the people who have built successful businesses and sustained them over time have in common? I would answer, it is doing whatever it takes. No, yes, but. It's too difficult or I can't do it. You simply do whatever it takes. My marathon days instilled that in me. Doing whatever it takes became part of my way of being, and I believe that attitude has contributed substantially to whatever success I have had. The 6-day course. By far the most powerful course I took with Est was the 6-day course, which was given at a location in the Catskill Mountains. The course focused on the study of 5 principles: responsibility, commitment, integrity, impeccability, support, giving and receiving. From studying these principles, participants learned new distinctions for them. New distinctions meaning new understandings, new insights, new perspectives, and new meanings for those principles. For 5 consecutive days, we spent 18 hours a day studying each principle. On the 6th day, we had an activity-based event called the Ropes course. where we applied the new distinctions we had learnt for these principles. The ropes course was a one-day event involving several intimidating and challenging physical tests that included rappelling oneself backwards down a rock face, traversing a gorge by pulling oneself across a span of ropes strung between two mountain peaks, and a number of other equally challenging feats. Let me describe the circumstances under which I acquired my new distinctions. Before participants were allowed to enroll in the 6-day course, we were required to make a commitment to 2 conditions. The first was that we would do exactly what we were told, and the second was that we would participate fully in the ropes course. Anyone who would not or could not commit to these 2 conditions would not be accepted. I agreed to the conditions and I enrolled. There were about 130 of us in the course. The course room, where we spent 18 hours a day, was set up theater style with an elevated platform at the front where the course leader sat. We slept approximately 2 to 4 hours a day. We had 1 hour for dinner and 2 short rest breaks. On the first day, the course leader introduced himself and talked a bit about what we could expect over the next 6 days. He also reminded us of our 2 commitments: to do as we were told, and to complete the ropes course. He then asked us to turn around and to look towards a far corner of the room where there was a huge pile of what looked like junk, bundles of tangled up rope, wheels, mallets, pegs, pulleys, and more. And then said, "You see that pile of stuff over there? That's your ropes course. We have a ropes course leader on staff who knows how to set up all this equipment. The day before your ropes course, a group of volunteers will come here, take instructions from the ropes course leader, and those volunteers are going to set up your course. You will be putting your lives on the ropes that they set up for you." Everyone was horrified. Volunteers will be setting up the ropes course? Nobody told me about this before I enrolled. This is outrageous. I've been deceived. It isn't right. I'm going to die on that ropes course, etc., etc. "I'm going to die on that ropes course" became the foundation on which we went on to study the 5 principles, with the specter of death constantly in the background. A good example of how our fear of dying was used to reinforce what we were learning occurred on the day we explored the principle of commitment. We had spent the entire day defining, discussing, debating, and dissecting everything anyone could possibly imagine about commitment. About 2 in the morning, everyone was very tired. The course leader asked us, would everybody please stand up? So we all stood up. Then he said, "Thank you, now sit down." Everyone sat down. "Please stand up." We stood up. "Now sit down." We sat down. He continued having us stand up and sit down. By the 10th time, half the room remained seated. By the 20th time, no one stood up. After a long silence, our course leader asked, "What's going on here? I asked you to stand up. Why aren't you standing up? I thought that when you enrolled in this course, you made a commitment to do as you are told." Then the answers poured forth. "Yes, but this doesn't make any sense. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, we're tired, and you're asking us to stand up and sit down for no good reason. There's no purpose to this. This is childish. I'm not a robot. I'm not going to do what you say if it doesn't make sense," and so on. The course leader then asked a second time, "But didn't you make a commitment that you would do as you are told?" And the answers came again. "Yes, but this doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. I'm not just going to stand here and have you take advantage of me," and on and on. "But you made a commitment that you would do as you were told." Now, if whatever I ask you to do is not comfortable or does not make sense to you, you're not going to do it? So what does that say about what commitment means to you? Apparently, the way you live with commitment is that you're committed only for as long as it's comfortable or convenient, as long as it makes sense to you. But the moment you're not comfortable or the commitment doesn't suit you, you're not committed anymore. Now let's just think about that. If the volunteers who are coming here to set up your ropes course are committed the way all of you are committed, that is, as long as everything is comfortable, convenient, and makes sense to them, then someone is going to die on that ropes course. If the ropes course leader says, I want you to hammer this peg into the rock 100 times to make sure the sucker never moves, and a volunteer thinks that he knows better than the course leader and decides that 30 times is enough, and it is stupid to do more, someone will die on that course. Don't think you are unique. Most people live their lives with exactly the same kind of commitment all of you have just shown. Now every one of you has to come to terms with what commitment really means to you. If you are committed only as long as it's comfortable or it suits you, then you are not keeping your word. That's not commitment. And that's not what we've spent the last 18 hours talking about. So from a background of someone dying on the ropes course, everyone in the room embraced a powerful new distinction for commitment. And from that same background, we went on to study and learn powerful new distinctions for responsibility, integrity, impeccability, and support. We also learned that even though the volunteers had never set up a ropes course before, all of them had already taken the 6-day course, and so they were living out of those same distinctions and applying those distinctions to setting up the course. Nothing would be left to chance. We were safe. Discovering a truth. On day 4 of the course, we studied integrity. Late that evening, I had an experience that highlighted for me how much my organization did not work, and it focused me on what was missing in the company in a way that nothing ever had before. That experience created a new beginning for Shirmax. Outside the course room, the participants were divided into small groups of 8, which functioned as support groups. Maria Mutsov, a woman from Montreal, was one of the members of my support group, and at one point during a late break, she came over to me and asked, Max, what's the matter? You look like you're upset and having a hard time. I told her everything was fine and that I was not upset, but she kept pressing me, and I realized that truly I was not myself. I was very impressed with the organization that ran the 6-day course and how effective they were. By comparison, my organization was grossly ineffective. None of the principles we were studying, responsibility, commitment, integrity, impeccability, and support, especially in the light of my new distinctions for them, existed in my organization. After I had shared all this with Maria, she said something to the effect of, Max, aren't you being a little hard on yourself? Maybe you're focusing too much on the negative and not appreciating all the positive aspects of your organization. I am familiar with your company and I think you should be proud of it. It's not just a money-making enterprise. You are making a difference in your community. You are dressing pregnant women and helping them feel good about themselves. Have you any idea how important your contribution is to them? And as if that wasn't enough, you found another huge void in the marketplace, plus sizes. You are giving plus-size women the opportunity to dress well and feel good about themselves too. Also, I run a placement service, and from time to time I try to steal people from your company. I can't get them to move. So you can't tell me that you're not doing a lot of things right. I don't think you're justified in feeling the way you do. Tell me, Max, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your organization? I thought for a moment, and in the light of what Maria had just said to me, I replied about 7 out of 10. And Maria said, so there you are. Sure, you have some fixing to do, but I don't see that it warrants your being depressed about it. I felt much better when we resumed our session. I went to bed around 4:30 a.m., and even though I was sleep deprived and dead tired, I could not fall asleep. As I said earlier, we had studied integrity, telling the truth that day, and lying there, visualizing my company at work. It became clear to me that I had not told Maria or myself the truth when I rated the company 7 out of 10. With my new distinctions as a backdrop, I saw that our management group was not operating as a team with a common objective. They were not supporting each other and pulling in the same direction. No one was taking responsibility. Rather than supporting each other, everyone was being defensive, undermining, and blaming everyone else. There was a lot of complaining and frustration. Commitment, integrity, and impeccability were not part of our culture. Everyone was vying for my attention, and I was caught in the middle. All of the responsibility for everything was on my shoulders. It was clear to me that by any definition of an organization that works, my organization did not work. In the morning, I went straight to Maria at breakfast, and I said to her, "Maria, I am out of integrity with you. Last night I told you that on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate my company as 7. That is not the truth. The truth is that 2 out of 10 would be generous." That moment was one of the most important ahas of my business life. I saw that I had not been telling the truth about the state of affairs in my company and how much not telling the truth costs. I also began to understand how difficult it would be for me to transform the company into an effectively run organization. After experiencing my new distinctions at work in the ropes course, I saw that if I could live my life out of these 5 principles, I would have the makings of an extraordinary life. And if I could bring those same principles into my business, it would create incredible workability. So I made a commitment to bring these principles into both my life and the organization. My enthusiasm to make that happen was truly boundless, and I put a lot of pressure on all my senior management to take the training. That upset a lot of people, and they refused because they felt I was pushing them beyond the scope of business and intruding into their personal lives. But that did not dampen my commitment to bring those principles into the company. I just had to find another way. Harvey Horowitz. After the 6-day course, Shirley and I enrolled in a communications workshop which was also given by EST. Harvey Horowitz was the course leader of that workshop. He was a great teacher. From my experience with him in that workshop and other subsequent seminars, it was clear to me that he knew and understood all the principles and distinctions that I wanted to bring into the company, and that he lived his life according to those principles. Harvey was interested in doing some outside consulting, so I invited him to join our company. His mandate was to help me bring those principles and distinctions to the organization. On a day-to-day basis, Harvey also became my coach, helping me develop my communication and management skills. Harvey designed a number of workshops especially for us and presented them to all management. Within a short time, however, those programs were perceived as a covert way to expose them to the training. After about a year, there was a virtual revolt, and I received a delegation from the management group with an ultimatum to cease and desist from promoting anything that was even remotely associated with the training, or they would resign en masse. I was shocked by that development because truly I did not realize how zealous I had become and what effect my zeal was having on the people around me. Of course, I acceded to their demand. I had no choice. I agreed not to promote or even talk about anything related to the training at Shirmax. Harvey and I worked well together, and we developed a great relationship. However, under the circumstances, Harvey decided to leave Shirmax, but he did not leave me. Our relationship has continued until today, and even though I am no longer in business, I still consider him to be a mentor and dear friend. Despite my promise, a promise that I kept absolutely, my determination to create the kind of organization I envisioned did not wane for a moment. I simply stopped sharing the training with the people at Shirmax and started living my life out of the principles I had learned. I shared and promoted those principles as if they were my own. That was accepted by everyone, and over time I was able to shape and mold the Shirmax culture to embody those principles. But it was not an easy task, and it certainly did not happen overnight. Along the way, I continued to take other landmark courses in an effort to further my education and improve my management skills. Mastery of Empowerment. This course was given over several days at a location in the mountains of upstate New York. As the title clearly states, the course was about empowerment, learning how to empower others to be as good as they can be. 2 incidents occurred during that course that made deep impressions on me. There were about 75 people in the course. We were given an assignment by the course leaders to work together as a group to set up and operate a model business, a hypothetical organization and operation. The course leaders left us to our own devices but remained in the background as observers. It did not take long for the entire exercise to disintegrate into chaos. There was no leadership, people were not working together, and everyone had his or her own agenda. There was no team. Everyone was trying to outdo everyone else, and no one was listening. Eventually, my patience ran out, and I saw that it was necessary for someone to take charge, so I stepped in and imposed myself as the leader. The group was a mixed bag of people from many walks of life, including professionals and presidents of large corporations. I set out to try to bring everyone into line and create some order out of the chaos. That proved to be difficult, and when the going got really tough, my true colors emerged. My true colors at the time, that is. My management style was very heavy-handed, based on threats and orders to do it my way. Eventually, the course leaders stepped in to analyze what was going on in the room in terms of empowerment. The objective of the exercise, after all, was to get us in touch with the concept of empowerment and observe our ability to empower others. Because I had drawn attention to myself by trying to take charge, they used me, focusing on my behavior and my management style as an exercise of what not to do and what was inappropriate. They used me as a scapegoat and were very hard on me. It was clear to everyone from this exercise that I was a disaster as a leader. This was a Mastery of Empowerment course, and it was obvious that I didn't have any understanding at all of the meaning of empowerment. The experience was both confronting and humiliating. I came face to face with who I was as a leader, and it was one of the catalysts that triggered a process of change in my management style. I will always treasure the second incident. For the duration of the course, all the participants were assigned to teams. Each 8-member team functioned as a support group. Team members had the opportunity to observe each other, and on the final day, each team was asked to meet together, and each of the members took a turn in critiquing the other 7 members, not as criticism, but out of support. The objective was for each member of the group to contribute to the other members and make them aware of aspects of their lives that could be improved. There were no holds barred, and the sessions were very confronting, but they were also valuable opportunities to learn in a supportive environment how we were seen by others. One of the members of our group was an astronaut who had been a fighter pilot in the Korean War. He was the last to give his critique, so by the time he got to me, I had already been critiqued by 6 others, and I must admit I had taken quite a beating. When his turn came, he said, "Max, no matter what anybody else says, I would have you as my wingman any day." I never forgot that. I consider it the finest compliment anyone ever paid to me. He was saying that he would put his life in my hands. For me, that was very, very empowering. So Harvey was no longer with Shirmax, and I made a commitment to stop my crusade. However, my problems had not gone away, and I still blamed my executive team for all that was wrong with the company. I felt they were inept and ineffective, and that they could not help me take the company where I wanted it to go. I had pretty well decided that I had to replace most of them, but fortunately, before I could take any action, my guardian angel intervened by sending me David Melnick, who prevented me from making that terrible mistake. The AMA President's Course. Martin Richter was one of the owners of a major ladies' fashion buying office in New York. He was also one of my first mentors. I was on a buying trip to the Orient with Martin, and one Sunday afternoon after a busy week, we were resting by the pool at our hotel in Taiwan, and I shared my frustrations with him about how inept I felt we were as a company. Martin couldn't advise me as to strategies, but he recommended that I attend the President's Course offered by the American Management Association. He told me that the AMA teaches a management model that is used by most mid to large size organizations around the world. He suggested that if I took the President's Course, I would learn that management model and the processes fundamental to managing an organization effectively. I followed his recommendation and enrolled in the course. The course I attended was given at Pebble Beach Golf Course in California. It was a very difficult and intimidating experience for me. There were approximately 60 people, all of whom were accomplished executives and business leaders, and then there was me. I felt that by comparison I was inadequate and that I had none of the abilities or business acumen the others had. They were professional managers and I was a babe in the woods. From the course, I learned a structured approach to managing, and I was given a management model to follow and implement. David Melnick. David was one of the participants in my course. He was a lawyer and CEO of a trust company in Toronto. I guessed that because I felt so intimidated by the others, and maybe because David resembled my father, I gravitated towards him. From his first interactions and contributions in the course, it was clear that David had some very special abilities. He is a very knowledgeable and experienced business executive, skilled in the principles of business organization and management. He is also a genuine people person who is focused on empowerment. At the time, David was planning to resign from the trust company, and his future plans were still vague. I asked him if he would consider coming to Montreal on a part-time basis to help me with the management of my company. David came to Montreal and spent several days with us in a series of management meetings. At the end of those sessions, he came to me and said, "Max, I think you want something from me that I cannot give you. You are asking me to help you run your business. I cannot do that. I am not a retailer. You are much better at your business than I can possibly be, but I see that you need help with your management and leadership skills. Your people are not the problem, you are. You are the source of most of the problems here, and you are out of your depth trying to manage this group of executives. You need help. You need coaching on empowering your people. You act out of frustration. You are a yeller and a screamer, and you intimidate people. It is amazing that they stay here and work with you. If you would like, I will undertake a mandate to be your coach, to help you improve your communication skills, teach you how to behave as a senior executive, and teach you how to empower your people and to be an effective leader. I can also help you bring structure and organization to your company." I said, "Thank you very much, David, but that's not what I need. You want to fix me, but that is not my priority. I need help running this company, and I was hoping you would help me with that. If you can, fine. If not, thank you." He said, "I'm sorry, Max, I cannot help you," and he left and went back to Toronto. Over the next couple of weeks, I was able to absorb all that David had said to me, and fortunately, I realized that everything he had said was true. I went to Toronto, met with David, and said, "Okay, I accept. We will do it your way." David worked with me as a coach for 2.5 years. Just as he was candid in his evaluation of me, he was equally frank in his ongoing coaching, teaching, and training. He watched me with a very critical eye. He didn't mince words, and he told me like it was. In many respects, my relationship with David mirrored the relationship I had had with my father. As with my father, it seemed I could do nothing right. But I welcomed his critiques and input because I knew what was at stake. I took it all, I absorbed it all. I was like a sponge. It was David who made me see, understand, that I had been the source of the problems we were having. Luckily, I never got around to a wholesale replacement of my executive team. Instead, over time, I learned to work with and empower them to be successful. After 2.5 years of David's intense coaching, I felt I had had enough. I said, "David, it's time for me to fly on my own," and that part of our relationship was over. However, he did stay on as one of my board of advisors, which became Shirmax board of directors when we went public in 1986. He remained on our board until the day we sold the company. David had a profound influence on me, and to whatever extent I improved over the years, much of the credit certainly goes to David. David and I remain very close friends. My reference to going public in 1986 brings to mind an incident that occurred several months later and which had its origins, albeit obliquely, in my early school days. Sometime after we went public, I was in a meeting with our auditor, Justin Fry, a senior partner of Coopers & Lebrun, our accounting firm at the time. Justin happened to mention that he was going to Bridgetown, Barbados for a few days to meet with the managing partner of Cooper & Lebrun in Barbados, a gentleman by the name of Trehane. "Trehane?" I asked. "There are many Trehanes in Barbados. What's his first name?" "Harold," Justin replied. "Harold Trehane? That's impossible," I said. "Harold Trehane was a boyhood friend of mine. We were both at the bottom of the class when we were in high school, and I know he quit school before graduating. I lost touch with him when I left Barbados." "Interesting," said Justin. "You wouldn't know then that a few years after leaving high school, Harold took a correspondence course in accounting and became a chartered accountant. Harold is now a very successful CA and has been the managing partner of our firm in Barbados for many years." "Well, I'll be damned," I said. "Please give him my very best regards when you see him." So when Justin Fry went to the island and met with Trehane, he started his conversation with, "One of our clients in Montreal, who is the CEO of a major public fashion retail company, asked me to pass along his best regards to you. His name is Konigsberg." "Konigsberg? Which Konigsberg?" "Max Konigsberg." "That's impossible. Max and I went to school together and we were both very poor students." "Well," Justin said, "for two students from the bottom of the class, you've both done very well for yourselves." "Well, I'll be damned," Harold said. And so it was that Harold Trehane came back into my life, and I'm happy to say that we have maintained contact ever since. I feel just as happy for his achievements and success as I'm sure he feels about mine. I tell this story here partly because of the coincidence of our reestablishing contact, but also because when we were boyhood friends, neither of us expected to become very much of anything, let alone successful. Chapter 11, Harvard. As part of my continuing education and David Melnick's strategy to shape me into an effective CEO, David recommended that I attend the Owners and Presidents Management course, OPM, at Harvard. The OPM course is essentially a high-level accelerated management program offered primarily to accomplished business owners and presidents. It is given in 3 one-month semesters over a 3-year period and requires 1 month in residence at Harvard for each of the 3 years. There were about 140 students in the class. Everyone was virtually handpicked because enrollment is limited to only a few executives from each business and professional category. There were 2 or 3 lawyers, 2 or 3 accountants, a couple from each of the different manufacturing, financial, investment, and retail sectors. As I recall, I was the only person from the retail, fashion, and manufacturing industry. The class was a very well-rounded community of senior business leaders. As with the AMA President's Course, most of the participants were experienced business executives. There was a lot of accumulated knowledge in the class. Again, this was another intimidating experience for me. I felt out of my depth and overwhelmed by my classmates. However, I looked on the course as a serious investment both in money and in time. I was there to learn as much as I possibly could, and I intended to get my money's worth and maximize my return for the time I was spending away from my home and business. Much of the course was based on the case method, and each day we studied a number of business cases. I kept wondering if I was getting anything out of it. There was so much to read and learn. I felt I could not absorb it all, and that some of it was beyond me. However, after each semester, when I returned to my business and my life at home, I was both surprised and gratified to discover how much I had learned and retained and was able to apply to my business. There was one particular episode that was especially exciting and memorable. The business game. Towards the end of the second semester, we began to hear occasional references to a business game, a 4-day competition at the end of the third and final semester. As I understood it, the purpose of the game was to test our abilities to apply virtually everything we had learned over our 3 semesters. The game itself was a computerized business model using a complicated business simulation program involving in-depth analysis and interpretation of massive amounts of information along with extensive background reading. Based on their analyses, teams of 4 would adopt strategies, make business decisions, and input data into the computer for a specific time frame. All the teams were competing with each other in the same market. I was totally intimidated by the prospect of having to play the game from the first moment I heard of it. My strengths are in buying and selling ladies' clothing. I am a fashion retailer. I am not a mathematical person, nor am I a strong reader. Also, I had never even touched a computer. The thought of spending my last 4 days at Harvard involved in a competitive computer game that was beyond me was terrifying. I was convinced I would not be able to participate effectively in the game, and I saw it as a humiliating way for me to end my days at Harvard. I lived through the last 1.5 semesters haunted by that specter, and my sense of dread increased exponentially as the game day approached. When competition day came, the class was divided into 35 teams of 4. Each team was selected randomly by computer and was identified by a number only. The names of the participants on each team were not identified, so each player knew only what team he/she was on and his/her 3 teammates, but they did not know who was on any other teams. I was on team number 7. I was intimidated, and that was my state of mind when Team 7 first got together as a group. It was also the state of mind from which I judged myself and my teammates. I knew I was incompetent, and I was hoping I would be able to ride inconspicuously on my teammates' coattails. I knew the other members of my team only by having seen them in class, and from what I observed, it was clear that this was not going to happen. One team member was a headhunter who I thought looked and spoke like a football player. I saw nothing about him that made me feel confident he would make any contribution, so I wrote him off. Another member was an engineer with a speech impediment and a perpetually disheveled look about him. I could not understand anything he said, and because of the image he presented, I did not want to hear anything he had to say. Another write-off. Our fourth teammate was a mystery man who, as far as I could tell, had paid his tuition just so he could say he had gone to Harvard. He rarely attended classes, he stayed out most of the night, and he barely participated in class when he was there. Total write-off. And then there was me. We were in trouble right from the get-go. The first thing we had to do as a team was to choose a leader. I wanted to hide out. The last thing I wanted was to be the leader of any team, especially this team, in a game that I thought was beyond me. But they chose me as leader anyway, and there I was. The game was played using the model of mid-sized companies in the business of manufacturing and selling widgets. All the teams were competing in the same market, and we were all given the same information every quarter. That information included all the data such a company would need to plan strategies and make and execute effective decisions. It also included such things as economic trends and projections, size of market, manufacturing costs, labor availability and costs, time frame to manufacture, availability and cost of financing, and much more. There were also numerous penalties for inefficiencies, such as manufacturing more inventory than could be sold, and for excess financing, etc. The business simulation covered a 4-year period, 16 quarters, with each of our days counting as 1 year. So each day we played 4 quarters. At the beginning of each quarter, we were given our own operating results for the last quarter, the operating results of all the other teams by number, and the updated economic data for the next quarter. At the beginning of each quarter, based on our operating results to date, the operating results of all the other teams, and our projections for the future, we entered our strategies for the next quarter into the computer. Those strategies were then evaluated by the computer, and the associated results were generated and published, so we all knew how every team was doing at the end of each quarter. We were competing in 3 categories: highest profit, largest market share, and highest return on equity. And so the game began. Our team started the first quarter like a performance of the Three Stooges, and I say 3 because our fourth teammate, the mystery man, was not there to participate. I was the leader, and I didn't have a clue where to begin. I was not able to get through reading all the information we had to cover, and even at that, I did not understand much of the data I did cover. The football player started the computer and began typing and talking a blue streak. I was so overwhelmed I could not internalize what he was saying. Meanwhile, our disheveled engineer was talking about some of the background material we had been given, but I couldn't make sense of what he was talking about. We were getting nowhere, and time for entering our moves for the first quarter was running out. We had to put something into the computer, so my two teammates collaborated and just entered some moves without any input from me. Shortly after the deadline for data input, the operating results of the first quarter were posted. Some teams had made as much as $500,000, others made less, a few broke even, and some lost money. Team 7, my team, lost $500,000 and stood 35th out of 35 teams. The three of us were depressed and visibly upset. We had nothing to say to each other. What could we say? We were looking at a disaster, and it seemed there was nothing we could do to make things better. The second quarter emulated the first, and we lost another $350,000. At lunchtime, I couldn't stand being with my teammates any longer, so I went to lunch with some friends from the class and complained to them about the situation I was in. I did not know how I was going to survive another 3.5 days of this torture. On my way out of the cafeteria, I met my professor and complained to him about our inability to participate in the game. He just dismissed me with, "Max, you'll do okay," and he turned and walked away. I decided I had had enough, and I went back to my room, intending to stay there and hide out all afternoon. In fact, I had decided to stay there for the next 3 days. I could not continue to subject myself to that much humiliation. While I was in my room, I absent-mindedly picked up the binder that had been given to us when we first arrived, containing profiles of all the people registered in the course. I casually opened it, and as my guardian angel would have it, flipped to the page with the picture and profile of my football player teammate. I read his profile and was amazed to learn that as a hobby he developed computer software, so obviously he was some kind of a computer whiz. I then looked at my other teammates' profiles and learned that our disheveled engineer was a distinguished scientist and mathematician with a list of degrees as long as my arm. I immediately went back to our meeting room and confronted my two teammates with their profiles. I asked the football player why he hadn't told me about his abilities with the computer. He said that he had tried to talk to me, but that I wasn't listening. Then I asked our engineer why he hadn't told me of his experience and background. He too said he had tried, but that I wouldn't listen. I was quiet for a while, then I said, "Well, I'm listening now." I then asked the football player, "Do you understand how to play this game on the computer?" "Absolutely." I then asked the engineer, "Can you absorb and analyze all the information and interpret it for me?" "For sure." Then I said, "I don't know how to use the computer, and I can't read all the background stuff, but the business of projecting, planning, manufacturing, and selling widgets is right up my alley. I've been making decisions like these for years. It's my area of expertise. If you, the engineer, can interpret the data for me, I will call the moves, and if you, the football player, put the moves into the computer, we may be able to turn this thing around." And suddenly we were a team. We started our third quarter $850,000 in the red, while some other teams were already over $1 million in the black. We had also used up much of our strategizing time between the second and third quarters getting our act together, so we had to make some hasty decisions for the third quarter, and we were only able to break even in that quarter. For the fourth quarter, our engineer was fabulous. He pulled out his slide ruler, and not only did he interpret the information for me, he also gave me what-if scenarios so I could understand the implications and dollar potential of our moves. Capitalizing on this support, I developed the strategies and recommended all future moves. In the fourth quarter, we made money. We made even more in the fifth, sixth, and seventh quarters, and picked up some ground on the other teams. We continued moving ahead steadily, but by the time we reached the 12th quarter, we were still far behind the leaders. On the morning of the last day, I approached my teammates and said to them, "Coming third or even second really means nothing. The object of this game is to win. You either come first or you lose. I would like to try to win this game." So the three of us sat down and worked out what we thought would be a winning strategy. I knew that in order to close the gap, we had to make some very aggressive moves. We could see that the leading teams were being cautious. The economic projections for the next 4 quarters were very strong and demand could be high, but no one appeared to be building an inventory. I believed that the key to achieving maximum results was to build inventory, and I thought our competitors were going to run out of stock. If I was right, we had to gear up, bring on more staff, buy the necessary raw materials, and do it immediately. There was a risk involved, but I knew that without sufficient product, we could not achieve the sales levels and returns we needed. So I planned our inventory aggressively to meet the anticipated increased demand. In the last 2 quarters, the economy was good. Demand was high. We had inventory and our competitors did not. We made our moves, then the game was over. The results were issued for the 14th quarter, but not for the last 2 quarters. By the end of the day, we had no idea what the final result of the game would be. The next morning, the class met in the assembly hall to hear the results of the game. The professors who had designed the game and were responsible for adjudicating the results came into the hall with 3 bottles of champagne, one for the winning team in each of the 3 categories. One of the professors announced that more often than not, a different team won each category. On rare occasions, one team won in 2 categories. However, having one team win in all 3 categories was unprecedented. Then he announced that team number 7 had won in all 3 categories. No one knew who the players were on Team 7, so when the 4 of us came forward and took all 3 bottles of champagne, there was silence at first, then there was an explosion of applause and cheers. Later, some of my classmates accused me of setting them up, given my whining and complaining on day 1. At dinner that evening, we opened all 3 bottles of champagne and shared it with everyone. We were heroes. As it turned out, this game was right up my alley. Planning, projecting, manufacturing, and selling was what I did, and I had exactly the kind of support I needed for what I could not do. Given my scholastic background, it was a tremendous accomplishment for me to attend and be a graduate of the Harvard Business School. It was even more meaningful to me to have been a part of the team that won that prestigious business game. It was a terrific high for me and a wonderful way to end my Harvard experience. I learned some very important things about myself by participating in that business game. I learned that I was inclined to make unwarranted snap assumptions about people. I was too quick to judge. I jumped to conclusions about people without having adequate information, and I wrote them off. Also, when I was frustrated, I was not a good listener, and I was not approachable. Understanding this forced me to acknowledge that I had to make some fundamental changes in my behavior, and over time I was able to change my behaviors and interactions with people and better able to work with and empower them. I became an effective leader. More important, I learnt the power of team. Except for our mystery man, every one of us on that team brought something different to the table, and when we put what we had together and all pulled together in the same direction, we were unbeatable. That experience contributed to my becoming passionate about and totally committed to team as being the number one key success factor in our organization. Chapter 12, Challenging the Giant. In the mid-80s, the Canadian market was virtually saturated for many Canadian retailers. Everyone, including our company, was under pressure to expand and continue growing. Expanding to the United States seemed to be an obvious option. Although this was also true for other retail sectors in Canada, for the purpose of this discussion, I am speaking here only about the retail fashion industry. Many of us in the industry surmised that the United States represented a large, lucrative market, and we believed we could take the US by storm. So a number of top Canadian fashion retailers, including Shirmax, ventured south. Almost without exception, all of us were terribly beaten up. In one way or another, most of us managed to extricate ourselves from our U.S. adventures after taking a financial bath, and we limped home to our safe Canadian retail environment to hide from the retail sharks south of the border. In our case, we had been studying our would-be American competitors in the maternity business for a long time, and in our arrogance, we were convinced that we were better than they were. So in 1986, we put together an ambitious expansion plan for our maternity division into the U.S. We started with 8 stores, all at the same time. 1 in Paramus, New Jersey, 3 in Washington, Georgetown area, 1 in Chicago, 1 in Buffalo, 1 in Richmond, Virginia, and 1 in Boston. We felt we needed to establish a presence in the U.S. as quickly as possible, and to that end, we took pretty well what we could get in terms of store locations. Because we were from outside the country, the landlords insisted on special guarantees and 10-year leases. Consequently, moving into the U.S. involved a substantial long-term commitment. We opened our first store in Paramus in June and our second store in Tyson's Corner in Washington in August, 2 of the top retail malls in the U.S. From the outset, we did not know what hit us. It seemed as though we had scored a home run. July, August, and September were great months, and those 2 stores immediately became the top 2 stores in our entire chain. However, in November, December, and January, the bottom fell out. Customers flocked to our store in the first 3 months, but after that, it was as if we had become invisible. We never recovered. We could not figure out what had happened. Why did we do so well in those 2 stores in the beginning, and why did the bottom fall out after 3 months? In the meantime, we opened the other 6 stores in centers that were not as good as those in Paramus and Tyson's Corner, and none of them ever really took off. Instead of generating profits, the U.S. division recorded losses. We kept operating there for about 3 years, and that small division became a significant drain on our finances and other resources. So there we were with an albatross around our neck, expensive leases for another 7 or 8 years, with the prospect of it being a continuous drain for that period. We were looking into a black hole. Enter my guardian angel. In 1990, Mike Kershaw was a president of Shirmax at the time and was touring our U.S. stores, walked into one of our main competitor stores, a maternity operation called Mother's Works. By coincidence, one of their senior executives was visiting that store at the same time. Mike introduced himself, and in the course of the conversation that followed, Mike suggested that they consider buying our U.S. operation. I would not have had the nerve to ask anyone to do that. In fact, I would have been thrilled to pay just to get rid of them, especially in light of our long-term leases. But Mike had more chutzpah than I did, and before we knew it, we had sold our U.S. stores for something in the neighborhood of $1.5 million. Not only did this stop the hemorrhaging, we recovered some of our accumulated losses, and we bowed out gracefully. Thank you, guardian angel. Almost all of the other Canadian fashion retailers who ventured south met with the same fate. Of course, there were questions around our industry. What happened? Why couldn't we compete? What was missing? After my own adventure, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out just what caused this result. Why could we not compete? Eventually, I came up with what I believe is the answer. The fundamental reason was that we Canadian retailers were what I call hope retailers. By that I mean we put beautiful merchandise into beautiful stores and hope that it would sell. However, American retailers, our competitors, were and are what I call push retailers. They put beautiful merchandise into beautiful stores and they push the hell out of it, promotion after promotion after promotion, until they push it out of their stores. The key to their strategy is that their promotions are not just about clearing out merchandise. They plan and buy into those promotions. They buy with the appropriate margins to be able to promote and still be profitable. On the other hand, we put beautiful merchandise into beautiful stores and presented it beautifully, and we did very well at the beginning of the season. But when the American retailers started promoting, we did not promote. We maintained the integrity of our merchandise and our stores. Meanwhile, the customers were being attracted elsewhere by promotions. The fact is, we were not nearly as good retailers as we thought we were, and the U.S. retailers were far better than we gave them credit for. They were accustomed to dealing with intense competition, and they knew how to survive and prosper in a retail jungle. Also, they had the experience of 2 and 3 generations of retailing and the size and the economies of scale that made it no contest. We were much smaller, and we had no comparable experience. In comparison, we were like babes in the woods. We had been successful in our safe Canadian retail environment, but we could not compete in the U.S. market, and we came back to Canada to hide. However, as things turned out, there was nowhere to hide because the U.S. retailers followed us home. In the 1990s, there was a huge influx of U.S. retailers into Canadian retail market, but they did not meet the same fate as we did going into their market. Instead, they brought their strategies to Canada, and they now dominate the Canadian retail landscape. Canadian retailers no longer have a place to hide. In the last decade, there has been a bloodbath among Canadian retailers. Canadian retail giants such as Woodworth's, Eaton's, Simpson's, Dilex with all its divisions, the original Dalmy's, Pennington's, and Pascal Hardware, to name just a few, are all gone. Those who survived had to learn, and learn fast, how to compete with the retail sharks from south of the border, and had to raise dramatically their level of retailing savvy and sophistication. As a result, the disparity between U.S. and Canadian retailers no longer exists to the same extent. Most Canadian retailers that survived and went on to prosper are now acknowledged as outstanding retailers, but I still wonder about their ability to compete successfully in the United States. Only time will tell. Chapter 13, From Success to Failure. The years from 1981 to 1986 were good years for Shirmax. The economy was doing well, and we were learning more and more about the art of merchandising and retailing. We were doing a better job at managing our affairs. We were expanding, building the company's infrastructure, and getting a handle on logistics. We were profitable and achieving a certain amount of success. The prospects for the future looked very good. We were feeling cocky and very sure of ourselves. My friend and mentor, David Melnick, taught me that nothing too good or too bad lasts for too long. In reality, this turned out to be a bitter truth for Shirmax. There is a maxim. Failure often leads to success, but success always leads to failure. Success leads to failure because success leads to arrogance. With success, we start to believe we can do no wrong. We believe our own press, and we do not take action to make things better. On the grounds that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, we are content to leave well enough alone. Change is one of the main criteria for success in business, but when we are blinded by success and cannot see the need for change, that is a recipe for failure. Therefore, success always leads to failure. The following is a preamble to what was to become the biggest downward spiral in Shirmax history. When the Quebec Stock Market Savings Plan, QSSP, was introduced in 1984, because we had had a few successful years and had been profitable, we had the opportunity to take the company public. Under the plan, anyone who invested in a QSSP company was eligible for a tax credit. Investors were paying handsomely for shares in QSSP companies, and the companies that went public under the QSSP enjoyed a very high price-to-earnings ratio. We decided to take advantage of the opportunity to go public and inject funds into the company. Our plan was for the company to issue 2 million shares to the public at $5 a share with a total value of $10 million, and 8 million shares to me personally with a value of $40 million. Comark is a division of a large multinational organization that owned a number of retail operations in Canada. They heard that we were considering going public, and they approached me directly to ask if instead of going public, I would consider selling the company to them. Comark put forward a hypothetical number of $40 million, together with a management contract for me to run the Canadian operation for them. This meant I would have $40 million, but I would no longer own the company. For me, that was a watershed moment. It was a great opportunity, especially considering that I would have had the money with no more risk. I wrestled with Comark's proposal for only 24 hours. Then I called them and said, "Thank you very much for your interest, but no thank you." I made the decision not to sell because I loved what I was doing. There was still much I wanted to do. I still had mountains to climb. Besides, I was not captivated by the money. Shirley and I lived modestly, and we had enough. We had no desire to cash out and change our lifestyle, and that was the end of that. Little did I know at the time that we would be heading into very rough waters, and I would have to wait for more than 20 years to see Shirmax at that level of value again. But regardless of what we went through in the following years, I never regretted that decision. Instead of accepting Comark's offer, we went public and raised $10 million for the express purpose of expansion. So we were doing well and the future looked rosy, but we did not understand that retailing was in for a huge change and that our business concepts were not keeping pace but were growing stale. We did not understand that what had worked successfully in the 70s and 80s would not work in the more difficult economy of the 90s and the realities of the coming millennium. We could not see what was coming because we were blindsided by our past success. We made our decision to go public and expand rapidly when the economy was at its peak, just before Canada fell into the worst recession since the Great Depression. The failing economy, coupled with our tired business concepts, started the company on a downward spiral. It was in this business environment that I had an eye-opening experience with two young people in the organization. That experience taught me a profound lesson that led to a major change in the Shirmax culture and supported our future growth and development. King of Maternity. By 1985, we had built a very solid business called Shirley K Maternity. We had about 75 stores. We were doing well. The business was profitable and was producing an excellent cash flow. At the time, Shirley K was the cash cow that provided us with the wherewithal to start the new business in plus sizes. Now I must provide some background here. The maternity business is inherently a small business. Only 1% of the female population is pregnant at any one time, so there is a finite customer base. Individual mom and pop maternity stores have been around for generations, but the people who ran them barely made a living. Until the 70s, no one had ever built a successful maternity chain anywhere in the world. Then we came along and built a national chain in Canada that performed very well and generated high dollar revenues per square foot. Unquestionably, we were the premier retailer of maternity clothing in the world at that time. I styled the garments, put together the lines, and manufactured them. In fact, I was the expert in how to design and fit a maternity garment. I knew what would sell and what would not, and I created the retail organization to sell them. No one else in the world had as comprehensive a background and understanding of the maternity fashion business. I was the guru. I was the king of maternity. Then in the late 80s, our business began to falter. After considering every reason we could think of as to why we were not doing well and not being able to justify any of them, I took our buying team to the United States and Europe on a special research mission to try to figure out why we were failing. We thought we found the answers, and so we developed a new plan to revive our maternity operation. Our plan was to build on our established foundation. We felt sure that our styling and fit were appropriate for the maternity customer, so we thought all we had to do was improve on what we already had. We built bigger stores, offering more customer services as well as personal comforts to our clientele, and created better and more attractive presentations of the merchandise. Our approach was to add value and inject a new excitement, but our formula was essentially more of the same, only bigger and better. We had addressed everything we could think of, but it did not make any difference. The business continued to decline, and I was at a loss as to why or what to do about it. After a while, I found myself justifying big time. I blamed the economy, a shrinking customer base, and changing customer values. I even blamed the weather. I had all sorts of excuses to try to justify why my business was faltering. I could not see the truth, but my son and nephew could. Time, maternity. My son Philip graduated from high school when he was 17 and came to work at Shirmax for a couple of years before he went off to study at the New York Fashion Institute. He came back to the company 3 years later. Meanwhile, my nephew Howard Feinberg had gone to the business school at the University of Western Ontario. When he graduated, he came back to Montreal and he too came to work with us. Philip and Howard were more than cousins and close friends. They were like brothers. They were born only 6 weeks apart, and they grew up together, went to school together, and went to camp together. They even celebrated their bar mitzvahs together. They were inseparable friends and were very supportive of each other. When Philip and Howard began working together at Shirmax, they started to give me a hard time about our maternity business. They saw that it was eroding, and they began telling me what was wrong with the business. How dare these two know-it-all smart Alecs, only 22 years old and with no experience, tell me, the king of maternity, what was wrong with my business? After putting up with their abuse for a while, I decided to teach them a lesson. Since they were my son and nephew, I figured it was worth the investment to put a lid on their arrogance. I told them I would allocate sufficient funds for them to open 5 new maternity stores and compete with me. I promised not to interfere. I provided them with office space, gave them access to the company's infrastructure, as well as whatever resources and support they needed. Howard was responsible for creating product, marketing, and sales. Philip was responsible for the mechanics of the operation, planning, distribution, allocation, etc. They took 2 other young people from inside the company to join their team. After a short brainstorming period, they came up with their vision and a plan for a new maternity chain. I did not agree with the name they chose, Time Maternity. The store design, the fit and style of the clothes, or in fact anything they did, but I did not interfere. I knew they were on the wrong track, and I was convinced that my experiment was going to be a very brief affair. Howard and Philip opened their first store in the Place Vertu shopping mall in Montreal, which was not a top-of-the-line mall. Within a couple of weeks of their opening, word got around and customers from all over the city flocked to that store. With every new store, the same thing happened. Customers flocked to them, and business in the 5 Shirley K maternity stores in Montreal began to nosedive. The rest is history. The new Time stores went on to be very successful and produced among the highest revenue per square foot of all fashion retailers in the shopping centers. The Time maternity fashion concept was entirely new and was fundamentally different from the Shirley K fashion concept, and therein lay my problem. At Shirley K, the strategy was to hide the pregnancy, and therefore Shirley K clothings were large and loose, designed to camouflage the pregnancy. On the other hand, Time's strategy was to celebrate pregnancy. Their concept was to show off the pregnancy. They made clothes with a totally different fit, clothes that molded the body and showed the belly. Also, because of Shirley K's success over the years, its merchandise kept moving up into higher price brackets, and we eventually found ourselves at the top end of the market, both in terms of price and age of the customer. Shirley K was targeting women in their late 20s and early 30s, whereas Time came right down into the middle of the market, both in age and price, catering to younger customers. It was no contest. Time caught on like wildfire. My approach to dealing with the declining business was out of step with the times. On the other hand, the Time concept was exactly what the customers wanted. Eventually, I had to concede that Howard and Philip were right and that I, the king, was wrong. I intended to teach them a lesson, but instead they taught me one. The king was dethroned. Together, we decided to close the Shirley K division and simply move all of our maternity business over to Time. Howard took charge of that operation and continued with Shirmax as vice president in charge of the Time division. Philip moved on to develop both an internet business and an international licensing business for the maternity line. They both remained with Shirmax until the company was sold in 2002. Considering how everything worked out in the end, it was a stroke of luck that I did not shut the door on Howard and Philip. Fortunately, I gave them the opportunity to prove me wrong. I learned several lessons from that experience. I learned what it can cost a company when one's mind is closed. It can cost you everything. I learned that when you do not allow your people to blossom, the lost opportunity cost can be enormous. I learned that young people, in fact most people, have a tremendous amount to offer, and it is essential that they be given the room and the opportunity to run with their ideas. I learned that focusing on bigger, more, and better is not always the answer. In fact, it can be a very dangerous trap. And I learned to listen and to try to hear what people were saying to me. All of the lessons I learned from this and other similar experiences were the catalyst for the programs I developed and delivered in the company. Storm warnings. In the late 80s, at the top of the economic cycle and the peak of the rental market, we leased 40 new stores as part of our expansion program. Accordingly, we paid top rental rates. We did not see a recession coming, or rather, we did not see it coming soon enough. So the recession had started by the time we opened those 40 stores. Up to that time, all regional malls in the country had opened with at least 90% occupancy. When the recession hit, retailers put a halt to their expansion. But we were early birds and had already committed to leases, so we opened most of our new stores in malls that were only partially leased. The malls for which we had paid top dollar turned out to be inferior, and the stores never got off the ground. And because of the ever-deepening recession, consumers disappeared, our profitability declined, and we started losing money, more and more year after year for the next 5 years. By 1991, I began to see that the businesses that would survive through the recession would be those that presented new and fresh concepts, that captured the imaginations of newly aware, demanding, and value-conscious consumers. Our old, tired retail concepts did not meet those criteria. So we started the process of reinventing our two businesses. By the summer of 1993, we had developed and opened new prototype stores for both the maternity and plus-size divisions. These prototype stores would have to be rolled out across the country to replace our existing small, old, and outdated stores. Tremendous capital was required to do this. Capital that, given our accumulated losses, we did not have. Shirmax as a manufacturer. Another major challenge we had to deal with was our manufacturing division. When we started to expand the maternity business in the early 70s, we had a vision of the type of merchandise it would take to create an outstanding maternity chain. Until then, all our product was coming from the US and was expensive, very middle America and not very fashionable. And it was inconsistent with my vision. So we began to experiment with some manufacturing in the back of one of our stores. We started with one man cutting a few pairs of maternity pants that we then gave to contractors to be sewn. We put those pants into a couple of our stores and they sold. Then we brought in a few machines, hired some ladies to sew, and started making some tops. I watched what regular fashion leaders were doing, and I converted those styles into maternity garments. Compared to the US products, our prices were better, our styling was better, and whatever we put in the stores sold. We kept making more and more of our own merchandise, and it was not long before we needed more space and we expanded into new premises. I knew nothing about manufacturing, so I hired a friend, Nat Cohen, to develop Shirmax as a manufacturer. Nat had owned his own manufacturing company, so he brought a great deal of experience when he joined us. Before that, we were just a Mickey Mouse operation. It was Nat who built our first real factory and who set us up as a manufacturer. Once we had our own facility, we stopped buying in the US and started designing and making all of our own maternity clothes. Nat was with us for a couple of years, and then things kind of grew beyond him because even though he had been a manufacturer, his interest was in product development, not in machines and production. So he left us and went back into business for himself. We were very lucky with our next hire, Frank Salerno, who was a truly nuts and bolts manufacturer. He knew how to run an effective shop and how to manufacture the product from beginning to end. He knew his business, he ran a very tight ship, and he did a great job. In the meantime, we had expanded beyond the maternity business and had started our additional division. Again, we could not find the product we really wanted for this new division from outside suppliers. At the time, everything made for plus-size women was called half sizes and was styled for older customers. As with our maternity division, our vision was for more youthful looking and much more fashionable designs for plus-size women. So we started styling and manufacturing our own merchandise for the additional division as well. The manufacturing arm of the company grew to become a very substantial part of our business, and as I said earlier, having no background in manufacturing, I relied heavily on Frank Salerno, our Vice President of Manufacturing, who ran the division. As our business grew, so did the manufacturing arm. We were operating in 3 different locations, and we needed more space to streamline and improve our operations. At the same time, our head office and warehouse had both become much too small. It was time for more space. The Shirmax building. In 1985, we bought a parcel of land on Jarry Street in Montreal and designed and built a 180,000 square foot facility, the Shirmax building, at a cost of $12 million. It was never our intention to have the company own the Shirmax building and have it saddled with that kind of debt, so we built it with the intention of selling it and leasing it back. At one stage, I wanted to own the building personally and lease it back to Shirmax. I was enamored with the beautiful piece of real estate and thought it would be an annuity for me personally, since I would have a guaranteed tenant. However, I had a major battle over this issue with my brother Alex. As a member of the Shirmax board, Alex was vehemently opposed to my owning the building because he saw it as a conflict of interest, especially as we were a public company. Alex won out and we sold the building to a third party. Once again, my guardian angel was looking out for me because had I owned that building when we filed for protection in 1993, I would not be writing this book now. We would never have survived because the additional debt we would have been carrying on this building would have pulled us down. In addition to his responsibility for the manufacturing division, Frank Salerno took on the responsibility of overseeing the construction and setup of the new facility, which included a beautiful head office, a state-of-the-art distribution center, and a leading-edge manufacturing operation. Frank did a great job. He was an outstanding member of our executive team, and he made a major contribution to the growth of the company. Frank and I developed a special bond, and we had a great relationship. Having our manufacturing facility gave Shirmax a huge strategic advantage. It helped us build our businesses when the kind of product we needed was not available to us in any other way, and it continued to be a strategic advantage for a number of years. Then in the late 80s, it became a strategic disadvantage. The manufacturing plant was set up to cater to all of our needs as a retailer, making slacks and jeans, shirts, blouses, t-shirts, dresses, jackets, etc. It was a multi-purpose plant. However, a multi-purpose plant cannot be as cost-effective as a plant that is set up specifically to manufacture hundreds of thousands or even millions of a specific commodity each year. When we were smaller, we could not buy from outside suppliers because it did not pay them to make small quantities. But as we grew, the number of units per style that we needed were large enough to make it viable for us to purchase from outside suppliers. So as time passed, we found we were able to buy better and cheaper from outside suppliers than from our own plant. The objective of any manufacturing plant is to be as efficient as possible. The plant must be fed so it maximizes its capacity, otherwise costs will become prohibitive. In order to feed our plant, we were forced to order what the plant could make rather than what we needed for our stores. As a result, we ended up paying more attention to the needs of the plant than the needs of our customers, and that began to hurt our retail operations. Also, when we were buying everything from our own plant, we were the only source of styling and creativity. However, by sourcing from a wider range of suppliers, we were able to tap into their creativity and styling, which made our offerings to our customers much more diverse and appealing. Once we became large enough to outsource, our manufacturing facility was no longer competitive or viable, and it became a liability. All of these issues around our manufacturing operation contributed to the downward spiral that we began to experience in our business. When there were signs that Shirmax was getting into serious financial difficulties, we started downsizing and restructuring. One of the first things we did was to close the manufacturing operation in the spring of 1993. The truth. There is a concept very dear to my heart, which has to do with telling the truth. I deal with the truth in part 2, but it is worth mentioning here because it is relevant to our manufacturing experience. I assert that it is often difficult for all of us to be objective and to see and tell ourselves the truth about those things nearest and dearest to our hearts. We have no difficulty seeing the truth about how well something is or is not working when someone else has created it or is responsible for it. However, we often have great difficulty seeing and telling ourselves the truth about those things that we have created, are responsible for, in love with, committed to, or passionate about. I also assert that the implications and costs of not telling ourselves the truth can be enormous. We had invested a lot of effort and money into developing the manufacturing division. It was a class act, and I was very proud of it. However, at a point, it started to become obsolete for our purposes. But just as with the faltering Shirley K division, I could not bring myself to acknowledge the truth about our precious manufacturing division, and we kept struggling to make the plant more efficient. To make matters worse, we forced our buyers to buy from our own plant rather than from other sources where they could have acquired better or equal products at better prices. That simply compounded our problems. We could not acknowledge the truth about what was happening to our manufacturing division. Continuing to support that division had a serious effect on our retail operations, and this too contributed to our downward spiral. The truth was right in front of our noses, but we could not see it. We suffered for nearly 4 years before we finally saw and acknowledged the truth. At that point, we finally shut down the manufacturing division, took our losses, and moved on. But it was all too little too late. The nightmare. In October 1993, after 5 years of losses, our financial viability was questioned by one of our biggest creditors, a factoring company that financed many of our suppliers' accounts receivable. That company put a stop credit on Shirmax, which started a domino effect with other suppliers, and overnight our credit evaporated. Then our bank withdrew its support and the unthinkable happened. We were forced to file for bankruptcy protection. Here began the worst and most unbelievable nightmare of my entire career. In hindsight, it should have come as no surprise that we got into financial difficulty. As I mentioned earlier, when we raised $10 million for expansion in 1986, we used that money to bring 40 new stores online at the top of the economic cycle. That proved to be an enormous drain. The timing also coincided with our retail concepts becoming obsolete and our manufacturing operation becoming a liability. All of these factors contributed to our losing money. In the early spring of 1993, alarm bells began to go off, and James Laundrie raised the possibility of having to file for court protection. I did not want to consider that possibility because I was sure we would be able to pull everything together by Christmas. At some point, however, I agreed to have a meeting with our lawyers, accountants, and senior staff to discuss possible strategies and look at some what-if scenarios. When the subject of filing for court protection was put on the table, Bram Gelfand, one of our law firm's senior partners and a close friend of my brother, was very disturbed by what was happening at Shirmax. He suggested that he might have a buyer who could be persuaded to pay $5 million for Shirmax. He urged me to consider the possibility of selling, but I said, "No, Bram, I am not interested. I believe we are going to pull through this without going into court protection. However, if by some chance Shirmax fails, I could live with myself if I knew I had done everything in my power to try to save it. And even if I could not save it and I lost everything, at least I would feel that I had given it everything I had. If I sold out today at $5 million, it would nag me to my grave that I had chickened out when the going got rough." Bram, who had a keen interest in our family's well-being, was visibly frustrated with me, and he became very angry. "Max," he said, "you are irresponsible. You have always been irresponsible because for all the years you've been in business, you have never taken any money out of the business to protect yourself and your family. And now when the ship is probably going down and you may have an opportunity, maybe, to come out of this mess with something for yourself and your family, you are saying no. You don't seem to understand that if you have to file for protection, there's no way you can survive. Do you have any money of your own to reinvest in the company? No, you don't. Do you have anybody who is willing to put up money if you file? No, you don't. There's no way you're going to survive if you file for protection. I don't want to deal with you anymore." And he got up and left the room. You see, Bram knew what I didn't know. He had the experience I did not. He knew that if we got to the point of having to file for court protection, we could not survive. Fortunately, I did not understand that, because if I had, I would probably have thrown in the towel. Considering the way things turned out, I have from time to time been tempted to raise the subject with Bram and brag about my decision to reject his offer, but I have never done so because I know that at the time he was absolutely right. It just so happened that I took the longest of all long shots and I hit a bullseye. What Bram said was true. I had never taken any money out of the business, and I did not have any money to reinvest in the company. The fact is, I just didn't have any money, either up to or at that time. That calls for an explanation. It requires enormous capital to build a retail fashion chain. In order to keep growing, I reinvested every available dollar I had back into the company over the years. Shirley and I had a very modest lifestyle, so we did not need much. I took a salary that was not commensurate with being the CEO of a public company. I took only enough to meet our needs. In fact, for the 5 years that our business was downward spiraling, I reduced my salary to the point where it covered only our essential needs, and I had no savings. As a result, I had no money when the factor moved to stop credit on Shirmax in October. The news that Shirmax had filed for court protection sent shockwaves throughout the industry. I was devastated. I had been in denial, and then the whole world came crashing in on me. I never believed it would come to that. I was in shock for days. The future of Shirmax, my own welfare, and that of my family, as well as the welfare of thousands of people, employees, suppliers, and investors, would hang in the balance for several months. Every large business operates on credit, and the business grows and expands based on the availability of its credit. In good times, a sound business has unlimited credit available to it, and everyone is anxious to ship whatever the company wants on flexible, reasonable terms. But once you go into court protection, your credit totally dries up. One day we were running a $100 million business and had unlimited credit and bank support. But the next day, while we still had to run a $100 million business, we suddenly had no money, no access to money, no merchandise supply, and zero credit. No one was willing to ship us anything unless we paid for it up front. Actually, most people didn't even want to talk to us anymore. Even if a supplier felt inclined to support us and we promised to pay COD, the supplier had to take the additional risk of making product for us with the real possibility that we would not be in business when he was ready to deliver the goods. So along with no money, no bank support, and no credit, we couldn't get product. And to add to our grief, headhunters came out in force, looking to hire our staff, and if we lost very many of them, we could not, under any circumstances, keep the business running effectively, and it would surely die. So given these dynamics, it is virtually impossible for a business to survive, let alone prosper, after going into court protection. To my knowledge, in the retail fashion industry in Canada, no company has ever survived and prospered in the long term after filing for court protection without an influx of new money from the original owners or from outside investors. In those cases where new money was injected by outside investors, the original owners lost control as well as ownership. However, fate, or my guardian angel, put a host of miracles into play on our behalf. Chapter 14, 13 Miracles. There are some who may question my use of the term miracles here, but in light of the extraordinary circumstances that unfolded as we lived through the ordeal of bankruptcy protection, I choose to call them miracles. When we went into court protection, the odds were that Shirmax would not survive because I had no money to inject into the business and there was no white knight or outside investor to bail us out. In order to survive, a series of miracles had to happen. If any one of them had not happened or had not happened at the right time, we would have gone into bankruptcy. but they did happen, and all of them happened when they needed to happen. From my perspective, the moon and the stars aligned in our favor, and every one of those happenings was an individual miracle. To a large extent, the miracles happened because Shirmax had a strong foundation of goodwill and a solid reputation as a fair and honorable organization. We also had excellent relationships with our employees, landlords, and suppliers. As things turned out, many of them were willing to go to great lengths and take substantial risks to support us and help us survive. No one wanted to see us go down, but there was a lot of turmoil amongst our creditors. Creditors. I was not the only one who was devastated by our being forced into bankruptcy protection. All of our suppliers were faced with the prospect of not being paid, and for some of them, that was crucial to their survival. Phil Cohen. Phil Cohen had been in the garment industry forever. As I recall, he had retired, but he and his wife had recently come back into business to help their two sons start a new company. We had recently hired a new buyer, Lisa Miller, who had done business with the Cohens in her previous job. After she joined Shirmax, she placed a large order, about $400,000, with their company. Up until then, our credit rating had been excellent, and we had a reputation for always paying our bills. So as far as the Cohens knew, our credit rating was absolutely fine. Their full order was delivered the day before the axe fell. The day after the news broke, Mr. Cohen came to see me. He was visibly distressed and asked, "How could this happen? My wife and I and our two boys are working very hard to try to make this business work. We don't have $400,000 to lose. I don't know how we are going to survive. This could put us out of business and throw my boys out on the street. How could this happen?" The truth is, there wasn't much I could say. I was in shock myself. Somehow, despite the circumstances, he believed me when I told him that this turn of events was totally unexpected and that I was as distressed as he was. Although Phil and I had never met before, we somehow connected amidst all the turmoil, and he decided to try to help me. He became my ally and a true supporter. In fact, he made sure that he got himself on the creditors committee so that he could support me. I will always be grateful to Phil Cohen for his support. After we came out of protection and were credit worthy again, I made sure to direct as much business as I could to the Cohens, as I did with most of the suppliers who had been hurt as a result of our difficulties. I am pleased to say that Mr. Cohen and his sons not only survived that episode, but also went on to become a thriving business. CAMA. CAMA was a specialty store construction company owned by three brothers who had just started their business. They did beautiful work and their prices were very competitive. We were one of their first customers. We had given them a contract to build 6 stores to launch the new concepts we had developed for Time Maternity and Additionelle. We owed CAMA $800,000 when we went into protection. That was an enormous amount of money for a new company. They too knew us as a high-profile, credit-worthy company and had not asked us for a deposit before they started the project, so they had not received any payment for their work. When the axe fell, 2 of the brothers came to see me. They were very upset and they did not know how they would survive such a loss. I could do nothing more than sit with them and listen and try to explain what had happened. I tried to assure them that there was never any intention to hurt them, and I guess I convinced them because, again, like Mr. Cohen, they gave me their support. As soon as we started building again, I gave them all of our construction work. which in some measure helped them to become one of the top construction companies in the country. Another supporter. A third example of support came from a supplier who will remain anonymous, but when he reads this, he will know I am referring to him. I would like him to know how much I appreciated his support. He had been one of my suppliers from almost the first day I went into business, and I owed him around $500,000. On the fateful day we filed for protection, he called me and said, "Max, you are going to have to make an offer to your creditors, and they're going to press you to make as high an offer as they can persuade you to make. If there is any hope of you to survive this, you need to resist them and make an offer that will give you a chance to survive." Even though that advice would cost him, I guess he was convinced that I had acted with integrity and he wanted to see me survive. These are just a few examples of the many suppliers who gave us their support at that most difficult time. There were, however, many other negative cases too, where creditors were very angry and upset with me. Under the circumstances, I certainly understand how they felt. The miracles. Miracle number 1, amendments to the Canadian Bankruptcy Act. In the fall of 1992, the Canadian economy was in a major recession. Many companies across Canada were going bankrupt, and in an effort to help them survive, the federal government changed the Canadian Bankruptcy Act to make it possible for a company to cancel a lease by paying 6 months' rent as a penalty. Although we didn't know it at the time, this new legislation would give us a bargaining chip with our landlords. Had the legislation not come into effect when it did, the outcome of our negotiations with our landlords would have been very difficult. We would probably not have received their support, and they would not have made the concessions they eventually did. That legislation was our first miracle in the making, and it turned out to be crucial to our survival. Miracle number 2, a bad strategy turns good. In an effort to minimize our losses when our business was spiraling downward, we kept reducing our inventories. However, we eventually got to the point at which our reduced inventories were contributing to the downward spiral. So for the 1993 fall and holiday seasons, in a desperate attempt to stop the downward spiral, we decided to increase our inventories dramatically so we could offer better and different assortments to our customers. Also, we had experimented with expensive brand name merchandise in a few stores and it had sold well. But we made a serious mistake in thinking that we could sell that merchandise in all of our stores, and we bought lots of it. As it turned out, we could not change our customers' buying habits in one season. That expensive brand name merchandise was not saleable to the mass market, and the merchandise backed up on us. All of this excess inventory became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. On the downside, buying all that merchandise used up our credit completely and precipitated the stop credit on our account issued by the factors. However, on the upside, after we had filed for protection and could not get any new product, having all of that merchandise on hand meant we had product to sell and turn into cash. And that gave us the cash flow we needed to keep us afloat until we could start buying again. So the miracle here was that our bad strategy actually helped to save us. Miracle number 3, Jacques Rosignol. Several months before we had to file for protection, James Landry had dragged me very reluctantly to get some advice from a bankruptcy trustee. I was reluctant because I was convinced that such advice was unnecessary and that the Christmas season would turn things around for us. But James was worried and he insisted we have the meeting. He also felt it was important that we speak to a trustee who was outside the industry, someone who had no ties to any of our creditors and therefore had no conflict of interest. On the day we had to file for protection, James and the trustee had to get some documents signed by our lawyers before going to the courthouse. Our lawyers were the firm of Lapointe Rosenstein, of which my brother Alex was a founding partner. While they were at the office, quite by accident, they ran into Jacques Rosignol, the firm's bankruptcy lawyer, who asked James what they were doing there. James told him they were on their way to court to file for protection. Jacques then cautioned James that the trustee who was with him did not have the clout to take on the fashion industry and that it would be suicide for Shirmax to file without first informing and consulting with the bank and finding a trustee with whom the bank would be comfortable. James took Jacques' advice and immediately terminated our arrangement with the trustee. Jacques took over the case on the spot and went to court with James to file for bankruptcy protection. In retrospect, there is absolutely no doubt that if we had gone with our original trustee, we would never have got to first base with our creditors and the bank. He did not have the stature we needed. The creditors would have steamrolled over him and the bank would have closed our account. Jacques Rosignol, on the other hand, was very well known to our creditors as a tough negotiator and a force to be reckoned with. He was just the person we needed to represent us. So James Landry's chance meeting with Jacques Rosignol at a critical moment, Jacques' intervention, and his decision to take over was indeed a miracle. I can't imagine that we would have survived without him handling our case. Miracle number 4, credibility with the landlords. After studying our financial situation, Jacques came to me and said, "Max, you cannot save this company without putting some money back into it. You have to put $4 million into the business. We need that much to sustain our cash flow." I said, "Jacques, I have no money to put in. I have 2 homes and a few small investments, but that's all. They don't add up to nearly enough." He then told me we couldn't even get started without the $4 million. A short time later, he came back to me and said, "Since you don't have the money, we'll have to go to the landlords and get considerations from them that are equivalent to $4 million. "Jacques, that's impossible," I said. "I cannot get any help from the landlords. I have been asking them for rent relief for months, but they won't even consider it." He replied, "Max, we have no other alternative. We just have to get $4 million from them." Now let me step back for a moment. In early September, just before this crisis, we were having a cash flow problem, and I had written to the landlords telling them of our difficulties. I asked them to allow us to defer payment on October rents to October 20th and our November rents until November 15th. I promised we would catch up in December. They all agreed. By the end of September, our cash flow turned out to be better than anticipated, so we sent out our October rent checks on October 1st, on time, even though we had the landlord's permission to delay until the 20th. The checks were accompanied by a cover letter from me thanking them for their consideration and explaining that the crunch hadn't come as early as expected and confirming that our November rent checks would be sent on November 15th as agreed. Anyone who knows in advance that they are going into bankruptcy protection would want to protect their cash position to help them later. They certainly would not have paid anything they didn't have to pay. By paying October's rent on time, instead of taking advantage of the agreed upon deferral, we established a huge amount of credibility with our landlords. It was a clear signal that our filing for protection was not planned and that I was caught as much off guard as they were. The miracle was that by deciding to pay October's rent on time, we gained the trust and goodwill of the landlords, and that contributed to getting them on side when we needed them. Miracle number 5, negotiating with the landlords. Meanwhile, at Jacques Rosignol's insistence, we prepared a plan to take to the landlords to try and get the $4 million we needed in rent relief and other considerations. Our plan included a moratorium on all rent for 3 months, a number of store closures without penalties, and some permanent rent reductions. We knew exactly what we needed from each landlord. Jacques and I first went to see 2 small landlords with whom we had only a few stores. We outlined our plan to restructure Shirmax and told them what we needed in terms of support for each of them. We outlined our plan to restructure Shirmax and told them what we needed in terms of support from each of them. They both told us they would get back to us, and a few days later both called to tell us they would accept our plan on condition that the landlords who held leases on no fewer than 80% of our stores agreed to the plan as well. We said, "Thank you very much. We appreciate your consideration." We then went to Toronto to see Cambridge and Trilea, 2 of our 3 biggest landlords. We left Cadillac Fairview, our biggest landlord and the one with whom we had the best relations and who we thought would give us the most support, for last. Seymour Obrant, our real estate broker and dear friend, who represented us in finding locations and negotiating leases, joined Jacques and me in our meetings with the landlords. Seymour gave us great support. We met first with Cambridge and then with Trilea and presented our plan. We got the same response from both of them, which was, "We'll consider it and let you know." We heard from both of them within a couple of days with virtually the same responses as those we had received from the 2 smaller landlords. "We are prepared to accept your plan, but only on the condition that the landlords of no fewer than 80% of your stores accept the same plan." It was difficult to believe the same response from all of them was mere coincidence. Anyhow, after receiving those 4 responses, we felt elated and optimistic that we would get the help we needed from our landlords. However, our optimism was short-lived. Cadillac Fairview, the landlord that held leases on 40% of our stores, had recently appointed a new CEO whom I did not know. Rosignol, Obrant, and I met with him and Cadillac's Chief Financial Officer, Peter Sharp, in Toronto. We presented our case, they listened, and when we were finally finished, the CEO said, "Sure, we can support you, but we want shares in the company to compensate us for our shortfall." Without hesitating, I replied, "I cannot do that. If I give you shares, I will have to give the other landlords shares too, and the other creditors will also demand shares along with the landlord of my head office building. If I give everyone shares, I will be lucky if I end up owning 5 or 10% of the company." He said, "Precisely." And I said, "I'm sorry, but I cannot give you shares. As you know, I am taking on an enormous challenge in trying to turn this around. I'm going to have to work very hard and put a huge effort into this if it is going to succeed. I'm not going to do it if I only own 5 or 10% of the company. I would be better off just letting it go." His tone then became very aggressive and he said, in effect, "Do you think you're going to walk away from this scot-free? You think Trilea's not in trouble? You think you're not in trouble? The whole world is in trouble. Do you have any idea what all the empty stores in our malls is costing us? Where do you think we're getting our funds? You got yourself into this mess? How dare you come in here and expect us to bear the brunt of your problems? It's shares or nothing. And if you're telling me you're not giving us shares, please leave my office." And he got up and walked out. Peter Sharp, who has always been a friend, said, "Max, he's right. We all have our troubles, so you have to decide what you want to do." "Peter, there's nothing I can do," I responded. "I cannot give you shares. All the other landlords have stipulated 80% or no deal, and Cadillac Fairview, which represents 40%, is saying no way. So, Peter, it's all in your hands." Seymour, Jacques, and I left the office, and Jacques and I went back to Montreal. It looked like the game was over because without the support of the landlords, we could not even begin to put together a plan for restructuring and reorganizing the company. When we got back to Montreal, we arranged a meeting with the trustees, accountants, and lawyers for 2 o'clock the next afternoon to discuss how best to wind up the company. The next morning, I called Peter Sharp and told him about the meeting that afternoon to discuss winding up the business, and I wanted him to know that if I did not get the support I needed, it would all be over. He said, "Max, we have nothing to come to the table with. We're asking for shares, and if you won't give us the shares, all I can do is wish you the best of luck." At 2 p.m., we convened our meeting and started to discuss putting everything in motion for an orderly wind-up of the company. The mood was very somber. I was truly at one of my all-time lows. At 2:30, literally at the last moment, a call came through from Peter Sharp, and he said, "Okay, we are in. We accept your plan. Tell the other landlords we're on side." I could barely speak. All I could manage to mutter to everyone was, "Cadillac Fairview is in. We have the landlords on side." What a difference a minute can make. One moment it is all over, the next there's hope again. It was almost impossible for me to contain my excitement. Within minutes, the entire head office went wild. There was pandemonium. People were cheering, crying, hugging, and laughing. The atmosphere in the building was electrifying. All of this was typical of how I would live my life for the next 6 months. One evening I would come home and say to Shirley, "It looks like there's a glimmer of hope." The next evening I would come home and say, "It's game over." We were living on an emotional roller coaster. Getting the landlords on side to the extent that we did was truly another miracle. Without their support, we could not even have begun the process of preparing an offer for acceptance by the creditors. By the way, Peter Sharp, who is now president and CEO of Cadillac Fairview, continued to be a good friend. Miracle number 6, timing in our favor. As I mentioned earlier, several months before we filed for protection, the federal government had passed legislation that allowed leases to be canceled under special circumstances. The coincidence of the timing of that legislation and our filing gave us the bargaining chip we needed with our landlords. Also, in October 1993, the country was virtually at the bottom of a recession. With many of their stores closed, shopping centers looked dismal going into the holiday season. It was not altruism that brought the landlords around. Shirmax had a significant number of stores in shopping centers across Canada, and none of the landlords wanted to add more vacancies to their centers, especially before Christmas. In their own interest, they did not want to see us go down. So the coincidence of the timing of our filing with the recession and the holiday season just ahead worked in our favor. That was the miracle. Had the timing been otherwise, the outcome might have been very different. Miracle number 7, negotiating with the creditors. When we filed, it caught all of our suppliers off guard because we had always paid our bills on time and we were known to be a credit-worthy company. Everyone was understandably upset. The Montreal Manufacturers Guild called a meeting of the creditors at Ruby Foo's Hotel to discuss Shirmax's filing for protection and to develop a strategy to deal with it. I was invited to attend that meeting if I chose to do so, and I did attend. There were hundreds of people there. Many in the crowd were very hostile and angry with me and seemed to be in a lynching mood. Some of them actually accused me of being a thief and of masterminding a bankruptcy for my own personal gain. Those accusations hurt me deeply because nothing could have been further from the truth. As I said earlier, we had bought a lot of merchandise for the fall and Christmas seasons in the hope of forcing our stores to do more business. But some of the creditors interpreted that as a ploy on my part to get their merchandise and so increase my debt to them. They figured that I had anticipated filing and that by doing so much of the debt would be erased, and I would have acquired all the merchandise for next to nothing. At one point, I went to the podium to say a few words, but the crowd would not give me a chance to say much. I must point out, however, that there were a number of creditors at the meeting who knew me well, and they knew that the accusations were untrue. Several of them, in particular my close friend Ian Carper, as well as Jack Wiltzer, the CFO of Algo Fashions, and Phil Cohen, to name a few, tried to go to bat for me, but the din was far too loud for them to have much effect. The objective of that meeting was to develop a strategy to deal with Shirmax. A committee was needed as the first step in negotiating a settlement offer or proposal, but there was so much confusion they couldn't organize anything. Soon after that meeting, we started trying to formulate a proposal that would be acceptable to all parties, but we had a serious problem. There was no one to negotiate with because there was no creditors committee, and the creditors could not get their act together to appoint one. They called a series of meetings with us, but they were totally disorganized, and everyone who came had his or her own agenda. We couldn't get anything done and were literally at a stalemate. To get things moving, I hired Richter and Associates, another accounting firm, to act on behalf of the creditors. Richter was the accountant for many of the creditors, and their managing partner, John Swidler, was highly respected within the fashion industry. John managed to get them organized and put together a creditors committee. It was clear from the outset that John was going to play a pivotal role in any successful negotiation. The first proposal from the creditors committee was 100 cents on the dollar, 60 cents in cash paid over 2.5 years, and 40 cents in shares. That became their opening position. On our side, Rosanyal proposed 30 cents on the dollar over 3 years. He told me that if there was any chance of surviving, we could not pay more, and he was convinced that they would accept that number. The creditors were very upset with Jacques' proposal and insisted that they would accept no less than 100 cents on the dollar between cash and shares. There was also a rumor at the time that Reitmans was making a play to buy the company from the creditors for 25 cents on the dollar, all cash. I was never sure whether there was any truth to that rumor or whether it was planted as a bargaining ploy by the creditors. When Rosanyal agreed to take our case, he did so on the condition that he would be in charge of the entire process and that I would follow his lead. I had agreed to those conditions, but the Reitmans rumor worried me, and on Sunday evening when Jacques was out of town, I invited John Swidler and some creditors who were supporters and personal friends to my home to discuss that rumor. As I remember, Ian Carper, Jack Wiltzer, and Phil Cohen were there. I must confess that I panicked at that meeting and, acting out of fear, entertained a suggestion of 60 cents on the dollar over 3 years. Rosanyal was very annoyed when he heard what I had done, and he told me I had probably thrown away any chance I had of surviving. So I had just put our survival in jeopardy, and it was all my doing. I allowed that number to be considered, and the number stuck. That was the number we were forced to use when we submitted our proposal to the creditors committee. Jacques was right and I was absolutely wrong. Jacques had the experience and he knew what he was doing, and I had undermined him. Pulling an end run around Rossignol and preempting him with a higher number was a bad move on my part. Even now I have no excuse, except that I still did not fully understand that it is almost impossible to beat the odds and survive after going into court protection, and that the less you commit to pay, the better your chances are of surviving. Now let me put miracle number 7 on hold temporarily. Miracle number 8, line of credit. When the factoring company put the stop credit on Shirmax, and we had no alternative but to file for protection, we immediately advised our banks, and we were told that if Shirmax hoped for any bank support throughout this process, we would have to appoint their choice of trustee, Arthur Anderson. They also insisted that we appoint Sen Delaney, one of Arthur Anderson's consulting arms that specialized in business turnarounds, to assist us in the restructuring of the company and to liaise with the bank regarding the ongoing viability of Shirmax. Here began what would turn out to be another long and drawn-out, nerve-wracking experience. Although we did not know it at the time, and despite our agreeing to their demands, the bank's mandate to Arthur Anderson was to keep everything going until after Christmas, get the bank's $12 million out, and then allow the company to fold. When you file for court protection, you do not have to pay your creditors at large until you come to an agreement with them. However, the bank is a preferred creditor, which means that all of the money that comes in other than what goes to payroll, rent, and taxes goes to the bank first. So as soon as Arthur Anderson took control, the bank knew it was going to get its $12 million. Even though I was still running day-to-day operations, I was no longer in charge. Arthur Anderson was. Under the circumstances, it was not surprising that everyone at Shirmax saw Arthur Anderson as the enemy. Meanwhile, all of the Shirmax executive team and the entire financial and accounting department were working day and night with Sen Delaney to analyze the situation and determine what was needed to produce an effective restructuring plan. Eventually, we put together a plan that we presented to Arthur Anderson, showing that if we secured our deal with the landlords, rid ourselves of 40 low-performing stores, and recreated our business concepts as per our new test stores, there was a good chance to turn Shirmax around. Of course, this was also conditional on our making a reasonable deal with our creditors, getting the bank's support, and implementing the Sen Delaney recommendations for reorganizing and streamlining the company. Arthur Anderson presented our plan to the bank, and in their report wrote something to the effect that Shirmax management, together with Arthur Anderson's consulting arm, Sen Delaney, has prepared this plan that we believe would result in turning the company around. We are confident that Shirmax can be saved, and we recommend that you give them your support. At that point, Arthur Anderson ceased being the enemy and became our ally. They were on our side. When we finally came to an agreement with the creditors committee, we had to satisfy 2 conditions. First, we had to obtain a $5 million line of credit from our bank. Second, we had to reduce the annual rent for our head office and distribution facilities from $2 million to not more than $600,000. The creditors committee submitted that proposal to the members at large for a vote to be held on December 6, 1993. After we agreed to the committee's condition, Rossignol, Landry, and I met with the bank and advised them of the creditor's condition concerning the $5 million line of credit with our bank. We said, You have received a letter from Arthur Anderson recommending that you support us. Will we have your support for the $5 million line of credit? We left that meeting with the impression that we would get their support. Now let me put miracle number 8 temporarily on hold too. Miracle number 9, head office facility. We had closed our manufacturing division in April, so we had already mothballed 1/3 of our head office building. Because we would be closing 40 stores, we estimated that would further reduce our space requirements by 30%, so we needed much less space. We went shopping to price a new location and found that we could rent suitable space for $600,000 a year as opposed to the $2 million it was then costing. Thus, $600,000 became the number we used in our restructuring plan. Rosignol, Landry, and I then went to see one of the principals of the company that owned our head office building and told him about the creditors' committee demand relating to the rent. We explained that we no longer needed the amount of space we had and that we could rent space that would satisfy our needs elsewhere for $600,000. So we asked him to either release us from our lease with a 6-month penalty in accordance with the new legislation or reduce our space and annual rent to $600,000. He told us he would look into it. He called us back in a few days for another meeting at which he informed us that they would be willing to reduce our annual rent to $1.6 million and would also reduce the term of the lease to 5 years from 15 years. We said, "We appreciate your offer, but it won't work because we can't survive paying that kind of rent. And in any case, $600,000 is one of the conditions of the creditors accepting our proposal. If we cannot satisfy that condition, we are out of business." He said, "I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do." At that point, Rosignol responded, "Please accept 6 months' rent to terminate the lease without going through the hassle of going to court." His response was, "No, we won't do that. You have to honor your lease, and that's the deal." And Rosignol said, "We have no alternative. I guess we'll see you in court." That was in November 1993, but we could not get a court date until March 1994. The creditors' committee agreed to recommend our proposal on the condition that we could get our rent reduced. That meant they would have to wait for a final decision until March. It also meant that even if the creditors at large accepted our proposal, we would have to live under a cloud of uncertainty until March, not knowing whether we would remain in business or not. So even if our proposal were accepted conditionally in December, it would by no means be a fait accompli. Rosignol assured me we would meet to prepare our case before we went to court. Let me now also put miracle number 9 aside temporarily, along with miracles number 7 and number 8. Miracle number 8 revisited, line of credit. Throughout October and November, our bank loan was coming down every day. On November 29th, our account manager at the bank called a meeting with Rosignol, Landry, and I and told us that the bank had decided not to extend Shirmax a line of credit. She also suggested that we take our banking elsewhere. Rosignol was outraged. "You led us to believe we would have your support, and now that you've got your money, you're cutting us loose." And without saying another word, he got up, walked out of the office, and left the 3 of us sitting there. So there we were on a roller coaster again, but this time we were at the bottom of the loop looking into a dark hole. James and I went back to the office and I called Rosignol. His secretary told me he wasn't available, and I said, "Don't tell me he's not available. He gave me 4 phone numbers and told me he's available to me 24 hours a day. He's got to be available. I have to speak to him." "Sorry," she said, "he's not available." So I asked to be transferred to my brother, and I was told that he wasn't available either. Then I asked to speak to Bram Gelfand, and he wasn't available. I eventually learned that they were all in a meeting and could not be disturbed. You can imagine how I felt, totally abandoned. The game was over. I had no bank, no $5 million credit line to satisfy the creditors, and I couldn't even speak to Rosignol. As I understand it, what happened after Rosignol left the bank was more or less as follows. He went back to his office and called an emergency meeting of all the partners of the firm. He told them what had just happened at the bank and obtained their unanimous agreement to deliver a message to the bank on behalf of their firm. That afternoon, Rosignol went back to the bank and told the account manager that he was there on behalf of all the partners of his firm to tell her that the bank had acted entirely in bad faith by leading us to believe that they were going to support us when all they really wanted was to get their money out. And now that they had their money, they were pulling the plug on us. The landlords were supporting us, the creditors were prepared to support us, and everything was in place except the bank. He said the bank would be single-handedly responsible for bringing Shirmax down and that his firm would not allow the bank to get away with that. He told her that the firm would do whatever it took to make the bank pay dearly if it caused Shirmax to fail. Her response was, "I'll get back to you." The next day, the account manager called Rosignol and said, "With respect to the letter you need confirming a line of credit for $5 million to show to your creditors, we will give you such a letter, but the letter is all you will get. We will not advance you any money." We passed that letter on to the creditors, and as far as they knew, we had met their line of credit condition, so another crisis was averted. Getting that letter and being able to satisfy the creditors with it, especially considering the circumstances, was truly another miracle. Miracle number 10, the vote. The next challenge was to get our proposal accepted by the creditors at large on December 6th. We wanted to get an indication of whether our creditors would accept or reject our proposal, so we sent everyone in the company responsible for purchasing to sound out their suppliers. The feedback was very disheartening because most of the creditors said they would not accept our proposal. On December 6th, we went to the creditors' meeting with our hearts in our throats. Our lives hung in the balance. There was nothing more to do. All the work done since October had brought us to this judgment day. Most of the votes were in by proxy, but a number of creditors showed up to cast their vote at the last minute. There must have been 150 people in the room. Shirmax management, all of our accountants, trustees, lawyers, my wife Shirley, my brother Alex, and many of our friendly creditors. When it was time for the trustees to tabulate the vote, the room was electric with tension. Based on what our suppliers had told our buyers, I truly feared the worst. Then the vote was tabulated and announced. 97% voted in favor of the proposal. Truly, I cannot express how I felt. I was surprised, relieved, elated, and happy, and drained. I was so overwhelmed, Shirley and I went into a corner and wept on each other's shoulders. When I regained my composure and was able to circulate in the room, the atmosphere turned into a celebration. The energy was amazing, and although our future was far from secure, for a brief moment we were absolutely euphoric. My entire business life could have ended right there, but it didn't. We had won a reprieve. The creditors had accepted our proposal. In some respect, that moment was like an ending, and that point marked a new beginning. The challenges of surviving, regrouping, and rebuilding were still ahead of us, and they were enormous. But at least we had a chance, another miracle. Miracle number 7 revisited. Negotiating with the creditors. I made a serious mistake when I preempted Jacques Rosignol by suggesting 60 cents on the dollar that Sunday evening at my home. I had put our future in jeopardy, but as things turned out, paying 60 cents as opposed to the 30 cents was a miracle in disguise. Shirmax went on to become very successful, and because I paid 60 cents and not 30 cents as Jacques had wanted, I was able to hold my head high. I didn't feel guilty, and I certainly did not feel I had in any way cheated the creditors. By paying them 60 cents on the dollar, they recovered virtually all of their original costs. When Shirmax was sold, in view of the price I received for the company, had I paid only 30 cents, it would have been a huge embarrassment for me, and I would never again have been able to hold my head high in my community. When I chickened out, what I had done was deemed to be a bad move, but it turned out to be a blessing that benefited everyone. Another miracle. Throughout this entire episode, even though John Swidler and the Richter team were the opposition in our negotiations, we had the opportunity to see them at work, to observe their work ethic, as well as their understanding of the retail fashion industry. We decided that we wanted them to be our accountants, if we had a future. Immediately after our proposal was accepted, we retained Richter and Associates as our accounting firm, and they remained our accountants until the day Shirmax was sold. On a personal level, John Swidler became an advisor, a mentor, and a very good friend. Miracle number 9 revisited. Head office facility. We still had another obstacle to overcome relating to the creditors' conditional acceptance of our proposal, the court case with respect to our head office lease. As the weeks went by, I waited to hear from Jacques about preparing for the case, but he kept putting me off with, "Don't worry, I'm taking care of it." A week before the case was to be heard, I called him and said, "Jacques, I don't understand. You said we would meet to prepare our case before going to court, but I haven't heard from you and I don't know what's happening." "Max," he finally said, "we cannot go to court with this case because we cannot afford to lose. If we lose, the 1.6 million and the 5-year term will be off the table and we'll be back on the hook for $2 million a year for 15 years. The judge's ruling will deal only with whether or not we are bound to the lease. He will not reduce the rent. We cannot take the chance to go to court. I am negotiating and working behind the scenes, but I am telling you now that if we must, at the last moment, we will accept their offer for 1.6 million for 5 years, and we'll worry about the consequences later." On court day, Rosignol, Landry, and I were standing on the steps outside the courthouse when 3 officials representing the landlord arrived. We were ready to say, "We'll accept your proposal," but before any of us had a chance to say a word, one of them came over to us and said, "We accept your offer with some conditions." We couldn't believe our ears. Their conditions were acceptable and we agreed on the spot. Rosignol later told me, "I was banking on the fact that if I were the landlord's lawyer, I would not take this case to court because the legislation had not been tested, and if Shirmax won the case, the floodgates would open, as one of the largest landlords in the country, the potential cost to them could be staggering." That's what Rosignol was banking on, and that's why they accepted. We closed down part of the building and negotiated an advantageous new lease at $600,000 a year. Another miracle. Of all the times my guardian angel had looked out for me, one of the most crucial was when she brought Jacques Rosignol into my life. Jacques was truly amazing, and I cannot imagine that I could have had better or more able support from anyone than I received from him. Many people worked very hard to save Shirmax during the court protection episode, but Jacques was the mastermind, and I credit him more than anyone else with saving Shirmax and for giving us the opportunity to live another day. Had he not had the vision and the determination to take on and get the support of the landlords, had he not had the presence and the ability to deal with the creditors committee, had he not had the boldness and tenacity to take on the bank and our head office landlord, it would have been game over for us at any one of those points. I will be forever grateful to Jacques. Miracle number 11. Turnaround. I have said several times that it is almost impossible to survive after filing for protection unless new money is invested in the business by the existing shareholders or new investors, and if there are new investors, then the existing shareholders give up both ownership and control. In my case, I had no money to invest and no intention of giving up ownership. However, soon after we filed, the winds of fortune started to blow in our favor and business began to turn around for us. We sold off the excess merchandise we had on hand and turned it into cash. That enabled us to pay off our creditors within 30 months rather than over the full 3-year term of the settlement agreement, and that helped to change the mood of our creditors and our relationships with them. When we became active buyers again, most of our former suppliers had a chance to make back what they had lost. Not only did we survive, we accomplished the impossible. We went on to prosper without any new money being invested in the company from any source. That turnaround was truly a miracle. Miracle number 12, reestablishing sources of supply. As soon as we filed for protection, we were faced with an enormous challenge, that of surviving day by day, running a $100 million business with no bank, no credit, and most important, no source of supply. We needed merchandise in order to stay in business, but we had hurt our suppliers, and persuading most of them to accept orders from us while we were still in protection was a huge challenge. Accepting orders from us was also risky because nothing we ordered would be shipped for up to 5 months from the date of the order, and there was a strong possibility that we would not be in business when the merchandise was ready for delivery. Also, because the merchandise we ordered was to our own specifications, it could not be sold to anyone else. The challenge was for us to get the support of our suppliers and to bring them back on side so they would accept our orders and we could stay in business. We had to plead, beg, and do whatever it took to get them to take a further chance on us. Thankfully, enough of them decided to take that risk. One by one, supplier after supplier, including those who had called me unmentionable names, gave us their support. Slowly, we were able to place orders and receive shipments, and eventually our sources of supply returned to normal. Despite the importance of all the other miracles we were blessed with, this was the key to our surviving the impossible. In fact, it was a miracle that we got their support at all. Miracle number 13, keeping our people. Employees need to know that their jobs are secure. However, as our company's survival was questionable, jobs were anything but secure. That made our employees susceptible to approaches from other companies. We had to face the daunting challenge of holding on to our people. From the moment we filed, the headhunters were out in force trying to recruit our people, but we managed to ward off their attacks and keep our team intact. In retrospect, I believe it was the culture we had in place and the commitments that stemmed from that culture that produced a fierce sense of loyalty. Also, I made it a priority to keep everyone informed, and I included them in everything that was going on. I held regular phone conferences with staff all across the country. I shared the ups and downs we were going through, and I shared my commitment to survive and live another day. Actually, we lost only one senior member of our team throughout the whole ordeal. Jan Lorenz, our construction manager, came to me and said, "Max, no matter what we do, we aren't going to be building any new stores for some time, so you don't need me anymore. If I stay, I will be a burden on the payroll. I've had an offer and I think I should take it." I was sorry to see Jan go, but it made sense because I too didn't think we would be building for a while. As things turned out, however, we were building again in 4 months' time, and Jan came back to Shirmax a year later, but in another position. Being able to hold on to our people as we did was the final miracle. One miracle in a lifetime is a miracle, but 13 miracles in a span of 6 months is in the realm of the impossible. Yet they all happened exactly when they needed to and in the proper sequence. If any of them had not happened when it did, Shirmax would have gone under. Skeptics might question my use of miracles in describing the events surrounding our ordeal, but no one can possibly deny the extraordinary obstacles and difficulties we had to overcome. Was it luck, divine providence, my guardian angel, or were they indeed miracles? I choose to think they were miracles. Chapter 15. Rebuilding Shirmax. Going into bankruptcy protection was truly an ordeal for everyone at Shirmax. During those difficult months, the senior executive team was preoccupied with resolving our immediate problems and had little time to devote to the day-to-day running of the business. Still, we managed to survive. However, surviving bankruptcy protection carried with it absolutely no guarantee that we would succeed in the future, but we had an ace up our sleeve. For the 3 years before going into protection, we knew that our business concepts had become old and tired, and we had already developed new concepts for both our maternity and plus-size divisions. So when all the smoke cleared after we came out of protection, we were able to start the process of reinventing and rebuilding Shirmax immediately. We had new retail strategies and concepts to build on that were more in tune with the realities of the changing economic and social environments, and when we implemented those strategies, customers responded positively. In the early spring of 1994, when the economy started to turn around, there was a marked improvement in business. We started to receive new merchandise for spring and summer, and we had a very good season. After about a year, it was clear that we were no longer in survival mode. We had met the challenges of day-to-day survival, and we were on a roll. We were ready to move forward. We changed banks, moved to the Bank of Montreal. As part of our restructuring program, we focused on maximizing our efficiency and effectiveness in all areas of business. We invested strategically in people and technology and were driven like zealots to grow our businesses and maximize our potential in the marketplace. We were driven to create an organization that works, with the ultimate goal of maximizing shareholders' value. We focused our efforts primarily in 3 areas: reinventing our marketing concepts, recreating the Shirmax culture, and strengthening our management practices. Reinventing our marketing concepts. Reinventing the maternity business. When we first went into the maternity business under the Shirley K banner, maternity was considered a small specialty business with the emphasis on small. Even when we expanded and became a national chain, all our stores were still small, in keeping with the small business thinking. By the late 80s, it was clear that our small stores and our business concept were no longer appropriate. I have already told how Howard and Philip changed our Shirley K maternity concept, which had been based on hiding the pregnancy, to the new time maternity concept of celebrating and showing the pregnancy. The strategy for rebuilding the maternity division was to replace all the Shirley K stores with larger, more modern, and customer-friendly time maternity stores, featuring more moderately priced merchandise. Reinventing the plus-size business. Here again, our plus-size retail concept was also old and tired. When we first went into the plus-size business, we were not sure of its potential and we were cautious. Our stores were very small, approximately 2,000 square feet, and we carried everything from pantyhose to cocktail dresses. We had bits and pieces of everything, but we were important in nothing. And that was the way we ran our plus-size business until the early 90s, when we built a couple of new concept test stores based on a new vision of having Additionelle become the store of choice for plus-size customers in Canada. Our new concept stores, which we called combo stores, had 7,000 square feet. Each store had one storefront, but the interior was separated into two parts, a career store and a sportswear store. When I approached our board of directors with the new store concept, I had great difficulty in getting their support. They argued that if we couldn't make 2,000 square feet work, how in the world were we expected to make 7,000 square feet work? However, I eventually managed to bring them around and get their support. We opened our first 7,000 square foot store in Place Versailles in Montreal in 1993. Customers immediately appreciated both the new store concept and the broadened merchandise assortments, and the store became the model for subsequent conversions. Once the combo stores started to pay off, we expanded the concept by adding a plus-size lingerie department in an additional 3,000 square feet, which created a triple store. Again, it was quite a task to persuade the board to approve 10,000 square feet, but as it turned out, going into plus-size lingerie was a great move. After a bumpy start, it became a very profitable part of our business. A major aspect of rebuilding the plus-size division was the conversion to 10,000 square foot triple stores and the development of merchandise and marketing concepts to support that expansion. I must mention here that the "we" I have been using in discussing the plus-size business refers to Louise Tanguay, VP Merchandising for Additionelle, and me. Louise was with me from the first day we started working together to invent our plus-size store. Louise and I strategized all the changes over the years, and it was she who implemented those changes. Unquestionably, Louise was the architect and driving force in building Additionelle into Canada's leading plus-size brand. Recreating the Shirmax culture. Before we went into protection, I had already started a couple of management development programs called Discovery with the CEO and Shirmax Management Program, Managing Up. I developed and wrote these programs and delivered them in a series of 2-day training sessions to all management staff in the company. After we came out of protection, I began broadening the scope of those programs, added to their content, and developed 2 additional programs, entrepreneurship and team building. Those 4 programs, which I describe in detail in part 2, form the foundation of the very special and empowering culture we created at Shirmax. The objectives of those programs were to get everyone's commitment to our corporate vision, values, and goals, imbue the Shirmax culture into all parts of the organization, and inspire everyone to operate at an extraordinary level. Strengthening our management practices. In order to put Shirmax on a strategic course to improve and strengthen its management practices, we acquired and installed new technologies. These quickened our response time in all aspects of our business and allowed us to become a much more effective operation. Once we completed the implementation of these three main strategic initiatives, reinventing our marketing concepts, recreating the Shirmax culture, and strengthening our management practices, Shirmax was positioned to become very profitable and to take on whatever challenges and opportunities presented themselves. The inventory dilemma. Every company has its own culture, and much of that culture is determined by what I call drivers. These drivers establish what everyone in the company is committed to, propel the decisions made, and therefore govern how the company operates. At Shirmax, the number one driver that defined the Shirmax culture was our key operating principle, a commitment to maximizing your potential. Maximizing your potential involves taking risks. The opposite to maximizing your potential is risk aversion. It is about playing it safe. And playing it safe does not give the same opportunities as a commitment to maximizing your potential. However, there is a downside as well as an upside to maximizing your potential. In a retail operation, the area where maximizing your potential can have the greatest positive or negative effect is that of inventory management. All fashion retailers struggle with a very difficult and perplexing problem when it comes to inventory, how to maximize sales during the key months of the season while minimizing the amount of stock left at the end of the season, and how much inventory is needed at all times to accomplish that. There is a formula for merchandise management that involves weeks of stock and stock turns. To maximize sales in the key months requires having enough stock during those months to meet the potential demand. However, that means being left with excess stock at the end of the season, and that merchandise has to be written off, which in turn means a direct reduction of profits. Thus, retailers face a dilemma. They must either A, maximize sales by maximizing assortments and the impact on the customer and accept the consequences of having stock left over, which has to be written off at the end of the season, or B, give up potential sales by carrying lower inventories in season in order to have little or no inventory left over at the end of the season. If a company is driven by option A, that calls for specific actions and behaviors that create a particular culture. Conversely, if a company is driven by option B, that calls for a different set of actions and behaviors that creates another culture. Retailers must therefore choose between these two strategies. Most retailers choose strategy B, giving up on maximizing sales in favor of having little or no inventory at the end of the season. I, on the other hand, always chose strategy A, to maximize sales by trying to impact the customer and accept the consequences of having leftover merchandise. I believe that on balance, option A gave me the greater opportunity to maximize customer satisfaction, sales, and profitability over the long term. I am certain that the driver I adopted, maximizing potential, came from an experience I had early in my business career that influenced the way I approached merchandising and inventory management. When we had only one store in the Wilderton shopping center, I got up one winter morning to find that we were in the midst of a blizzard, which was to last all day. I managed to get to the store and open for business. What a joke. There was no staff and there was no business. I was alone. I turned on the lights, washed the floor, and intermittently, as it piled up, I shoveled the snow away from the front door. Other than that, I stood at the door with my arms folded, waiting for customers. Around 4 in the afternoon, a car plowed its way through the parking lot and stopped in front of my store. A lady, all bundled up, got out of the car and walked through the door. I need a pair of navy slacks. What size? Size 12. Let's check. Wouldn't you know, I had every size in stock except size 12. For me, that meant I had wasted my entire day. I hadn't made a single sale, and I didn't have the stock to make the only sale I could have made. I paid the rent and electricity for nothing. It was from that experience that I decided if we were going to be successful over the long term, we had to make the customer our priority. We had to have merchandise assortments to ensure we had what the customer wanted when she wanted it, or she would desert us. It was from that experience that I chose to deal with the inventory dilemma by budgeting to maximize sales in the good months and accepting the consequences of being left with too much inventory at the end of season. That was the dilemma we lived with until we eventually stumbled onto a solution that was not only profitable, it changed for the better the way we managed our business. Additional fashion outlet. For years, Louise had been asking me to open a few outlet stores where we could sell off our excess merchandise so we would not clog up the new season with our old merchandise. I always refused on the grounds that outlet stores was not a business we knew. We were value-added fashion retailers, and I was convinced that outlet was inconsistent with that image. I stuck with that decision for many years until 1995. I was put under tremendous pressure and was left with no alternative but to give in. Walter Lamont, our executive VP of operations, started to pressure me with, "Max, I think we are being very stubborn." He was being very diplomatic with the we. "I suggest we consider and open a couple of outlet stores to help us get rid of some of our excess merchandise. It is inappropriate to use expensive space to sell off old merchandise." "Walter," I responded, "as long as I am CEO of this company, we will never do that. That's inconsistent with who we are, and it's not a business we understand. We are about excellence, and outlet stores are not. It's not for us." A few months later, Walter came back to me and said, "Max, I have found a 5,000 square foot store in a great outlet environment on Taschereau Boulevard. The rent is $11 a square foot compared to $100 a square foot that we are paying in the shopping centers. I can get a 2-year lease with an 8-year option. We have enough fixtures in our warehouse to furnish the store, so it would cost us next to nothing to open the store. Let me open an additional outlet store and see if it would work for us." Walter had me boxed in. I did not want to be in that business, but I could not argue with his logic, so I conceded. He opened the store, and it was an instant success. A few months later, Walter came to me again and said, "I have found another store, 7,500 square feet in an outlet center in Laval. The rent is $9 a square foot, and again, I can get a 2-year lease and an 8-year option. We still have plenty of merchandise to fill another store. Considering what we're doing on Taschereau, we've got to open this one too." I approved the second store, and it was even more successful than the first. Timing is everything. Just around this time, a new retail concept was developing. Power malls, also known as outlet malls, were being built across Canada. The rents were not as low as $9 or $10 gross. They were $20, which was still a long way from the $100 we were paying in regular malls. Based on the success of our first 2 outlet stores and the fact that we still had a lot of merchandise being carried over from season to season in our regular Additionelle stores, we started opening outlet stores in power malls to sell that merchandise at discount prices. The stores were called Additionelle Fashion Outlet, and that division was successful from day one. Within 2.5 years, we had 40 outlet stores generating more than $60 million in revenues. The outlet division attracted a different customer who really appreciated the additional merchandise at discount prices. Not only was the outlet division a viable and profitable venture on its own, it resolved Additionelle's inventory dilemma. Having the outlet stores to sell off our excess merchandise was a huge benefit for the Additionelle division and made that division more profitable. It allowed Additionelle to maximize its assortments in season and still keep the merchandise clean, fresh, and new by moving the excess merchandise to the outlet division, where we got another kick at the can with the same merchandise. As the outlet division grew, there was not enough merchandise from Additionelle to support those stores, so we put another buying team for the outlet division headed by a merchandise manager, Jamie Lee Goulikos, who developed and bought merchandise at discount prices to supplement our own from Additionelle, thus providing our customers with an excellent assortment. The combination of having those 2 divisions working together and supporting each other was a great formula that resolved our inventory dilemma. It was having our cake and eating it too. It is noteworthy that the Additionelle outlet division became the catalyst for the eventual sale of Shirmax. Our outlet division was in direct competition with Pennington's, one of Reitman's premier divisions at the time, and we were a thorn in their side. Reitman saw the opportunity to own and control the competition, and I believe that was a key consideration in Reitman's decision to acquire Shirmax. So developing the outlet division, which I had so resisted, turned out to be a stroke of great good fortune. The outlet division was the goose that laid the golden egg. Once again, I credit my guardian angel for manipulating events and circumstances to force me to change my decision and go into the outlet business. Chapter 16, Entrepreneur of the Year. We were profitable from the first quarter after coming out of protection, and we increased our profitability every quarter after that. By the mid-90s, we had paid off our creditors 6 months in advance of the due date, and it was clear that Shirmax was on a roll. The negative fallout from our proposal disappeared and was replaced with praise and acknowledgement for what we were accomplishing, especially from the retail, fashion, and financial business communities. Everyone was impressed with our achievements, not only for surviving court protection, but also for accomplishing a dramatic turnaround and becoming profitable again in such a short time. We became more and more high profile. Each year, an award is given to acknowledge the most outstanding CEO in Canada. In 1996, as a result of the recognition Shirmax was receiving, I was nominated for CEO of the Year. The Shirmax people prepared a comprehensive submission in support of the nomination, and although I did not win the award, being nominated was a huge compliment and a boost to the morale of everyone in the company. This was especially gratifying as only 3 years earlier, morale had been at an all-time low. 1 year later, in 1997, Pierre Beauchamp, the senior vice president of our new bank, the Bank of Montreal, nominated me for consideration as Entrepreneur of the Year in Quebec in the category of Turnaround Entrepreneur. He had watched our performance and the work I did in establishing the Shirmax culture and was very impressed with our management philosophy, the way we empowered our people, and the job we did turning Shirmax around. The Entrepreneur of the Year Award is an international event sponsored annually by Ernst & Young in collaboration with other organizations in each province, state, and country. Again, being nominated was a huge compliment, but I was not very interested in pursuing it because of our experience with the CEO of the Year award. Our people had done a lot of work and spent valuable time preparing our submission for that nomination, and I did not want them to take on that workload again. However, most of them insisted that I accept the nomination, arguing that since I was entered in the category of turnaround entrepreneur, and we were getting so much recognition specifically for the Shirmax turnaround, they felt that I should let the nomination stand. So I agreed to let my name go forward. In addition to our submission, the officials from the Entrepreneur of the Year organization did a lot of work on their own. They interviewed me, as well as many people who knew me both inside and outside the company. Several weeks before the award event, however, I received a call from an official of the organization who informed me that the turnaround category had been canceled because I was the only nominee in that category. Instead, I had been entered in the larger, broad-based category of wholesaling, retailing, and manufacturing. I immediately wanted to withdraw my nomination because while I thought I might have had some chance in the turnaround category, I was certain that I did not have a chance in the much broader category. It seemed obvious to me that I could not compete with all the major companies in Quebec and all the accomplishments of the presidents and CEOs who ran them. I was sure I could not win, and I did not want to put our people through the trauma of being losers again. Filing for bankruptcy protection had been a huge challenge to our people, and we had managed to bring them back to feeling like winners again. I felt it would serve no purpose to set up an unrealistic, unwinnable expectation. But I was overruled. Most of our people argued that the work had already been done, and again they urged me to let the nomination stand. So I reluctantly agreed, and the process went forward. About a month before the awards ceremony, a short list of up to 5 nominees was announced in each of 8 categories. To my surprise, my name was on the short list for my category of wholesaling, retailing, and manufacturing, but I held my emotions in check because I was certain there was no way I could win the award. In the meantime, the idea of their CEO winning the Entrepreneur of the Year award caught on like wildfire and caused great excitement amongst Shirmax staff, both at head office and in all our stores across the country. I began to feel very uneasy because I was sure that everyone was being set up for a letdown. On the day of the awards dinner, I received literally dozens of phone calls from friends and staff members right across the country wishing me good luck. This bothered me even more because I dreaded the prospect of having to call them the next day with the news that I had not won. The awards ceremony was a very elegant affair attended by over 1,000 people and was held in the huge ballroom of the Palais de Congrès de Montréal. The evening started with a cocktail party followed by dinner, then the announcements and presentations of the awards. All of the nominees were encouraged to have people from their company attend, so we had a table of 10 at the event. All were Shirmax people except for my wife, Shirley, and my younger daughter, Rochelle. At the cocktail party, James Landry asked me if I had prepared an acceptance speech, and I told him I hadn't because there was no way in the world that I could win. He responded, "But what will happen if you do win? You will be unprepared." And I teased him by asking, "What kind of support is this to ask me now?" If you had asked me about a speech 3 days ago, maybe I would have taken your suggestion and prepared one. But don't worry, there's no way I'm going to win. And so all of us went into the ballroom, sat down at our table, and had dinner. Then the awards ceremony began. The event was staged like the Academy Awards. All of the nominees had been asked to prepare a slideshow about their companies, and when the nominee's name was announced in each category, their company's slideshow was shown on the big screen. The organizers knew where each nominee was sitting, and when a winner was announced, the music started and the spotlights were directed to the winner's table. It was a very exciting evening. Of the 8 categories, the presentation for our category was 7th on the program. The winners in the first 3 categories were all from Francophone companies. Naya Water had been a huge success in Quebec in 1997, and they were one of the nominees in the 4th category. It was obvious to me that Naya would win, but when the winner was announced, it was not Naya Water. It was a small, unknown Francophone company that made cranberry juice. At that point, not only was I certain I did not have a chance in the broad category of wholesaling, manufacturing, and retailing, I was absolutely convinced I could not win because I was not Francophone. So I felt no tension at all sitting there as the evening progressed. Finally, it was time for our category, and they announced the 5 nominees while showing the slideshows for each nominee on the big screen, including Max Konigsberg, CEO from Shirmax. The music started blaring, the spotlights were flaring back and forth, and then the announcement, the winner is, and all the spotlights turned on our table, Max Konigsberg. I was stunned. I just sat there, too shocked to move. Suddenly, everybody at the table started jumping and cheering. Shirley was speechless. My daughter Rochelle went totally wild. Now I was in trouble. I had not prepared an acceptance speech, and I had no time to think. With the spotlight on me, I had to walk the whole length of the hall and up onto the stage to accept my award and make an acceptance speech. As I made the long walk to the stage that seemed to take forever, I kept telling myself to just think clearly and speak slowly. When I got on stage, there were handshakes all around, and I was presented with the award plaque. Then I went over to the microphone. I cannot repeat exactly what I had said because I had nothing prepared, but it was something like, "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am in shock. I am overwhelmed to be receiving this kind of acknowledgement from my peers and from the Quebec business community. I am truly honored to accept this award, but I do not consider it to be simply a personal acknowledgement. Rather, it is an acknowledgement of the entire Shirmax team. So many people had worked so hard for many years to bring Shirmax to the point where it is now. If Shirmax is recognized as an outstanding company today, it is because they made it so. I am therefore accepting this award on behalf of all the people at Shirmax. Thank you." Something very special for me personally happened as a result of winning that award and from my acceptance speech. The next morning I got a call from Herb Siblin, one of the partners at Ernst & Young. Herb is a very high-profile member of the Jewish community in Montreal, and Herb and I had had a long-standing relationship. He had been one of my mentors, and I had enormous respect for him. He said to me, "Max, you are a credit to your community and to our people. Your words were very inspiring. We are all so proud of you." Until that evening, my image of myself had always been that of an also ran. I never thought of myself as a winner. Winning that award was very special for me because for the first time in my life, I knew how it felt to be a winner. Throughout this entire episode, everything that happened, the nomination, accepting the nomination, the change of categories, the decision to refuse the nomination, and then deciding to accept, the news of becoming a finalist, had all been communicated to everyone in the company. Everyone at Shirmax knew what was going on, and everyone was excited. I had the tangible support of a couple of thousand people. Everyone was involved in the run-up to the event, and they made me feel that they had an investment in my winning the award. What a great day it was when I went to the office and announced to everyone that we had won, and then I started making my phone calls around the country. Thankfully, my concern that we would not win and so deprive everyone of the feeling of being a winner proved to be unwarranted. Winning the award was the ultimate acknowledgement that we were well on our way to achieving what we had set out to do and had worked so hard to accomplish, to create an organization that works. This entire episode was a wonderful experience, and I still get a great thrill when I think back on it. Having said that, I have never taken that recognition for granted, and I hope I never will. I read a business book recently titled Good to Great by Jim Collins and Jerry I. Porras, which makes a strong case that most great companies have not become great simply as a result of having been good. The authors claim that most great companies have reached that level by going from the brink of disaster to great, not by going from good to great. They argue that to become a great company requires that it push its boundaries, take risks, take dramatic actions, and constantly reinvent its business concepts. When everything is going well, a good company is not inclined to do any of these. They don't make waves or rock the boat. Even when a company is clearly in serious trouble, management rarely takes drastic action until it is facing the prospect of absolute disaster. I support the author's claim because I had the same experience at Shirmax. The company became great only after it had reached the brink of a disaster. I consider the two events, filing for protection in 1993 and winning the Entrepreneur of the Year award in 1997, as one event because they were entirely interrelated. It was only by coming to the brink of disaster that we were motivated to examine our business in every detail, face the brutal truths about who we were, and take the necessary risks and bold actions that resulted in becoming the company that earned the award. Chapter 17, A New Vision for Shirmax. After coming out of bankruptcy protection, as part of the process of rebuilding Shirmax, we began to develop a new vision for building a much bigger business and for creating a powerful new organization that could expand successfully anywhere in the world, with or without me at the helm. By the spring of 1996, I and all of the Shirmax management team had that objective clearly set out in our minds, and we became totally preoccupied with and driven to achieve that end result. We were all operating from a vision to create an organization that would stand out above all others. I should explain why I have added with or without me at the helm. I had always been the driving force for growing the company and for taking risks, and our people were pleased to accept the challenges and follow me. They were ambitious, and they shared my vision for exploring all possible avenues to grow. Now we were capitalizing on our vision. All of our business concepts were reaching their potential, and we were having great success in satisfying our customers and building profitable sales. We were managing effectively and were in a very strong financial position. So there was a new world of opportunity for taking Shirmax to an entirely new level. Everyone was inspired to spread their wings and embark on a period of aggressive growth. But I became a problem. I was beginning to hold the organization back. My goal had been to build an organization that was so effective it would be capable of operating new businesses in both Canadian and international markets. And now that our goal could be realized, I was saying no. I did not want to be responsible for taking the company to the next level. I had reached a stage in my life where I was not willing to take on additional responsibility or assume additional risk. In all my years at Shirmax, there had never been a difference between my personal vision and my vision for the business, but now the two visions were in conflict and something had to give. I had to get out of the way and free up the company to pursue its full potential. That left me with two options: either merge with another company or sell Shirmax outright. Vision. I have used the term vision many times in this discussion. Let me digress once again and explain how and why the whole concept of vision plays a very important role in the way I manage my life. When I say that I have a vision for or of something, I mean simply that I can see or visualize it in my consciousness, in my mind's eye, and it becomes real for me. There's a formula relating to vision that I consider to be a formula for the way things work. I call it one of the laws of the universe. The formula is: I can create anything I have a vision for, the courage to declare, and the willingness to stay responsible for. The formula also has a corollary. I cannot create what I do not have a vision for. I can create anything I have a vision for is anything I can see or visualize in my consciousness or in my mind's eye. The courage to declare is the courage to make my vision public, putting it out into the universe as a commitment. The willingness to stay responsible for is staying responsible for the outcome and not quitting, despite the fact that the universe will always find ways to throw obstacles in my way. One of the best examples of the power of this formula occurred on May 25, 1961, when President Kennedy declared that the United States would put a man on the moon within 10 years. He had the vision, he declared it to the world, and he stayed responsible for the outcome. He did everything consistent with making it happen, despite the fact that when he made his declaration, there was no evidence that man could ever go to the moon. The United States put a man on the moon in fewer than 10 years. Miracles can result from a vision. As for the corollary, I cannot create what I do not have a vision for. I can create only to my vision. I cannot create to another person's vision, and another person cannot create to my vision. We can create only to our own vision. Most people have difficulty with this concept. After all, when we make a request of someone, we expect a specific outcome, and we are always surprised when it doesn't happen. Invariably, we don't get the results because we haven't done a good enough job sharing our vision. I had an experience at Shirmax that clearly illustrates this. When we started building the additional fashion outlet stores in Power Malls, that division's management team and I shared a common vision for the kind of store environment we wanted. We built a model store in Toronto according to that vision, and all of us went to the store opening to approve the concept before we built any more stores. Everyone was thrilled with the new model, and we gave it our stamp of approval. The team went back to Montreal while I stayed in Toronto to visit some of the newest power malls to check the latest trends. During that tour, I saw that a shift was taking place. Power malls were changing from being primarily outlet malls to complexes for a different kind of retailing, not discount stores, but lower cost and higher value retailing. As a result of that visit, my vision for additional fashion outlet changed, and I came up with a different concept for what our business should be and a vision for an entirely different environment for our stores. Consequently, for me, the model store we had just built, loved, and approved was no longer appropriate. At the management meeting the following Monday, I opened the meeting with the statement, "That store we all loved and approved last week is all wrong. It needs to be something very different." You can imagine the reaction. Everyone looked at me as if I had lost my mind. As much as I tried to explain my new vision to them, they just couldn't get it. At first, I was very disappointed that they could not see what was so obvious to me, but after I got past my irritation, I realized that they had not seen what I had seen and so could not conceptualize what I was talking about. I was asking them to execute a new vision that was not their own. They could not do that. They could not design and develop a store concept according to my vision. So I arranged for the entire team to go back to Toronto, and I met them there. I took them, two at a time, to the complexes I had visited and showed them what I had seen, exposing them to the same conditions and allowing them to have the same experience that had triggered my new vision. The light went on for them as it had for me, and they saw what I had seen, but now it was their own vision, and they could execute according to that vision. From that experience, the Additional Fashion Outlet division was transformed to a new and more relevant retail concept, and it happened because everyone was operating from a shared vision. This is an example of how the formula for the power of vision works. I have found this formula to be a great working tool, and I have internalized its principles to the point where it dictates the way I think and the way I manage my life. Chapter 18: Personal Visions. So far, we have explored the power of vision in the context of business, but it also plays a very important role in our personal lives. The following are some examples of the power of vision taken from some family experiences. Philip. The power of vision was illustrated earlier in the chapter titled King of Maternity, where I described the contribution that my son Philip and my nephew Howard made to Shirmax by developing the time maternity concept. Their vision for a new maternity retail concept ultimately contributed enormously to the growth of the company. I resisted it because it was not my vision and I didn't get it. It was only after they built and merchandised the stores and they became very successful that I was able to see and get the concept. And then it became my vision too. I could never have created that concept. I simply didn't have the vision for it, and Shirmax would have been the poorer without it. Rochelle. From the time Rochelle was very young, she wanted to have a career in which she could contribute to and make a difference in people's lives. However, she had no idea of what that could be. Rochelle attended St. George's High School in Montreal, which is very well known for its theater program. She became involved in that theater program, and in her final year, she played Helena in A Midsummer Night's Dream. She was outstanding in the role, and from that experience, she developed a vision for a life in theater. She enrolled in the theater arts program at York University in Toronto and earned a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree specializing in directing. Life in the theater was hard and created an upside-down lifestyle for her. Sleeping by day, working by night, moving from one gig to another, never sure of what was coming next. Although she had some success in the theater, she was never really happy with that lifestyle, and even more important, she did not see how a career in theater would fulfill her vision of contributing to and making a meaningful difference in people's lives. Then she met Paul Gold, who was to become her husband. Paul had been practicing yoga for some time and introduced her to the philosophy. She went to Bikram Yoga School in California for 3 months of intensive training. Although it was the most difficult and challenging 3 months of her life, she took to it like the proverbial duck to water. Yoga became her passion, and she developed a new vision for herself as a yoga teacher. She saw that as a yoga teacher, she could fulfill her childhood dream to contribute to and make a difference in people's lives. Rochelle left the theater and started to teach Bikram yoga. In the meantime, Paul was doing a much more demanding form of yoga called Ashtanga yoga. Eventually, Rochelle also moved on to practice that discipline, and together they developed the vision of becoming Ashtanga yoga teachers and opening a school of their own. They went to India for 3 months to study with the living master of Ashtanga yoga, K. Patabi Joyce, then came back to Toronto and opened their yoga school called Ashtanga Yogashala. Since then, they have returned to India annually to further their training with Patabi Joyce. So far, they have been to India several times and are among a small group of about 100 people worldwide who are authorized to teach Ashtanga yoga. Again, I have related this story in the context of the formula relating to vision. I can do anything I have a vision for, the courage to declare, and the willingness to stay responsible for. Rochelle had a vision to make a difference in people's lives. Yoga became her new vision. She had the courage to declare that vision to the world and stay responsible for the outcome. She did whatever it took to overcome all obstacles and to turn that vision into reality. Rochelle has fulfilled her dream. Esther. When my elder daughter Esther was in her early teens, her vision was to be a nurse. At that time, there were few female doctors, so becoming a doctor was not an option that had occurred to her. When Esther was about 14, we were on a family vacation and stopped off in Chicago to visit our friends Robert and Mary Krugman. Coincidentally, their niece, who was 18 years old, was visiting them at the same time. She told Esther that she was going to study medicine and become a doctor. Esther's eyes lit up. In a flash, she had a new option. She had never considered the possibility of becoming a physician, and that young woman opened up a new world for her. Her vision for who she could be changed from being a nurse to being a doctor, and she never wavered from that golden dream. She finished high school, pursued undergraduate studies in science at McGill, and was accepted in medicine at McMaster University a year before she completed her Bachelor of Science. Esther graduated from McMaster as a family physician. For the next 15 years, she had a very successful practice with 2 other female physicians. She had the vision, and she made it happen. In the mid-90s, Esther began to feel dissatisfied with the way she was practicing medicine. She felt that given our healthcare system, she was unable to give enough time to her patients, and as a physician schooled only in Western medicine, she felt limited in what she was able to offer to her patients. She was introduced to Deepak Chopra's philosophy and teachings and became intrigued with his approach to health and healing, which is very much based on practicing preventative medicine. Esther subsequently developed a close professional relationship with Dr. Chopra and became licensed to give a number of his courses, including primordial sound meditation. From her association with Dr. Chopra, she developed a new vision of herself as a physician. She saw the possibility of adding an entirely new dimension to her medical practice, combining traditional Western medicine with alternative medicine. As this new vision was crystallizing, Esther learned of a new 2-year program in alternative medicine offered at the University of Arizona in Tucson. That program was developed by Dr. Andrew Weil, who is world famous for his teachings in alternative medicine. The program is offered to qualified medical practitioners through a combination of residency and extension courses. Esther enrolled in the program in the 2nd year it was offered, and when she graduated in 2003, she was class valedictorian at her graduation ceremonies. She now shares Dr. Weil's approach and practices integrated medicine, a combination of traditional Western medicine and alternative medicine. Esther left her practice with her 2 associates in family medicine in 2003 and in real terms became an entrepreneur, investing in, building, and establishing a clinic, the Family Practice Center of Integrative Health and Healing in Burlington, Ontario. The clinic offers patients a variety of alternative health and healing disciplines, including homeopathy, naturopathy, Chinese medicine, acupuncture, chiropractic, and massage therapy. This is the first such practice in Canada and was born out of Esther's need to be able to offer her patients much more than she had previously been able to provide. She shares Dr. Weil's lofty vision to change the face of health care and healing on the planet. I am truly in awe of Esther for having the courage and making the commitments she has had throughout her life. It took a lot of courage to give up an established 15-year-old practice to head into uncharted waters and to invest a significant amount of her life savings in a new entrepreneurial venture. She put everything at risk to realize her dream. It also required a huge commitment to go back to school as a mature student. She made regular visits to the medical school's campus more than 2,000 miles away, while at the same time maintaining her medical practice, continuing to give her meditation courses, and being a wife, mother, and homemaker. I know that Esther could not have accomplished all of this without the commitment and support of her husband, Keith. In addition to the moral support he gave her as a fellow physician, he put her needs ahead of his own and was there for her during those years. Esther's clinic has been very successful to date. She has received recognition from her peers as well as from her patients who truly appreciate what she now offers them. She has also received academic recognition through her appointment as an associate professor in family medicine at McMaster University, as well as clinical assistant professor in the Department of Medicine at the University of Arizona. I have told this story in the context of the formula relating to vision. I can do anything I have a vision for, the courage to declare, and the willingness to stay responsible for. Esther had a vision, she had the courage to declare that belief to the world, and she took responsibility to do whatever it took, overcoming all obstacles to turn her dream into reality. We feel truly blessed. Chapter 19, A Matter of Faith. I have been asked many times, what more than anything else has contributed to your success? I don't have to think hard for an answer. All my life, I have been what I call an opening for contribution. By this, I mean that I have always looked for, embraced, and welcomed help and contributions from any source, including from my guardian angel. I believe that because I was an opening for contribution, people have always shown up to contribute to me. So much of what I have achieved has been due largely to the offerings I received from so many throughout my life. I don't mean to suggest that I had no part at all in my own success, because it was always my responsibility to evaluate and use or not use what was offered to me. It was always up to me to make things happen, and that's what I did. I made things happen. So I do take some credit. In the context of being an opening for contribution, I have referred again and again to my guardian angel. I believe and have faith that she will show up to direct me whenever necessary, whether I am aware that I need to be directed at that time or not. When I look back on the many times I have credited my guardian angel for directing me, I can see that it has always been marked by events and circumstances that she manipulated in my favor. She saw to it that I got out of Holland, which saved my life. She saw to it that my Uncle John came to Barbados, which redirected me from Israel to Montreal. She saw to it that I met Irving Hazenoff, who took me to the Young People's Club, where I became president, started building my self-esteem, and met Shirley, who has made the greatest contribution of all to my life. My guardian angel saw to it that I failed my auditing exam, which redirected me from accounting into a life as an entrepreneur. She saw to it that the factors pulled the plug on our credit, which set off a chain of events that gave me the opportunity to reinvent Shirmax. She saw to it that Howard and Philip showed up to invent Time Eternity, which became the financial engine that helped to rebuild Shirmax. She manipulated the events and circumstances that resulted in the sale of Shirmax, and on and on. Although I can take credit for how I responded to and capitalized on all of these events, I cannot take credit for creating any of them. They were manipulated in my favor, I say, by my guardian angel. I have already acknowledged that having a guardian angel is my interpretation of whatever it may be that directs my life. Many may not agree with that interpretation. After all, everyone has been affected by events and circumstances that have turned out well for them, but they may be more likely to credit their own good judgment for the happy outcome than something as offbeat as a guardian angel. However, for me, I cannot honestly credit my own good judgment for all the consistently good things that have happened to me. They were more than mere coincidences. So I feel blessed in having a guiding force in my life that I choose to call my guardian angel. I have often asked myself why it is that my guardian angel seems to have been there for me at almost every turn. I always come up with the same answer. It must have something to do with believing and having faith that she is there for me and that she will always show up when I need her or when the time is right. My faith in my guardian angel creates an opening for her to exert her influence. Soul searching. Speaking of faith, I struggled with my relationship with my God for a long time. I subscribe to the widely held belief that God is the creator, and as the creator, he has created everything. I accept that good things happen and that bad things happen, and I can accept that there is sickness and death and that natural catastrophes occur. I've had no quarrel with my God with respect to any of them. I accept them all as being part of the natural order. However, for a long time, I had a quarrel with my God in connection with man's inhumanity to man. I could not accept that God, who created man, could allow man to perpetrate the atrocities that men commit. In the spring of 2004, I visited the concentration camps of Auschwitz and Birkenau in Poland. The horror of what went on there tormented me, and I was genuinely haunted by the questions: where is God? How could God allow this to happen? How could God allow all of this evil and inhumanity? I could not come to terms with a God that could endow man with such evil capabilities. Until recently, that was my relationship with my God, distrusting my faith and troubling questions with no answers. Traditionally, the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, is celebrated by a full night and day of fasting and services in the synagogue. Yom Kippur ends with the blowing of the shofar, the ram's horn. In 2004, at the end of the services, after fasting for about 24 hours, everyone was in a rush to leave the synagogue. When the rabbi asked us to sit down, he told us the following story. A teacher asks his student, "Tell me, class, is there a God?" They reply, "Yes." Is God the creator? Yes. Does that mean that God has created everything? Yes. You're sure that God has created absolutely everything? Yes. Is there evil in the world? Yes. So if there is evil, and if God has created everything, then it follows that God has also created evil. The students pondered this for a while but could not rebut it, so the teacher felt satisfied that he had managed to prove his own personal bias, that God is the creator of evil. One of the students then stood up and asked, "Teacher, can I ask you a few questions?" And the teacher said, "Of course." "Teacher, is there cold?" "Yes." "No, teacher, there is no cold. There is just an absence of heat." And the teacher said, "I guess so. Yes, I agree." And the student continued, "Teacher, is there darkness?" "Sure." "No, teacher, there is no darkness. There's just an absence of light." "With a total absence of light, there is nothingness. So there is no darkness, there's just an absence of light." And the teacher said, "Again, I must agree." "Teacher, is there evil?" And the teacher said, "We all just agreed that there is evil." The student then said, "No, teacher, there is no evil, there is just an absence of God." That student was Albert Einstein. It took me some time to internalize that story, but the more I thought about it, the more I began to realize that the story provided me with the key to answering the questions that had been plaguing me with regard to my God. I reasoned that God had created man and gave him a special gift, the ability to think for himself and make choices. But free choice is an imperfect gift. It is like a double-edged sword. Man is free to make bad choices as well as good choices. Since God is the creator of all things, I held him responsible and accountable for all the bad choices man has made and all the evil man has perpetrated on his fellow man. Now, after internalizing the rabbi's story, my perception is that people who perpetrate evil on their fellow man make a choice, and they make that choice out of an absence of God in their lives. It is not God who is responsible for the evil and horror that man perpetrates on his fellow man. It is people who have not embraced God. It is the absence of God. Because of this interpretation, my relationship with my God has changed. I no longer hold my God responsible or accountable for all the evil men do. I am now at peace with my God. Brushes with death. At this point, allow me to relate a couple of personal experiences that put me in touch with my mortality and even closer to my God. These experiences certainly helped me get my priorities straight and have affected how I live my life. The swimming incident. Barbados has a tremendous pull on me, and I have been returning to the island regularly since I left in 1953. I love Barbados and particularly Accra Beach, where I spent much of my youth. When I'm there, I feel as if I'm 18 again. I am a strong swimmer, and when I am at my beach, I take every opportunity to swim. I've always been a high energy person, and every morning when I am there, I get up at 6 o'clock and go into the ocean for a 60-minute swim. I've been doing that for years. I start at a good pace for the first 50 minutes, and then I swim flat out for the last 10 minutes. When I'm through, I'm totally exhausted. It takes me a little while to get my wind back, then I'm fine. I find that swim exhilarating. In 1998, our entire family, children, grandchildren, everyone went to Barbados over the Christmas holidays. We stayed in an apartment right on my beach, and of course, I did my morning swim every day. The water is usually very calm there, but on the last day of our stay, it was very rough. I had some reservations as to whether I should go out into the rough waters, but I did not want to give up my last opportunity to swim before going home. So I put on my goggles and went into the water. It was a rough swim because the waves were unusually high and they were tossing me around a lot, but I persevered. As usual, I did my first 50 minutes and then I let it all out for the last 10. I gave it everything I had. Now with the rough water and all, I had drifted off my usual course and I finished too far from shore and in an area where there is often an undertow. The waves were very high. I was exhausted and breathing heavily. In fact, I was hyperventilating, which meant that I was breathing through my mouth to get the oxygen I needed. The waves kept splashing water into my mouth and I started to swallow water, which made me choke. To make matters worse, the tide was pulling me out to sea. I knew I was in trouble. It was about 6:45 in the morning and there were very few people on the beach. I called for help, but I was too far out to be heard, so I started waving my hands to attract attention. However, every time I tried to wave, I couldn't hold myself up and I went under and swallowed more water. At that point, I knew I was in serious trouble and I saw no way out. I actually came to terms with the fact that I was going to drown. The only thing I could think of was that everybody was going to say, "Max loved the water so much. Isn't it fitting that the way he went was in the water?" That's what I was thinking when I decided to let go, to give up. However, just as I was waving my last couple of waves, my son-in-law Keith came onto the beach and he saw me. In an instant, he realized I was in trouble and I saw him come into the water. Now, Keith is not a strong swimmer, and I knew that if he came in after me that far out, he would also get into trouble and he would drown too. I thought to myself, this is not acceptable. It's bad enough that one of the family goes, but two of us is intolerable. At that point, I put my head down into the water, stopped breathing, and I started to propel my arms with an energy that I had no idea I had. My mind was numb. I just kept propelling my arms for what seemed like an eternity and somehow got myself out of the tide and made it to shore. In retrospect, it was a superhuman effort. I felt as if I was having an out-of-body experience. Had Keith not come into the water, I would have given up. But the prospect of both of us drowning was intolerable to me, and that saved my life. Once again, my guardian angel showed up for me that morning by sending Keith out onto that beach. Thank you, guardian angel. The heart incident. Back home in Montreal, a few days after my swimming experience, I began to have discomfort in my chest, much like indigestion. The discomfort was not severe, but it was persistent and somewhat disconcerting. After tolerating it for a couple of days, I went to the hospital and was sent immediately to have an angiogram. The cardiologist determined that although my arteries were generally clean, I had a blockage at one spot. As I understand it, what often happens is that a piece of plaque breaks off in an artery and lodges somewhere up the line and causes a blockage. I wondered if that had happened to me as a result of my superhuman effort and experience in Barbados, or was it a mere coincidence that I should have the problem 1 week later? The doctors acknowledged that it was possible, but that they had no way of knowing. Anyway, they did an angioplasty, which involves inserting a stent into the artery to open the blockage. A few days later, I felt fine and I quickly forgot about the incident. 2 years later, I began having the same feelings of indigestion in my chest, and because of my previous experience, I went to see my doctor. He told me he could find nothing wrong, but that given the symptoms and my history, he thought I should go straight to the hospital. At the hospital, they take no chances with what might be a cardiac problem, so they took me right in, put me on a monitor, and did some tests. They told me they didn't see anything wrong, but as long as I was there, they thought it was a good idea for me to stay for a few hours so they could keep me on a monitor. Shirley went out and picked up some supper, and the two of us ate in the little cubicle I had in the emergency room. Around 9:30, I told Shirley that as long as I was already there, I might as well lie down and rest, and I suggested she go home and I would call her when they released me. So she left, and I lay down very comfortably, not concerned any more, and ready to go to sleep. A little after 10, all hell broke loose in the emergency room. The loudspeaker started blaring code blue, and several people came running into my cubicle. They unhooked me in a hurry, wheeled me into a code blue room. A doctor rushed in and told me that the readings on the monitor were going wild and that I was having a massive heart attack. As soon as the alarms went off, a nurse had called Shirley and told her that I was having a heart attack and that she should come back to the hospital immediately. She told her not to drive herself but to take a taxi. She also told her to call any family members and have them come in as well. So Shirley and all my family came to the hospital. Philip, Alex and his wife Vivian, Betty and Jack, and Ellen and Peter. When I saw Shirley, I said, "Honey, we've got a problem." Meanwhile, the chief cardiologist was called at home and asked to come in. So he, the doctor in charge of the emergency room, and a few other doctors got into a huddle discussing my case. At one point, the chief cardiologist came over to me and said, "We've got a difficult decision to make. You're having a serious heart attack, and we are considering two options. One is to go in and do an angioplasty and unblock the artery. However, our angiogram team has gone home and it will take us a few hours to get them together to do the procedure. By that time, most of your heart will be damaged. The other option is to give you a medication that can open up your arteries, but there's a very good chance that it will cause a stroke." In the meantime, I was not feeling much of anything except that I was numb from what was going on around me. Alex, who is my lawyer, was pacing back and forth and at one point asked, "Max, is there anything you want to tell me, want me to do or take care of?" And I said, "No, we've already done all that." Eventually, one of the doctors came in and said, "We've decided that we cannot take a chance with the medication, so we're doing our best to pull a team together as soon as possible to do an angiogram." While we were waiting, I asked for a telephone so I could call my elder daughter, Esther. I had a message for her. I told her, "I don't know what's going to happen here, but I want you to know that if I do go, I have no regrets, except that I would be leaving Mummy alone. I would hate to go thinking she will be left alone, and I hope she can find someone to spend the rest of her life with. I don't want you or the others to give her a hard time." And Esther said, "I got it." It took another hour or so for them to pull the team together to do the angiogram. They wheeled me out of the code blue room, along a corridor, and down to the operating room where all my family were standing outside looking very grim and somber. They don't put you to sleep when they do an angiogram. There was a monitor over my head and I could see everything that was happening. They inserted a long probe with a tiny camera on the end of it through an incision in my groin, and I watched it go up through my arteries, I think right into my heart. The doctor who was performing the procedure said to me, "I don't know what they're talking about. You're as clean as a baby. There's not a damn thing going on with your heart. Max, just forget that this ever happened and get on with your life," and they wheeled me out. Everyone was overwhelmed with relief. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I had to lie flat on my back for about 5 hours after the procedure so the incision in my groin could close up. The next morning I was back at work. Before I left the hospital, the doctor who was the attending physician in the emergency room came to see me, and she said, "I cannot tell you how happy I am to see you. I was sure I was losing you last night." That was one hell of an experience for me and my family. Although this episode was more of a false alarm than a brush with death, it certainly had the same effect. It helped me get my priorities straight. As a postscript, I went to see a series of specialists to try to find out what had happened. Why was I diagnosed as having a heart attack when I wasn't? Everyone gave me the same answer. We don't know. We can only assume that it was triggered by some kind of electrical short in your heart that caused the electrocardiogram to register what looked like a massive heart attack. The hospital gave me a copy of the electrocardiogram so I could show it to the doctor if something like that ever happened again. Chapter 20. Selling Shirmax. In the late fall of 1998, I received a call from Stephen Reitman, one of the two brothers who run the Reitman organization, inviting me to join him for lunch. Now, to put this call into perspective, I should explain that Shirmax and Reitman's were fierce competitors and had been so for many years, not only competing as retailers locking horns in the marketplace for customers, but also competing for staff and real estate. Also, many years before that phone call, Stephen and I had been embroiled in a conflict and we had had no contact since. I will relate the circumstances of that conflict here because it brings an interesting dimension to what happened next. Many years ago, when we were a much smaller company, the idea of taking care of or empowering our staff was as foreign to me as the thought of speaking Japanese. Certainly, I had good relationships with some of our people, but we were struggling to survive from day to day, and we paid no attention to nurturing or taking care of our general population of employees. A chain of events occurred that caused all that to change. In 1978, when Laurie Lewin joined Shirmax, he came to us from a fashion retailer, MIA Fashions, that had just gone bankrupt. Laurie brought a number of people from MIA with him. At MIA, Laurie had had a very good merchandise manager whose name was Barbara Lyons Tremblay. We tried to persuade Barbara to join us as well, but she declined. She had had an offer from Reitman's and she felt it would look better on her CV in the future if she had worked for a large company like Reitman's rather than a small maternity retailer as Shirmax was at that time. So she accepted the Reitman's offer. I was disappointed, but I told her that if she ever decided to make a change, I would appreciate if she would call me first. She joined Reitman's and worked for them for several years. We had an ongoing friendly relationship during that period, partly because she had worked with many of the people who were now with Shirmax. In 1982, Barbara called me to say that she was ready to make a change and asked if we could talk. We did, and she joined Shirmax as merchandise manager for our maternity division. Very soon after Barbara joined us, I got a call from Stephen Reitman. This was interesting, as I had never met or spoken to Stephen, so I had absolutely no relationship with him. He told me that he understood that I had hired Barbara. He congratulated me on the hire and let me know that she was very capable and he was sure she would do a good job for Shirmax. He wished me the best of luck. But then he went on to say that often when people leave a company to join another in the same business, they are tempted to take other employees with them. He asked me point blank not to approach any of his people and to make his wishes clearly known to Barbara. I responded, "Fair enough, Stephen. Thank you for your call." I spoke to Barbara, she understood the agreement, and that was that. A couple of years later, in 1984, Barbara came to me and said, "Max, there is a very good buyer at Reitman's, Roslyn Ross, who worked with me while I was there. She called to tell me she had decided to leave Reitman's and I would like to have her join us. I know about the arrangement you have with Stephen, but she is going to be leaving them anyways, and it would be a shame to have her go elsewhere. I did not approach her. She called me. Under the circumstances, I would like to hire her. I told Barbara that I would have to clear it with Stephen first, but to go ahead and meet with Rosalind and to see if there was a basis for a mutually acceptable agreement. I also cautioned her to make it absolutely clear to Rosalind that we would not hire her until after I had cleared it with Stephen. Barbara met with Rosalind and they came to an understanding. Barbara then came to me and said, "Okay, Max, call Stephen." Barbara assured me that she had made a point of telling Rosalind that she should not discuss any of their conversation with anyone until I had cleared it. I called Stephen, but he was out of town, so I left a message asking him to call me back as soon as he returned. The next day, before Stephen could return my call, Rosalind, assuming I had already spoken to Stephen, went to him to acknowledge that she was leaving and joining Shirmax. Not surprisingly, Stephen called me almost immediately. He was incensed and all hell broke loose. I don't remember his exact words, but he said something to the effect of, "Max, you are not a man of your word. We had an agreement and you went behind my back and hired one of my people. I promise you will pay dearly for this." I tried to break in on his tirade, but he wouldn't stop and he continued with, "You have nothing to say that I want to hear," and he hung up on me. I was very upset. In fact, I was in great distress because Reitman's was a much larger company than Shirmax, and I knew that Reitman's had the wherewithal to do us great harm. I called him back several times, but he would not take my calls. Within days, Stephen hired away our entire store operations management team, including Ruth Asher, our VP of store operations. A short time later, we started getting calls from our people in the field telling us that Ruth, who was now VP of store operations for Reitman's, was planning a trip across Canada and that she wanted to meet with them. Having just lost most of our senior management team for store operations, we could not afford to lose anyone else. Harry Wilson, who was then our senior VP of operations, and I decided on a defensive maneuver. We orchestrated an emergency meeting at head office for all our key store and field managers. So when Ruth Asher took her trip, there were very few people she could meet with, and she came back empty-handed. But Stephen had made his point. I have not told this story to make Stephen wrong. We were both caught up in an unfortunate chain of events. I am telling it to credit Stephen with being the catalyst that moved us to create the culture we had at Shirmax. Because of that experience with Stephen, I came face to face with the fact that we had done very little to encourage loyalty and foster commitment from our employees, and I saw just how vulnerable we were. That experience was the wake-up call that inspired me to create a new culture at Shirmax, a culture that fostered fierce loyalty and commitment. Thank you, Stephen Reitman. I did not hear from Stephen again until he called and invited me to lunch in November 1998. At that lunch, our conversation went something like this. "Max, we are both in the same business, investing and competing in the same markets and duplicating costs. It would simplify life for both of us if Reitman's acquired Shirmax, so we would like to buy Shirmax." To which I responded, "That's interesting, Stephen, but Shirmax is not for sale." "Let's talk about that," he said. "It's not that I wouldn't consider selling," I replied, "but I don't believe the company is saleable today at the price I would want to get for it. I have a vision of taking this company to a point where it will have that value, but it's not there today. So today, Shirmax is not for sale. But he persisted. What price are you thinking about? Give me the number. And I said, no, Stephen, I won't put out my number because I cannot justify it today. We parted company and agreed that we would talk again another day. Stephen called me back a few days later and told me his brother Jeremy would like to talk with me. I agreed and we met. After a few pleasantries, Jeremy came right to the point. Our conversation went approximately as follows. Put your number on the table. Jeremy, I cannot justify the price I want at this time. Put your number on the table. Okay, the number I'm looking at is $5.50 a share. You're right, it's not worth that. Thank you. And that was that. Although Reitman's was a logical buyer for Shirmax, they had a history of always looking for bargains, and I was sure that Shirmax would never meet their criterion for a bargain. So I pretty well wrote them off as ever becoming a serious buyer. My strategy was to build a business that would appeal to a potential U.S. buyer. I believed that the greatest value would be to an American company who would use Shirmax to enter the Canadian marketplace and who could also take our business concepts and expand them into the United States. No Canadian buyer could take our concepts into the U.S. market as readily as an American company that was already established in that market. As far as I was concerned, our target buyer was a U.S. fashion retailer. For the next 4 years, Shirmax continued to do well. We were building a business that I was very proud of, and we were becoming more and more profitable. I was confident I would eventually be able to say to a prospective buyer, this business is worth what I want for it and a lot more. We stayed the course. We built the Additionelle fashion outlet division to complement our established Additionelle operation, and that added further value to the company. In the meantime, my brother Alex and John Swidler, acting as intermediaries, kept an informal dialogue going with Reitmans. From time to time, the Reitman brothers reiterated their interest in acquiring Shirmax, but since I didn't believe that would ever happen, my focus remained on attracting an American buyer. At some point in the year 2000, at one of our board meetings, the number of $4.50 a share came up during a discussion in connection with Reitmans. I'm not sure if it came from Reitmans or if it was just speculation on our part. In any case, I found myself under tremendous pressure from my mentors and the Shirmax board to consider the possibility of selling, perhaps not at $4.50, but maybe at $5 a share. I refused. I was adamant. I said no. Even James Landry, my closest working associate and who had a huge influence on me, pressed me to consider the possibility of $5 a share. His reasoning was that even though it may have had the value I believed it had, it would be worth only what a buyer was prepared to pay when I was ready to sell. The old bird in a hand adage. I remember saying to him, James, I promise you, when we're ready to sell, there will be a buyer at the price we want. The universe will deliver. You know, James, the universe always delivers for us. All we have to do is put our intention on the result we want and stay focused on that result. When the time is right and we are ready, I promise you a buyer will show up. The universe will deliver. Anyone who knows me well has heard me use the phrase, the universe will deliver. For me, this is a very empowering concept I embrace and use in all aspects of my life. In fact, it is not just a belief, it is real for me that the universe will deliver to me any result I am looking for and stay focused on. I have complete trust that the universe will deliver for me, and it has been my experience that it does. About 20 years ago, I began to notice that every time I intended to have something happen, that is, every time I focused on a specific objective, information and/or help came my way to facilitate achieving that objective. I noticed that this happened over and over again, and I wondered whether I was really that lucky. Were these coincidences that consistently stacked up in my favor, or were they other examples of my guardian angel being there for me? While I was considering these questions, I had several experiences that made me realize that the universe delivering for me had nothing to do with luck or coincidence or guardian angels. It had simply to do with how the universe works. When I first began to understand the concept of the universe delivering, I knew what that meant for me, but I was still very careful with whom I used the expression because I could not easily explain how and why it worked. I was concerned that it made me sound off the wall and mystical, and that it called my credibility into question. Today, however, I use the expression freely because I understand how and why it works, and that it is not at all mystical. To explain, it is perhaps easiest to cite an example. A trip to India. In the late 80s, stemming from a conversation I had with my daughter Rochelle, I started to understand how the universe delivers. Rochelle and I have always had a special rapport. When she was in her late teens, she thought she would like to go to India and spend time in the mountains there with a guru. She told me she would love to have me go with her and share that adventure and experience. The idea intrigued me, but I could not go with her at the time because I was deeply involved in my business. However, I told her that it was something I would very much like to do and that we would go to India together as soon as I could free myself up. The following evening, Shirley and I went to a movie with another couple. The four of us were deep in conversation while we waited in line for the ticket booth to open. While we were chatting, my ears picked up a conversation between two young men standing behind us. One of them had just come back from India after spending 3 months in the mountains with a guru. I turned around and said to him, "Excuse me, but I could not help but overhear you say that you had just come back from studying with a guru in India. I am very interested in doing the same thing, and I would like to talk to you about your trip. Would you mind giving me your phone number so I can get in touch with you?" He gave me his number. The significance of the incident did not really register with me immediately, but when I got home that evening, I had time to think about it, and I wondered, how is it possible? 2 days ago, the idea of a trip to India was nowhere in my mind, but tonight, 24 hours after having my conversation with Rochelle, I find myself standing next to a total stranger who has just come back from India and who could give me information I needed. I had difficulty explaining how or why the incident happened. First, I told myself that I was very lucky and that the encounter was just coincidence. But I rejected that idea because incidents like this, where I put my intention on something and voila, it's delivered, have happened to me many times before. There had to be an explanation. Eventually, I realized there was a pattern to these apparent coincidences. They always began with a clear intention I was focused on or a declaration I made. In this case, my focus was to go to India, and the information I would need was made available to me just like that. Why did that happen? How did that happen? How could I explain it? From pondering these questions, I began to understand how the concept of the universe will deliver works. I saw that it was not a matter of luck or coincidence. Rather, there was a sea of unlimited information swirling around us all the time. That information is always there, but we don't notice it. In fact, we're not even aware of its existence. But when we put our intention and focus on something, it's as though we put up an antenna or throw out a hook, looking to snag information that supports our intention. Sooner or later, that information shows up, and because we are now conscious of it, we hook in and reel it in. So those two young men who were standing in the line behind us were going to be there having their conversation, whether I was there or not, or whether I was interested or not. Had I not had my conversation with Rochelle the day before about going to India, I would not have overheard them. The conversation would have been there regardless, but it would have had no relevance to me. It would not have existed for me. It was only because I had declared my intention that my ears perked up when I heard the word India, and I hooked on to that bit of conversation out of all other bits and pieces of information that were swirling around me at the time. So information or help is always available to us, or will become available. All we have to do is stay focused on our intention, and the universe will deliver. Perhaps not immediately, but certainly when the time is appropriate. That is simply the way the universe works. Now, despite making this case, I must say I cannot prove categorically that it is so. Nonetheless, I know it works for me. I believe it works for me because I am confident it will. I expect it, I trust that it will, and I am conscious of it when it does. I have often asked myself why it is that the universe appears to deliver me so much more often than it appears to deliver for others. Again, my answer is simple. It does not. The universe can and does deliver for everyone. I believe it is just that I am more conscious of it than most people. All it requires is that we be aware that it is available, that we be open to it, have confidence in it, expect it, and take notice of it when it does deliver. The lost wallet. Another example of the universe delivering for me is rather amusing now, but it certainly wasn't amusing at the time. After Rochelle moved to Toronto and met Paul Gold, they eventually became engaged and we started making wedding plans. Paul's parents, who live in Toronto, suggested that the four of them come to Montreal to help plan the wedding. So one Saturday in the early spring, Rochelle, Paul, and his parents flew to Montreal for the weekend. We had a number of decisions to make, one of which was to choose a band for the reception. We had heard about a band playing at the Grey Rocks Hotel in the Laurentians, and we decided to drive up to hear them and to see if they would be suitable to hire for the wedding. I rented a van and the six of us drove up north. At the hotel, we had a couple of drinks, ate some nibbles, and listened to the band. When it was time to leave, I reached for my wallet to pay for the drinks, but it was missing. I looked everywhere, but my wallet was nowhere to be found. It was gone. Understandably, everyone was upset. Anyhow, we drove back to Montreal. I took Paul and his parents to their hotel, and the rest of us came home and went to bed. What I refer to as my wallet was actually a credit card case which contained my driver's license, my Medicare card, and all of my credit cards. That wallet was crucial to my day-to-day functioning. It just didn't make sense to me that I would lose something as important as my credit card wallet. It really bothered me and I couldn't sleep. I got up around 5 in the morning and I started to play back the day before in my mind. I remembered that just before we got onto the Audiobook on our way up north, I had stopped for gas and had paid for it with my credit card. Obviously, I had had my wallet in the car. I didn't get out of the car when we gassed up, so I could not have left it at the gas station. What could have happened? Then I remembered that while we were on the Audiobook, the passengers in the back of the van were cold because they were a long way from the heater, and I turned the heat up to high in order to get the heat back to them. However, I was sitting right in front of the vent and I was very warm, so I pulled over onto the shoulder, got out, and took off my jacket. The only thing that made sense to me was that my credit card wallet must have fallen out of my jacket pocket when I took it off. I woke Shirley and said, "Come with me." "Where? It's 6:30 in the morning. What are you doing?" "We're going to get my wallet." "What are you talking about? You're going to get your wallet." "My wallet is somewhere on the Audiobook and we're going to get it." Shirley just looked at me and shook her head. We threw on some clothes, got into the car, and backed out of the garage. As soon as we got onto the driveway, I realized that there had been a light snowfall overnight. At that point, I began to take stock of the situation. Number one, I had no idea where on the 90-kilometer of the Audiobook I had stopped to take off my jacket. Number two, even if I had dropped my wallet, as I reasoned, it would now be covered with snow, so how was I going to find it? Talk about finding a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Shirley was giving me static. "Where are we going? This is nuts. You're out of your mind." But it didn't work for me that I should lose such a valuable object and do nothing about it. That was just not an option. We drove for about 30 kilometers on the Audiobook, and I said, "This looks like as good a place as any where I could have stopped to take off my jacket." I pulled over onto the shoulder and said to Shirley, "You walk south, I'll go north, and we'll see if we spot anything." I got out and took maybe 30 steps and saw something like a gold light shining up from under the snow. I bent down and brushed away the snow, and there was my wallet. Evidently, when I dropped it, it landed fully open with my gold Visa card on top, and that was what I saw shining through the snow. I picked up the wallet and started back to the car. What a feeling of relief and delight. I motioned for Shirley to come back and I said to her, "Here's my wallet." Shirley said, "You've got to be kidding. Where did you find it?" I was going to play this for all it was worth, so I answered, "Where do you think? Exactly where I expected to find it." Before we could get back into the car to drive away, a police car pulled up. "What are you doing here? Is there a problem?" "I came to find my wallet," which I showed him in my hand. He looked at me, shook his head, and said, "I don't even want to go there. Would you just drive your car away, please?" For me, there is a simple explanation. Because I believed that the universe would deliver for me, I went back and found my wallet. Without that belief or faith, I would have stayed in bed and would never have seen my wallet again. So referring back to my conversation with James, when I refused to consider $5 a share, I said no, because I could see that my vision for where I wanted to take the company was becoming a reality, and I had a new number in mind. I believed that when we were ready to sell, the universe would deliver a buyer who would pay that price, and that's what I stayed focused on. Time to sell. I continued to say no, no, no until the end of 2001, when I decided that the time had come to put the company on the market. My vision for where I wanted to take the company had become a reality. I believed that our two retail concepts of maternity and plus sizes were now ready to compete successfully in markets outside Canada and North America. Shirmax was a well-oiled machine that was running smoothly. We were profitable, and there was great future potential. We had an effective infrastructure with an incredible team capable of managing not only our ongoing operations, but also a much larger operation. I was confident that a U.S. company could come into Canada, buy Shirmax, and leave the Canadian operation intact. The new owners would not have to worry about running Shirmax, and if they were prepared to implement our strategies for growing the business in the United States, it would greatly enhance the value for them. I believed this was a winning formula for a U.S. buyer. We approached Bear Stearns, a prominent U.S. investment banker, and gave them a mandate to market Shirmax. A sobering experience. In all my years in business, one of the things I have been most proud of is the personal relationships I've had with so many people, both inside and outside of Shirmax, and that I have been able to retain many of those relationships even after the business relationship ended. I felt sure there were very few people who harbored any ill feelings towards me or the company. I guess believing that served me well. But the universe has a way of bringing us down to earth. While we were involved in the process of selling Shirmax, I had a sobering experience that brought me down to earth with a crash. After a series of coincidences, I got in touch with an old friend, Mickey Ross, who I had not seen for nearly 25 years. Mickey went all the way back to the very beginning when I started in business. He owned the company that did our window dressing in our very first store. But the window dressing part was really incidental to the fact that Mickey became a very good friend to Shirley and me, and to most of my family. In fact, he always said he felt the same about my father as he felt about his own. For him, the relationship was not about making money, it was about friendship. For example, one evening when he and 3 of his employees were dressing our windows and store interior, we all worked until after 10 o'clock. Mickey then took everyone, including Shirley, Jack, and me, out for a Chinese dinner, which must have cost him $80 at the time, even though he was paid only $25 for the work he had done that evening. In retrospect, I'm sure there was nothing I could have asked of Mickey that he would not have done for me. As our business grew and we became a national chain, Mickey also grew his business nationally to accommodate our growth. In that context, our affiliation and our friendship spanned over 20 years. However, our business relationship eventually came to an end, and with it came the end of our friendship. With the passage of time, I had only a very dim recollection of how our association ended. I knew that Shirmax had grown to the point where it made sense for us to bring our window dressing in-house. We were spread across the country, and it was cheaper and more effective to have our own window dressing staff. I assumed that our business relationship just came to an end and that we simply went our separate ways and so lost touch with each other. Anyhow, I was thrilled when we made contact again, and I invited Mickey and his companion to brunch at our home with Shirley and me and Betty and Jack. Mickey said he would get back to me, which he did the next day. He declined my invitation to brunch, but suggested that he and I go out for lunch alone. The reason he gave me was that the women did not know each other, and in the circumstances, his friend might find it a little awkward when the rest of us were trying to catch up. That made sense to me, so I agreed to meet him for lunch. I was delighted to see Mickey again after such a long time. When we met, I wanted to give him a hug, but he turned away my advance. I was a little taken aback, but anyway, we sat down and started talking. Instead of reminiscing about the good old days, Mickey proceeded to tell me there were some people from his past who had done him wrong. He was waiting to meet them in the hereafter to give them a piece of his mind. And of all the people he was waiting to meet on the other side, he most wanted to meet Max Konigsberg so he could tell him what he thought of him. He then proceeded to tell me how badly I hurt him, and that he had been carrying a personal grudge against me for more than 25 years. I was shocked and embarrassed by what he told me because until that moment I had no idea that I had hurt him or that he had been living with such a bitterness and anger towards me. Apparently, what had happened was that Harry Wilson, our vice president of operations, who was responsible for merchandise presentation, decided that it was no longer viable for us to use outside services and that we should bring window dressing in-house. Unquestionably, I would have agreed to that. So when Harry informed Mickey that we no longer required his services, Mickey asked, "Did you hire me?" "No." "Who hired me?" "Max did." "Okay, if Max hired me, let Max fire me." So I was called in and I said to Mickey, "I am not responsible for this department anymore. It is Harry's area of responsibility and I support his decision." Clearly, I copped out of my responsibility to Mickey as a friend. I took the easy way out by passing the buck to Harry. Not only did my action hurt him personally, that a friend could do that to him, it also hurt him financially because he was stuck with the national infrastructure he had built to service us and all the costs related to it without any revenues to offset them. I knew that Mickey had put an infrastructure together to take care of our account, but until our luncheon meeting, I had never considered the implications or the consequences to him of our taking our account away from him. I have no excuse for inflicting such harm on a valued friend and supplier. Mickey had always been a true and loyal friend, and he had done nothing to deserve such treatment. Had I faced the issue directly with Mickey at the time, I am sure we would have made an arrangement that would have been more acceptable or at least less damaging to him and his organization. I sat across from Mickey, embarrassed and completely ashamed that I could have allowed that to happen. I acknowledged that no amount of my saying "I'm sorry" was enough to excuse what had happened. What I did was inexcusable, and I hoped that he could forgive me. Thankfully, I had the opportunity to apologize to Mickey. My sense is that we put the whole episode behind us, and once again, Mickey and I have an ongoing relationship. As a result of that humbling experience, I now realize that there may well be others out there who have an axe to grind with me or with their Shirmax experience. So to whomever they may be, I apologize. The sale. Because of the open communication we had at Shirmax, everyone in the company knew that we were trying to build an organization that could expand into the United States and that it was my intention either to try to sell Shirmax outright or to merge, preferably with a U.S. company. In fact, I had declared that intention in my addresses to shareholders at the last 3 Shirmax annual meetings. So it came as no surprise to anyone when we gave Bear Stearns their mandate. Before proceeding with Bear Stearns, however, my brother Alex and John Swidler spoke to Reitmans, told them what we were planning, and suggested that before Shirmax signed a costly contract with Bear Stearns, Reitmans might want to come to the table. But Reitmans declined. So we signed an agreement with Bear Stearns, and they prepared a blue book, a document designed to promote and market the sale of the company. Shortly after Bear Stearns sent out the blue book to a select group of prospective buyers, inviting their interest, Reitmans came back and asked us to put a hold on the Bear Stearns proceedings. They wanted an exclusive option for a short period of time to take a serious look at Shirmax and to come up with an offer. I agreed. In light of the possibility of a quick sale without the emotional turmoil of an auction and keeping the company Canadian, even though I might have got more from a U.S. company, I decided to accept $7 a share. Great value. I told Alex and John to tell Reitmans that the price was $7 a share, non-negotiable. Reitmans did their due diligence and without any further discussion about the price, came back to us and said, "We're on. We're willing to pay $7 a share." And so it was that Shirmax was sold. I got the price I wanted, and I think that Reitmans got a great deal. In fact, it was a good deal for both of us. It is my belief that this was a marriage made in heaven for Reitmans because it put them in a position to realize tremendous synergies and economies of scale for their acquisition. So by acquiring Shirmax, Reitmans was in a position to manage their new organization so that both businesses were properly focused and would not step on each other's toes. From my perspective, this entire episode, starting with my luncheon with Stephen right up to the actual sale, all supported my belief that the universe will deliver. I had put out my intention to sell at my price. I stayed focused on that outcome, and the universe delivered. I must also acknowledge my guardian angel for manipulating the many events and circumstances that resulted in the sale. Thank you again, guardian angel. Chapter 21. After the Sale. Naively, I suppose, I assumed Reitmans would capitalize on what I considered to be Shirmax's major strengths and assets. In my opinion, these were its senior and middle management teams, all the incredibly gifted and committed head office and field personnel across the country, the company's corporate culture and its management philosophy, and the system that had proven to be so successful over the years. I had heard that several of the Reitmans advisors and their board had recommended that they capitalize on those strengths and assets and not destroy them, but that is hearsay. I expected Shirmax to continue to operate pretty well intact for at least 2 years. Again, I assumed that once the new owners had the opportunity to see how Shirmax really worked, they would adopt the best practices of both companies. Based on those assumptions, I signed a 2-year contract and expected to be with Reitmans, contributing to that process for at least that time. I also accepted an invitation to become a member of the Reitmans board of directors. I even persuaded the established Shirmax team that we would continue to be a team, working together, albeit as part of the larger Reitmans organization, with all the benefits that could accrue from being part of a much larger company. But it was not to be. I would like to be able to say that everybody lived happily ever after, especially because for me personally, the timing was exactly right. I could not have asked for a better ending to an incredible journey. But there was also a lot of sadness. It was heartbreaking that within 3 months of the sale, Shirmax had literally disintegrated. Shirmax was a unique company with a unique culture driven by a number of powerful business concepts and an extraordinary team of talented individuals. It was a huge disappointment to me when Reitmans decided to integrate the Additionale and the time maternity divisions into their own operations and allow Shirmax and everything it represented to disappear. However, it is well known in business circles that merging two companies is a difficult task, and that the merging of two corporate cultures borders on the impossible. The Reitmans and Shirmax cultures were so different that in retrospect, I recognize that Reitmans took the only course, integrating the two companies, that made sense. Any other strategy would have only prolonged the agony and would probably have had the same outcome. Having praised the strengths and virtues of the Shirmax organization, in retrospect, I must also acknowledge that Reitmans too is a very well-managed company. In fact, it is a great company. After the sale was concluded, I planned a dinner party at my home for 40 members of the Shirmax team with whom I had worked very closely. I had formal invitations printed that said something to the effect, "To thank and acknowledge you for helping to bring the Shirmax ship home." That wording turned out to be inappropriate and I was caught off guard. Just at the time the invitations were being printed, massive layoffs of Shirmax employees were announced. When the invitees received their invitations, the mood became, "Your ship came home, but ours sank." I truly believed what I said when the sale was announced, that Shirmax would stay intact for 2 years, that Reitman's was growing a company and would need good people, and given the quality of our people, that most jobs would be safe. I had not anticipated the level of hurt that would result as a consequence of my good fortune. To this day, I feel very sad about the turn of events. The party went ahead as planned, although a few of those invitees were upset with me and did not attend. Some even told me that they felt I had sold them out. Despite this, everyone who attended did so with good grace. My intention was to acknowledge and honor my guests for their contributions to me and to Shirmax. As things turned out, despite their concern for their future, they took the opportunity to honor me. They all came with touching words of appreciation for the years we had worked together and for the contributions they said I had made to their lives. It was an evening filled with both joy and sadness. I will always remember and cherish their words. For me, the sale of Shirmax was bittersweet. It was bitter because of what happened to most of the people who were part of the extended Shirmax family. Shirmax had become the home and family for so many people who expected to live out their working lives with the company. But the rug was pulled out from under them. It was sweet because it brought financial security to me and my family. I had spent 45 years building Shirmax, and it was time for me to move on. Within a couple of months of the sale, it became obvious to me that I was in no position to contribute either to the transition or to the ongoing operations. I was powerless and I was only getting in the way. So I went to Jeremy Reitman and I told him how I felt, and that although we had a 2-year contract, he should not feel bound by it, and I was prepared to leave at any time he thought it appropriate. He came back to me in a few days and said he agreed, and I was free to go whenever I was ready. I stuck around for a few weeks to clean up my personal files, and then I left. As I said before, I have stayed on as a member of the Reitman's board of directors, and I am truly honored to be on their board. And so ended my career as a fashion retailer. For my part, my life at Shirmax was a fabulous journey, and by any measure, it is a success story. I spent 45 years building the business, and I built a wonderful life around that business. For all the years that Shirmax was part of my life, I could say that Shirmax was like a mistress. But she was more than that. She was truly another love in my life. There were good years, not so good years, and bad years. But despite the difficult times and all the challenges I had to overcome, on balance, it was an amazing ride and I loved every moment of it. Shirmax afforded me incredible opportunities to travel, to meet and associate with amazing people, and my years in business contributed to and were the catalyst for my metamorphosis as a person, as a businessman, and as a leader. There are times when I feel I want to get up on the rooftop and shout to the whole world how lucky I am, and to thank the universe for blessing me the way it has, and to thank my guardian angel for taking such impeccable care of me. I came to the end of that journey, but that is by no means the end of my travels. I had this book to write, and I hope I have other contributions to make. I look forward with great anticipation to where my guardian angel will direct me and to what the future has in store for me.